Good morning, buenos días, bon dia, bonjour. Welcome to this session of the Executive Committee. Welcome to PAHO. Just before giving the floor to Madam President, let you know that we have interpretation in the four official language of PAHO: English, Spanish, French, and Portuguese. So we try to set your receivers in the language we understand is your preference, but you can change it. So, Madam President, Christine Harmston from Canada. Canada has the presidency. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I would like to extend a very warm welcome. Also, weather-wise, it's a bit cooler this morning from yesterday. Welcome all to members of the Executive Committee and other member states participating as observers to the 178th session of the Executive Committee. I am pleased to inform that with the presence of Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guyana, Haiti, Mexico, and Peru, we have 9 members of the Executive Committee, and there is quorum. Accordingly, I declare this session of the Executive Committee officially open. And I'd like to just offer a few words on my part. The deep honor and appreciation it is to be in this seat that others have held and others in the future will also hold. It is an honor and a privilege, and I look forward to working with all of you throughout the week. We are very much here, of course, representing our populations and working together to strengthen the health of those populations, but also strengthening the common ground that we all share as a region. And certainly, I know that we all have utmost respect for these governing body meetings as they play a key role in providing an important space for member states to come together, to exchange perspectives, to feel comfortable to exchange those perspectives, and doing so respectfully, and to engage in meaningful dialogue that advances the important priorities that we all hold together as a region, as well as in our own national context. Canada is a continued committed member state to PAHO and its work in the region. And we certainly have great interest to move towards a more secure and prosperous region, including in advancing efforts to better prevent, prepare for, and respond to health emergencies, and accelerating progress on health equity and determinants of health. Over the next 4 days, this Executive Committee, will cover a variety of important issues for the region, including antimicrobial resistance, food safety, health emergency and risk management, and prevention and control of arboviral diseases, for which there is a lot to consider and discuss. This year's meeting is 1 day shorter. We still have a very robust agenda to get through, and we have, of course, a good shared responsibility to keep discussions focused and efficient so that the committee can move through the agenda as planned and end on time. And I wish us all a very constructive and productive meeting together, and look forward again to working with you all. And I will say, of course, this is a continued time for FIFA. And I will say that if suddenly someone has to stand up and go, yes, that is fully acceptable. It's an important moment, and an important moment to express joy. So please, yes, let's also have a good moment with that fantastic series of games that are going on. So with that, thank you very much, and I would like to now yield the floor to the Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Buenos dias a todos e todas. Honorável Senhora Christine Hamilton, Diretora-Geral da Oficina de Assuntos Internacionais de Health Canada e Presidenta dessa 178ª sessão do Comitê Executivo, distinguida doutora Marise Ribeiro Nogueira, jefa da Assessoria Especial de Assuntos Internacionais do Ministério de Saúde do Brasil, vice-presidente desse comitê, honorável doutor Luiz Loro Chero, vice-ministro do despacho vice-ministerial de Prestações e Asseguramento em Saúde do Ministério de Saúde de Peru, relator dessa reunião, senhora Mary Lu Valdez, diretora de junta da OPS, que nessa reunião serve como nossa secretária, distinguidos membros do Comitê Executivo, colegas, senhoras e senhores. É um honor iniciar essa 178ª sesión del Comité Ejecutivo de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. La OPS agradece a contínua colaboração de seus Estados-membros e quero agradecer de antemano aos 9 membros do Comitê Executivo e também todos os países que estão aqui participando como observadores por suas ideias e orientações durante os próximos dias. A OPS ha estado trabalhando diligentemente para continuar protegendo a região das Américas. Seguimos prestando cooperação técnica aos países para fortalecer a atenção primária, impulsar a transformação digital, prevenir e controlar brotes de febre amarilla, sarampião, dengue, reduzir as mortes preveníveis por enfermidades não transmissíveis e avançar na eliminação de enfermidades em nossa região. Chamo a atenção para a necessidade de reforçar a vigilância, a cobertura vacunal e a capacidade de resposta para responder aos brotes de sarampião, especialmente no momento onde nossa região é sede da Copa do Mundo de Futebol. Estamos coordenando com Estados Unidos, Canadá e México os esforços de vigilância e resposta, tanto fundamentais em um evento internacional com grande mobilidade de pessoas de todas as partes do mundo. É fundamental também que sigamos para melhorar os indicadores de saúde materna, neonatal e infantil e que abordemos a crescente carga das afecções de saúde mental. Se necessita a mesma urgência e engenho para seguir com o fortalecimento das capacidades nacionais de prevenção, preparação e resposta às emergências de saúde pública e abordar os desafios mais apremiantes e garantizar o acesso universal à atenção de saúde para todos em las Américas, entre eles o tema de los recursos humanos para a saúde. Chamo a atenção de los membros do Comitê Executivo para a necessidade de garantizar a estabilidade financeira da organização. Apesar do recorte de 19% no presupuesto aprovado por los Estados-membros no ano passado, os esforços de priorização, os recortes e a mobilização de recursos adicionais e contribuições voluntárias, aún temos uma brecha de financiamento de nossos programas básicos de 138 milhões de dólares, que representa o 20% do presupuesto aprovado de 662 milhões de dólares para esse biênio. E nesse contexto, é fundamental subrayar que o pago oportuno e completo das cotas por parte dos Estados-membros é fundamental para sostener a cooperação técnica efetiva com os países e as operações essenciais da organização. Atualmente, temos ao redor de 179 milhões de dólares pendentes de pago.
Perdón, hay un problema con la interpretación. Sorry, we have to stop. There is a problem with interpretation, I understand. Sorry, we need to ensure we have the interpretation.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, English channel, testing.
Okay, she's hearing it.
Now it's working. I think the delegate said, okay, thumbs up, so maybe we can. Bueno, voy del párrafo que...
I will continue where I left off, but we will share my statement with all member states. I was talking about the importance to ensure the financial stability of the organization in spite of the cutback of 19% in the budget approved last year by member states. The efforts of prioritization the cutbacks and the mobilization of additional resources by way of voluntary contributions shows that we still have a funding gap in our basic programs of $138 million, which represents 20% of the approved budget of $662 million for this biennium. It is within this context that it is essential to stress that the timely and full payment of quotas by member states is essential in order to continue holding effective technical cooperation with countries and the essential operations of the organization. Currently, we have around $179 million that are waiting to be settled. The payment of your assessed contributions will enable us to continue with the implementation of the strategic plan 2026-2031 with the priorities as approved and agreed on by member states last year in our directing council, and to reduce the uncertainty and dependence on donors, funds with specific purposes. I'd like to thank the 23 member states that have settled their partial or full payments in 2026. And amongst these, we have countries that are facing serious economic difficulties. I would like to thank those countries that even when faced with an economic crisis, they made their contribution and they paid their dues in order to make sure that PAHO can be in a position to continue doing its work. And I do want to urge all to please settle their payments as soon as possible. To respond to this situation, we've had to eliminate various positions with a total of 220 positions, trying to preserve technical activities and country offices. We're starting to have an implementation of a hub on shared services to look for more efficiency in administrative processes and reducing costs. We've also continued implementing expenditure contention measures with a controlled recruitment for these priority positions and functions, and reducing the number of trips. We've expanded the use of virtual platforms and implemented several measures in order to step up the efficiency of internal processes. We've increased transparency and accountability of the Secretariat with the publication of the reports on internal audits, external evaluations, and their implementation plans. We are an organization that values and accounts for every cent that we receive from our member states, and also from the partners that in a generous and solidary way are supporting projects that save lives and promote health in our region. This meeting of the Executive Committee provides us with a valuable platform in order to give shape to the approach of the organization in order to face these challenges and ultimately to improve the health results throughout the region.
English. During this meeting, you will discuss the preliminary report of the end of the biennial assessment of the PAHO Program Budget 24-25, the final report on the implementation of the PAHO Strategic Plan 2025, which will present the results of the end of the biennial assessment, including the achievements, funding, and implementation of the respective program budget, risk analysis, lessons learned, conclusions, and recommendations. The report will focus on efficiencies achieved, initiatives that increase the transparency and accountability of the programmatic results and financial resources. Regarding the document Strengthening and Alignment of the Regional Revolving Funds of the Pan-American Health Organization, you will discuss a proposal to align and strengthen the Revolving Fund and Strategic Fund into a single self-sustainable regional revolving fund, so PAHO can deliver more efficient and flexible access to a comprehensive range of health technologies. This will allow the organization to enhance efficiency and flexibility through a unified capital account, streamline the operations, and a more adaptable operating framework, enabling a more agile and responsive approach to evolving country needs and market conditions, as well as strengthening financial self-sustainability through an updated cost recovery approach that supports an increasingly complex and service-oriented portfolio while maintaining the core principles of the fund. You will also receive an update on the implementation of the international health regulations, where all state parts in the Americas have performed their core capacity self-assessment this year. The Secretariat will provide an actualization on the implementation of PAHO Forward Shared Services Initiative, for which we recently signed a contract with the selected company, and the project now is focused on recruiting and training of personnel, refining processes and developing KPIs, and progressively transition in scope functions with a parallel operation period to ensure continuity. The shared services hub is expected to be fully operational in the second half of 2026, with functions stabilizing and expanding progressively, while headquarters continue to exercise strategic and oversight responsibilities. You will receive information on 12 reports on technical matters at different levels. Some of them are progress reports, some of them are already the final report. And the Secretariat is ready to receive your questions, comments, feedback about these strategies and plan of actions that will be presented. I also invite you all to participate tomorrow from 4 to 5 p.m. in the same room in a briefing session on innovative financing instruments for access to high-price medicines through the PAHO's Regional Revolving Funds and the Inter-American Development Bank. This innovative mechanism will significantly increase the access to credit line for purchasing high-cost medicines through PAHO's revolving funds, such as treatments for breast and prostate cancer, multiple sclerosis, and rare diseases such as Fabry and Gaucher, achieving prices reductions of up to 90% compared to reported national prices. In closing, I want to leave you with a reminder that our organization was born from the idea of Pan-Americanism. Indeed, it is in our very name. It means that we are stronger when we work together, and more effective when we pursue our goals with a common voice and purpose. The power of Pan-Americanism is just as potent today as it was more than a century ago, and I believe it's one of the keys to building a brighter, healthier future for our region. We must push collectively for the Americas to continue leading in public health innovation and play a more prominent role in shaping the global health agenda. In doing so, we can make certain that the unique needs of our people and communities are met. Above all, Pan-Americanism reflects our unbreakable commitment to health for all. We must therefore be relentless to guarantee every person, family, and community in the Americas has an equal chance to live a healthy life. Thank you, gracias, obrigado, merci beaucoup, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Director. I would like to now yield the floor to Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, Deputy Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, who, in her role as Secretary of the 178th session of the Executive Committee, will make some announcements. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Please bear with me. There are quite a few. In accordance with Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure of the Executive Committee, the working languages shall be those of the members of the committee. Therefore, interpretation, as been said earlier, is being provided in English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. Delegates are kindly asked to state their name and their country each time they take the floor. This will facilitate the official record-keeping of the interventions. Members of the Executive Committee will be recognized before member states that are participating as observers. As usual, members are asked to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. A time tracking system will be displayed on the screen to help delegates keep track of time during the interventions. Instructions on how to use the microphone system are as follows. To request the floor, please press the silver button on the microphone base right at the center. The green light will light up to indicate that your request has been registered. Please note that pushing the silver button a second time will result in your request being deleted from the queue, and your place on the speaker list will be lost. So please press only once. To speak, our president will recognize your request, and the red light will light up to indicate that your microphone has been activated. Your microphone will be live as long as the ring on the microphone is red. When you finish speaking, please press the silver button again to disconnect the mic. We would like to remind delegates to send their interventions to interventions@paho.org. This will assist in the preparation of the final report of this session. Please ensure that each intervention includes the name of your country and the item written in full, along with the corresponding agenda item number. Access to documents, daily programs, and updates during the session of the Executive Committee is available on the PAHO webpage and through the PAHO Governing Bodies app. You may download the app to your laptop or smartphone, and we encourage you all to please use it. Each delegation has been provided with a gray tablet. The documents and the presentations for this session of the Executive Committee have been uploaded to these devices. Any updates will be uploaded directly onto these tablets. Access to the proposed resolutions during the session of the Executive Committee is available at rts.paho.org or in the Governing Bodies app. The credentials for delegates to access the site are available on the table monitors or may be requested to the Secretariat. A commemorative photo of the heads of delegation will take place today at 12:30 in Room A, as soon as this meeting breaks for lunch. And right after the commemorative photo, the PAHO Award Committee will hold a brief introductory meeting. A longer session is scheduled for Tuesday during the lunch break, where the committee will evaluate the candidates for the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2026. Tomorrow, and this is something the director has already mentioned, following the afternoon session, a briefing entitled Innovative Financing Instrument for Access to High-Priced Medicines through the Regional Revolving Funds will be held. And also today, following the closing of the afternoon meeting, there will be a light welcoming gathering for participants of the Executive Committee. This gathering will take place in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. And finally, please note that this room has 2 exit doors at the back. In case of an emergency, please proceed to evacuate through these doors and follow the instructions given by the floor wardens, who would be wearing an orange vest. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We will now move to item 2.1, adoption of the agenda and program of meetings. I would like to bring documents CE 178/1 Rev 1 and CE 178/WP to the attention of the Executive Committee and ask the Secretary, Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, to please present the item.
Thank you, Madam President. In accordance with Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure of the Executive Committee, the Executive Committee shall adopt its own agenda, and in doing so, may make additions or modifications to this provisional agenda as it may wish, in accordance with these rules. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I would like to now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. If there are no objections, I declare the agenda adopted. I would like to now bring to your attention the preliminary program of meetings. And Madam Secretary, please, if you can, present the proposal.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to bring to the committee's attention document CE 178/WP, the preliminary program of meetings, which has been prepared to facilitate the work of the Executive Committee. While it is not a statutory requirement to adopt a program of meetings, it has been found to be a useful guide for participants and the Secretariat. The proposed hours of work of the Executive Committee will be from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday. please note that the committee will examine 44 agenda items and 13 proposed resolutions. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. If there, I give the floor to Brazil? Yeah. Okay. If there's no objection to the preliminary program of meetings, I declare the preliminary program of meetings adopted. Thank you all very much. So I would like to now proceed to the next item. I will give the floor to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and parabéns pelo.
And congratulations on your participation as President. Good morning, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, and good morning to all participants around the table and the delegates. Brazil would like to take the floor here to share a comment about the headquarters country. We respect the sovereignty of states in the migratory policies, including the concession of visas and opportunities to enter. But there is concern about the host country about arbitrarily restricting entry into the headquarters country for authorities of some representatives of the country in the past council meetings. So some states, and we have just lost the sound from the delegate. So this practice means that some member states cannot join to make decisions on a sovereign basis about as not being present at the governing bodies of PAHO. Considering the multilateral spirit of this organization and our hope of having members be able to access to the meeting sessions at the headquarters, the lack of an agreement between the OAS and the host country we'd like to put to consideration of state parties to look into alternatives to guarantee the participation of all members from a technical level to the highest level at the discussion opportunities. The lack of a change in the visa policy of host country means uncertainty as to for the representatives of certain countries to be able to participate, such as those who encountered problems in joining the country at the directing council that will take place in September of this year. This compromises their full and appropriate representation at the most important governing body of PAHO. It is an essential forum to decide guidance and international cooperation in public health in the Americas. Brazil reaffirms its historical commitment with the organization and will continue with supporting all to guarantee and would like to be sure of the participation, effective participation of all member states in the different meetings of the governing bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I will now move to the next item, item 3.1, report on the 20th session of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration. I would like to bring document CE 178/5 to the attention of the committee and invite Honorable Philip Telsford, Minister of Health of Grenada, to the country that served as president of the 20th session of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration, held from 18 to 19 March this year, to please present the report.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my pleasure to report on the work of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration, which held its 20th session here at the PAHO headquarters on the 18th and 19th of March of this year. The 20th session was attended by delegates of the following member states of the subcommittee: Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Ecuador, Grenada, Guyana, and Panama. Delegates of the plurinational state of Bolivia, Guatemala, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Spain, and the United States of America participated in an observer capacity. My country, Grenada, was elected to serve as president of the subcommittee. Panama was elected vice president, and Brazil was elected rapporteur. The subcommittee discussed a number of important financial, administrative, and other issues, including an outline of the end of biennial assessment of the PAHO program budget for 2024-2025, and the final report on the implementation of the PAHO strategic plan 2020 to 2025. An overview of the financial report of the director for 2025, and proposed amendment to the rules governing the election of director of the Pan-American Sanitary Bureau. The subcommittee also heard report on PAHO's engagement with non-state actors, human resource management, and the status of Master Capital Investment Fund. All of the items discussed by the subcommittee are also on the agenda for this session of the Executive Committee, and I will be reporting on them as they are considered by the committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I would like to now open the floor to the plenary for discussion, please. All right, so if there are no discussion items to raise, was there anything else that you would like to say on this item?
Madam President, the meeting was very cordial. We had a lot of fruitful discussions, and that would be seen as we go through the agenda today and as we discuss some of the subject matters that were considered during those meetings. So there's nothing more to add at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Director, would you like to make any comments?
Yes, Madam President. First, I want to thank Minister Teles for his leadership. I think that we had an excellent president during the SPBA meeting, and to agree with Minister Teles about the productive sessions that we had during this meeting, that you will receive excellent recommendations from the meeting of the SPBA during several topics that will be discussed and approved in this session of the Executive Committee. So thank you very much, Minister, and I also thank all the members and also the observers that participated in a very actively manner in this SPBA session. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and again to the President of the Subcommittee for your leadership in this work. I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. And we will now move to the next item, item 5.2, which is on report on the collection of assessed contributions. I would like to bring document CE 178/20 and addendum 1 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Christophe Casapantonio, Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the head of the table and present the item.
Madam President, Director, members of the Executive Committee, the assessment of member states constitute a significant part of the resources supporting the organization's biennial program and budget. Prompt payment of both the accumulated arrears and the current 2026 assessments is imperative for the organization to efficiently implement the full program of work. The total assessed contributions due on June 12, 2026 was $179 million, including member states, participating states, and associate members. 16 have paid their assessed contributions in full. 4 have made partial payments towards the 2026 assessed contributions. However, 22 have not made any payments for their 2026 assessed contributions. 1 member state owes assessed contributions since 2017, Venezuela. This member state is in arrears, such that it is subject to Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. It has arrears totaling of $18 million US in assessed contributions. The organization looks forward to receiving the balance of assessed contributions in a timely manner in order to implement fully the biennial program of work as approved by the member states. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is now invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex C will take place after our discussion on the report and once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. So I would like to now open the floor to plenary for discussion on the report that was just presented, please. Canada?
Thank you, Madam President. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this report. We are very concerned to note that as of June 12th, PAHO has only received 29% of the assessed contributions for this year. As we all know well, these assessments constitute a significant part of the PAHO's program budget, for which delays in receipt can have an impact on the organization's ability to implement its full program of work. In the current context of ongoing global challenges and financial stress, it is more important than ever that member states honor our financial commitments and pay our assessed contributions to PAHO on time and in full. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the floor now to Brazil, to be followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil is grateful for the presentation of this report on the collection of assessed contributions and recognizes the Secretariat's effort to ensure transparency and good management of the financial resources of the organization. It is our satisfaction to report or inform that Brazil has made the full payment of its contributions, thus reaffirming the commitment of President Lula to strengthen PAHO and also to support health reinforcement and support. These contributions are essential for the financial sustainability of PAHO, allowing the organization to execute its work program and fulfill its technical cooperation mandate in benefit of member states. Therefore, we're concerned that some member states have still not made their full contribution payment, and there is a significant number of outstanding contributions. We know that countries face different challenges, and we understand that the timely payment of contributions to PAHO remains fundamental for the organization to maintain its capacity to respond to regional needs. When there is a growing pressure on health services to have a predictable financial status, it represents the responsibility of states, but also it is an expression of solidarity and respect for the health of the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mexico, and if we can, yes. Oh, I think the micro, it's something with, I think there was just a glitch, so I'll give you the, there. Okay, there.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The Mexican delegation is grateful for presentation of the report. This is a valuable exercise of transparency. To have clear and timely information about status of assessed contributions is fundamental for member states to follow the financial situation of the organization and assume all our corresponding responsibilities. Transparency and accountability of institutional income is a fundamental exercise that not only provides regulatory certainty but also allows to assess the operational possibilities of the organization to face health emergencies in the region. We are concerned about the financial status of the flow of funds and the budget health of our organization, and we understand the challenges we face. Regular, predictable financing is the basis for technical cooperation, response to emergencies, and the strategic public health programs for the benefit of our populations. Therefore, we recognize the importance for the organization to have liquid resources in a timely manner to avoid operational paralysis or financial surcharges. There are major challenges in budget, but Mexico reiterates that it will continue working closely and in a constructive way with PAHO, convinced that multilateral cooperation and regional solidity are fundamental elements to confront health challenges faced by the Americas. We urge PAHO to continue optimizing expenditure and ensure austerity so that all the contributions received will translate into a positive, measurable impact on the ground. Financial solidity of the organization is something that we must jointly protect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other requests for the floor. So I would like to now yield the floor to Mr. Casapantonio to respond to any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the delegations of Canada, Brazil, and Mexico for their comments. Indeed, 25% of the program budget assessed contributions have been paid, and this puts a challenge in the implementation of the program that was approved by the member states. I thank all the members for their prompt payment of the contributions fully from Brazil and Canada, as always. On the point, indeed, to the comment from Brazil, this puts a pressure and challenges in the implementation of the technical programs approved by the member states. But at the same time, as the director stated earlier, PAHO, addressing the points issued by the delegation of Mexico, addresses the issue of liquidity in a number of ways, despite this difficult environment, trying to do cost containment at different levels, from approved expenses at a higher level from the point of view of the director, what he approves based on what we know that funds are coming, and of course, lowering an efficiency of expenses from the different divisions so that we manage in this constrained environment to implement the technical cooperation approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the Director if you have any comments, Director.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Gostaria de agradecer.
I would like to thank Canada, Brazil, and Mexico for their words and the commitment that they have demonstrated towards the organization. When it comes to the topic, and something that I shared with you in my opening remarks, but I have two reminders that I want to now share with you because they're important. First, we have not received any increase to contributions for over 2 years. If we consider inflation over this period, this is a 70 million reduction. In other words, the organization has implemented many measures to achieve efficiency, reduce costs, and become more efficient, because we have not increased our contributions in 12 years. Again, this is a $70 million reduction. Moreover, for this period, we sought to expand the base of voluntary contributors to the organization. You will receive information. It will be addressed in one of the items of this session. But even with that significant increase in a base of voluntary donors towards the organization, we still face this gap that I mentioned. If I recall correctly the figures, the gap is less than the assessed contributions that are still outstanding. We have made an effort to reduce costs. If all the countries were paying their contributions, as this is after all a commitment for you all, then we would have no financial gap in this biennium, thanks to everything we have done. So we have reduced the cost, we have eliminated positions, we have reduced activities, and we are transferring activities towards other areas to achieve greater efficiency. In other words, we have done our housekeeping work. When we speak about international organizations or to have realistic budgets, reduce bureaucracy when unnecessary, well, we are doing all that. We are actually doing it. And that is why we are in a position that's healthy, but we need all member states to meet their obligations towards the organization. We send letters to heads of state. We express our gratitude when payments are made, when they're paying a debt, or when they're paying the current contribution. And for those who have not yet paid, we remind them how important this is for our budget. And if we don't receive certainty of contribution payments, then throughout the biennium, we're going to have to live with a financial uncertainty that has a direct impact on the organization's efficiency. So I am very grateful to those who have already made their payments. And once again, even those countries that are facing important or significant financial crisis, they have nonetheless made payments. So let me urge all the others who have not yet sent in their payments to do so as soon as possible, allowing us thus to achieve greater financial stability at PAHO and be able then to fulfill the strategic program for the 6 years approved last year by member states. In other words, all the resolutions approved and the things that member states have mandated to the organization to do. And we want to continue providing technical cooperation as approved by you to meet the priorities of the region. So that is the comment I wanted to make now. I thank you, and hopefully we can achieve greater financial predictability for the organization in this coming biennium. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Director. I would like to now ask the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Buenos días.
Good morning to all. Madam President of the Executive Committee, I will read the proposed resolution collection of assessed contributions. The 178th session of the Executive Committee, having considered the report on the collection of assessed contributions presented by the Director, noting the current financial stress the Pan American Health Organization is facing as a result of the delay in receipt of assessed contributions, noting that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is in arrears in the payment of its assessed contributions to the extent that it is subject to the application of Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization, noting that as of 12 June 2026, 22 member states have not made any payments towards their 2026 assessments. Resolves to take note of the report on the collection of assessed contributions presented by the Director, to commend member states for their commitment in meeting their financial obligations to the organization by making efforts to pay their outstanding arrears of contributions. To thank the member states that have already made payments for 2026, to urge the other member states to pay all their outstanding contributions as soon as possible, to mitigate any impact on technical cooperation activities, to request the Director to continue to inform Member States of any balance due and to report to the 63rd Directing Council on the status of the collection of assessed contributions.
Thank you very much. I would like to now yield the floor to the plenary to begin discussions on the proposed resolution. Brazil, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil is grateful for the presentation. No, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Scoop. Very good. Thank you. Peru, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Peru is grateful for presentation of the strategy against the risk, as well as the work made by the Secretariat in
The wrong item, item 5.2.
Disculpe.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. All right. So on this item 5.2, I don't need this on. If there are no comments, then I will declare the resolution adopted. Good. So we will now proceed to the next item, item 4.2. Strategy for Strengthening Health Emergency and Risk Management for Health Security 2026 to 2031. I would like to bring document CE 178/14 to the attention of the committee and to invite Dr. Ciro Ugarte, Director of the Department of Health Emergencies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come. You're already at the head of the table, you're there, to please present the item.
Thank you, Madam President, Director, distinguished Member States delegates, colleagues. I am glad to introduce Agenda Item 4.2, Strategy for Strengthening Health Emergency and Risk Management for Health Security 2026-2031, document CE 178/14. The proposed strategy was developed in consultation with Member States and key partners. All Member States officially received the draft proposal for their review, and a virtual consultation was conducted on 27th of March with active participation of the countries, particularly Canada, Brazil, Ecuador, El Salvador, Haiti, and Mexico, who are members of the Executive Committee, and many other countries also. All verbal and written comments and suggestions were considered and included in the document. The strategy provides a regional framework to consolidate health security and close gaps observed in large emergencies. It aims to enhance national and regional capacities in the Americas to prevent, prepare for, and respond to health emergencies through integrated risk reduction, sustained preparedness, and strengthened regional coordination. It specifically addresses gaps revealed by recent crises like COVID-19 and emphasizes multi-sectoral collaboration, governance, and sustained investment to improve health security and resilience across the region. Its core objective is to help countries build resilient health systems and services that can prevent, detect, prepare for, and respond to health emergencies more effectively. The strategy envisions a more integrated all-hazards approach that is continuously maintained and improved. This strategy will run for 6 years, 2026-2031, and monitoring will rely on existing tools and mechanisms rather than creating an entirely new accountability framework. These tools include the IHR States Parties Self-Assessments Annual Reports, the PAHO Strategic Plan 2026-2031, the Outcome 4.1, the Regional Preparedness and Response Dashboards, the Emergency Operation data, Intra-action and After-action reviews, and the voluntary external evaluations of the IHR. The document emphasizes that monitoring is meant not only to assess the progress, but also to identify gaps and support continuous improvement. The formal reporting points are a midterm report in 2029 and a final report in 2032. This strategy positions health security as a broader systems issue involving governance, disaster risk reduction, logistics, surveillance, workforce readiness, mental health support, early recovery, and regional cooperation. It also considers health security as a shared regional public good, meaning countries' preparedness is interdependent and requires collective action. The document makes a strong case that the Americas face a high and rising burden of emergencies from natural hazards, epidemics, and other hazards. The region of the Americas is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world. 29% of all disasters recorded globally from 2021 to 2024 occurred in the Americas. And the extraordinary toll of COVID-19, noting that the region represented about 40% of the global deaths, despite only 13% of the world's population. This strategy would make a significant emphasis on regional and sub-regional solidarity and shared operational architecture. The strategy also clearly envisions sub-regional bodies such as CARICOM, SICA, the Andean Community, and Mercosur as part of the implementation of the ecosystem. The Executive Committee is invited to review the strategy and consider recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is now invited to review the information presented in this document under item 4.2 and provide any comments it deems pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex A will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. So I will now like to open the floor to the plenary for discussion on the document presented. I will give the floor to Colombia, to be followed by El Salvador. Colombia, please.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam President. Colombia welcomes the presentation of the strategy for strengthening health emergency and risk management for health and security 2026-2031 and would like to express its support for a regional approach based on prevention, reducing risk, preparedness, and coordinated responses when faced with many threats. The recent experience has shown that this health security needs resilient health systems, capacity sustained between emergencies, and an articulated action by the whole government and the entire society. In this regard, Colombia has been progressively beefing up its national capabilities for comprehensive management of risk and health emergencies. The country has consolidated intersectoral coordination mechanisms, has strengthened epidemiological surveillance systems and laboratory systems, expanding epidemiological intelligence activities and early warning, and moving forward with emerging and re-emerging disasters, natural phenomena, and phenomena related to climate change. Likewise, we've strengthened the urgency and emergency regulatory centers, health emergency centers, rapid response systems, and territorial deployment in order to ensure timely response and the continuity of essential services. These efforts are supplemented by different investments in hospital public infrastructure and strengthening health service networks. Colombia coincides with the strategy on the need for moving forward towards a comprehensive risk management based on many threats, strengthening territorial capacities to ensure resilient supply chains, improve interoperability of information systems, and to consolidate the regional cooperation mechanisms. We acknowledge also the importance of including the One Health approach, strengthening community participation and promoting sustained investments in preparedness and response. Colombia supports the adoption of this strategy and reiterates its commitment towards the strengthening of regional health emergency and building more resilient, equitable systems in order to protect life and the well-being of our populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to El Salvador, followed by Peru.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. El Salvador acknowledges the presentation of the document, and at the same time, we would like to point out that natural phenomena are increasing in number. Currently, we have the Super Niño phenomenon, as is the name that has been given it, which invites us all to work as one nation, one continent, in order to counteract all these situations that will arise increasingly stronger and that essentially come hand in hand with problems with pathogens, and not only something exclusively related to natural phenomena. Therefore, it is high time to cooperate amongst nations, not only at a sub-regional level exclusively, but to work as one nation and one region, and to deal with the situations faced by each one of us with bilateral and multilateral cooperation in the best way possible. Likewise, we believe that the approach of this One Health strategy today more than ever ought to be further strengthened, and if possible, to have an emergency council made up by the members of the organization in order to have as a priority health emergencies and public health emergencies in the region as mandated by the IHR. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Peru, followed by Canada.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation welcomes the presentation of this proposed strategy for strengthening health emergency and risk management for health security 2026-2031, as well as the work done by the Secretariat in preparing this. So we acknowledge that the strategy is a timely response to the growing challenges faced by our region by including an integrated One Health approach that strengthens prevention and preparedness and response when faced with multiple threats, including epidemics, natural disasters, and other events with an impact on public health. For Peru, this issue is of special importance due to our recurrent exposure to phenomena such as El Niño, earthquakes, and epidemic outbreaks. The experience of the COVID-19 pandemic showed us the need for strengthening resilient systems with capacity to have a coordinated, sustained response when faced with complex threats. So we believe that this strategy will contribute significantly to the strengthening of national and subnational capabilities by promoting continuity of primary health care, decentralization of the response, strengthening of strategic reserves and supply chains, the inclusion of mental health in managing emergencies, and the strengthening of epidemiological surveillance, especially in border areas. My delegation expresses its support to the proposal submitted, and we don't have any additional observations to make to the text. Thus, we take note of the document, and we support the proposed resolution brought to the attention of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We are discussing the document and the resolution will be coming. And just a kind reminder to all, thanks so much for speaking slowly so that our good interpreters can follow along and give the proper translation. Thank you. I will now give the floor to Canada, followed by Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. As the region faces increasingly complex crises, Canada continues to recognize the critical role that PAHO and member states play in strengthening regional health security and responding to regional health challenges and emergencies. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this strategy, which builds on lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and other health emergencies and disasters in the region. Canada supports the overall direction of the resolution and its emphasis on integrated, multi-hazard approaches to health emergency and risk management and its alignment with international frameworks. Targeted refinements to the resolution were proposed to strengthen alignment with the International Health Regulations 2005, core capacities, enhance interoperability, and reflect lessons learned from the recent public health emergencies, and are pleased to see these reflected. As such, we support the strategy and resolution as is. As we move forward in these efforts, Canada underscores the importance of equity, evidence-informed decision-making, and strong regional coordination as essential components of resilient health security systems. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move to Guyana, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana strongly supports the strategy for strengthening health emergency and risk management for health security 2026-2031. The region's experience from COVID-19 to climate-driven disasters and recurrent arboviral surges has shown that preparedness cannot be episodic. The strategy's emphasis on multi-hazard planning, integrated surveillance, resilient supply chains, and sustained readiness aligns closely with the work underway in Guyana. Considering the same and based on several internal and external assessments so ably supported by PAHO WHO, we are strengthening our national emergency operations architecture through increasing national budgetary investments and ongoing projects through funding such as the Pandemic Fund, for which PAHO WHO Country Office will receive funding to execute a portion of the pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response activities alongside national counterparts. Additional investments will be made in expanding genomic and laboratory surveillance and investing in rapid response capacity at national and subnational levels. Guyana is also advancing One Health coordination, reinforcing primary care resilience to ensure continuity of essential services during crisis. We affirm our commitment to working with PAHO and the member states to build a safer, more prepared region where health security is treated as a shared public good, and we support the document as prepared. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will turn to Mexico, followed by Ecuador.
Hello. Thank you, Mrs.
Mexico welcomes the presentation of the strategy and expresses its support for this regional effort, and we agree in saying that we need an integrated, multi-sectoral approach that will cover the national as well as subnational levels and that will be kept active in the periods of between emergencies, not only during the response. In the three strategic lines of action, we believe that they're not only complementary, but I would like to concentrate on these specifically. In line 1, that deals with prevention and risk reduction, Mexico has made progress in the integration of analysis in its public health policies and in strengthening coordination mechanisms at an intersectoral level. Also, we participated actively in the working group on health security for the World Cup 2026, which is a concrete example of coordinated action for major events within the framework of this strategy. In line of action 2, we underscore the need for having sustained efforts in emergency operations centers, rapid response teams, and supply chains, as well as to integrate the mental health and psychosocial support in preparedness plans. The continuity of essential and core services during emergencies is an objective that needs anticipated planning. It does need the capacity to reinforce aspects where we still have opportunities to improve in the region. On line 3, we value the emphasis on regional and sub-regional mechanisms as coordination, including the interoperability of surveillance systems and information, as well as the possibility of establishing strategic reserves and logistic shared centers. We believe that these mechanisms ought to be built with a basis of respect for priorities and capacities of each member state, but with the sustained technical support by the office, by PAHO's office. We urge to the follow-up of the strategy to be done in a transparent way and with key indicators and clear indicators so that all gaps will be visible for all member states. And this will enable us to guide the decision-making and the allocation of resources. Last but not least, the progressive harmonization of legal and institutional operational national frameworks is a priority that needs sustained support, particularly in those countries with greater capacity gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to Ecuador, followed by Haiti. Yeah, just a reminder, when you have first called, just, yeah, you just need to press once, and then I will give you the floor, and then you, just a reminder, you don't, member states don't need to press again. Over to you, Ecuador, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We believe that these are the essential questions as follows. We believe that an essential question is where can this major strategy lead us all? Madam President, let me start by commending the work done by the Pan American Health Organization and the presentation that was made today on the strategy and the work that has been done. And I underscore that for the Republic of Ecuador, it is an honor to be here and to fully support this strategy in order to strengthen risk management and health emergencies. But there's something else that is relevant to my mind. After what has been discussed by the Republic of El Salvador, it is very important when we talk about an emergency council to link this to coordinated work that would have to do with being known by all and for all the governance of risk. And when we talk about risk governance, we're talking about the political structure, processes, and responsibilities that each one within its own experience carries out in order to identify, assess, manage, and also supervise those risks. So on these specific points, such as self-assessment reports, preparedness dashboards, these assessments that are mentioned, the monitoring, and the gaps that will be identified, we believe that that major work done by the Pan American Health Organization could be bringing together how we make progress in something that is essential in this risk management. Let me conclude by saying that Ecuador expresses its full support for the approval of this strategy and reiterates its commitment towards the establishment of resilient health systems in this integrated risk management and preparedness when faced with multi-hazard situations, believing, as we always do, that it is through multilateralism on health issues that we will be having a culture of a strength and integration, understanding that health approaches everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now turn the floor to Haiti, followed by Brazil.
Merci, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Haiti would like to thank the Pan American Sanitary Bureau for this important strategy for strengthening health emergency and risk management for health security 2026-2031. Our country is directly familiarized with the impact of these crises of health and their security, how it is impacted on the health security in health services. This reminds us that urgent preparedness cannot be separated from the global strengthening of health systems. Haiti supports the strategy proposed, particularly strengthening national capacities, improving surveillance, the approach of One Health, multi-sectoral coordination, and regional cooperation. We would like to stress that sustainable health security must be based on sound measures, prepared human resources, resilient supply chains, and information systems that are capable of giving reliable data in real time. For countries in situations of fragility, the financial support ought to allow us to respond to these emergencies, but also to build national sustainable capacities. Haiti supports the adoption of this strategy and reaffirms its commitment to continue working with PAHO and member states in order to have a more resilient, more solidary, better prepared region when faced with the current and future health hazards and risks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Haiti.
Now give the floor to Brazil, followed by the United States of America.
Obrigada, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Brazil would like to welcome the presentation of the strategy for strengthening health, emergency and risk management for health and security, and acknowledges its relevance for the strengthening of the capacities of member states in prevention, detection, and response to public health emergencies. The proposal brings up alignment with the IHR 2025, the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas, as well as other international instruments concentrated on strengthening health and security. We stress in particular the appraisal of risk management, operational preparedness, regional cooperation, and decision-making based on evidence as core elements in order to face growing challenges in the region. Brazil believes that it is especially relevant to acknowledge the greatest complexity of public health emergencies, including biological hazards and natural disasters, climate events, extreme climate events, and risk related to the interface between human and animals in the environment. Thus, the inclusion of One Health approach strengthens the national capacity to respond in a comprehensive way to these health hazards. We stress the importance of resilience of health systems in risk management and response to emergencies. In this regard, the Plan of Action on Health, the Belén Plan that was launched at the COP30, invites countries to develop adaptation plans of health systems on climate change. On the other hand, we believe that it is important to give more highlight to epidemics. This is based on events, changing signs and signals, verification of rumors, and rapid evaluation of risks. These are more essential tools for early detection of hazards and for a timely reaction to response in public health. Likewise, we understand that the strategy ought to strengthen equal access with medical measures and health technologies during emergencies, as well as to strengthen communication mechanisms and timely sharing of information between countries, most especially on border areas. Brazil supports the adoption of this strategy, and it makes available our country in order to contribute to its improvement and implementation with a view to strengthening health, emergency, and regional cooperation in the Americas. Let me share with you a comment on the proposed resolution. Is this the time to do it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move to the resolution shortly. We'll just discuss the strategy. Thank you. Obrigada, Brazil. I will now turn the floor to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, colleagues. The United States thanks PAHO and member states for their continued efforts in strengthening capacities for health emergencies and risk management for health security. Past and ongoing outbreaks in the region and beyond reinforce the need for sustainable investment in integrated, multi-hazard health emergency and disaster risk management systems. All countries in the Americas are responsible for the health of their people and should extend all efforts to make and keep them healthy. We would like to reiterate the importance of thorough member state engagement in the development of new and updated PAHO strategies. Effective member states' consultation is critical, as these regional strategies must benefit from the technical insight and expertise from PAHO member states. This strategy provides a step in the right direction for strengthening regional health security and providing guidance on country expectations and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other comments, so thank you all very much for the discussion, and I would like to yield the floor now to Dr. Ugarte to respond. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to thank all member states for their excellent comments, and I would like to highlight some points that were raised. One of these has to do with the fact that the region is stronger when we work together. And this is something we can see in how the preparations took place for the World Cup, as was said by Mexico, the work that was done with the US and Canada. We already won the World Cup on health. And that consolidation and the work that is done with all the other member states, I believe, is essential, based on confidence and trust, but also, as has been stated by other member states, evidence-based. And in this regard, I do wish to stress that pathogens or natural phenomena know no borders. But epidemics and disasters do recognize borders. For a pathogen to reach a country and to cause epidemics is because the country is not ready with the right information at the right time. And that is given with health surveillance and epidemic intelligence. All our countries receive every single day information on what is going on in the region and in the world. But based on the information that our member states contribute through their information systems. The mere fact of knowing that there's a pathogen and there's a risk somewhere, and the risk assessment that is carried out by the Secretariat with member states is extremely helpful in the measures in order to avoid for that pathogen when it comes into the country to turn into an epidemic or a pandemic. It is extremely important. This means pathogens know no borders, epidemics and disasters do. And in fact, we have the El Niño phenomenon. That is true. And perhaps it will be the strongest in history in the last few decades. And we have to be ready, we have to be prepared, both in the reduction of rainfall, but also the increase of rain and the disruptions in the hurricane season that will be even stronger on the Pacific than in the Caribbean. Even with that, we have many other challenges that we're currently facing, including Ebola epidemics, the measles emergency, and many others. In each one of these elements, we find the concept of multi-hazard and having to deal with a One Health approach. Health, as we know, is a result of all the other sectors, including health. And that the multi-sectoral work and the decision-making process at a highest level calls for active, strong participation of the health sector, but also other government entities, and the strategy points to that. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Director, would you like to make any comments?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I want to thank all member states for their very important contributions, very constructive comments, and their participation in the process to have this strategy being presented today. So this strategy is really a product of a very productive conversation between the Secretariat and our member states. I just want to highlight two things that I really believe that this strategy will allow us to provide the better technical cooperation to our member states to strengthen their national capacity, including laboratory capacity, genomic capacity, surveillance capacity, so they will be able to not only to prevent, they will be more ready for early detection and for safety response when they have a public health emergency. The second topic is that it's very important also to strengthen the regional coordination. As Ciro mentioned, but it's important to highlight again that this system, this regional system, detected more than 2 million signals last year, and it provided support for more than 130 public health emergencies, from the cholera outbreak in Haiti to the outbreaks of yellow fever in Colombia and other countries, to outbreaks of measles in several countries in the region, weather-related extreme events like Hurricane Melissa at the end of last year, and also countries that are facing humanitarian crises that need to receive support in order to face the most basic needs that they have and to allow them to respond to outbreaks and other public health threats. So this strategy will also reinforce this commitment that we have together, work together on this region to protect the region, to provide all the information that each member needs to receive to be better prepared to face a global problem or a regional problem or a national problem, and at the same time to allow a better coordination on the response. So I really think that this strategy will strengthen our capacity, and I think that with your comments and suggestions, that we will have a very good document to be presented to our directing council. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I invite now the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Proposed resolution, strategy for strengthening health emergency and risk management for health security, 2026-2031. The 178th session of the Executive Committee, having reviewed the strategy for strengthening health emergency and risk management for health security, 2026-2031, resolves to recommend that the 63rd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms: Strategy for Strengthening Health Emergency and Risk Management for Health Security 2026-2031. The 63rd Directing Council, having reviewed the Strategy for Strengthening Health Emergency and Risk Management for Health Security 2026-2031, recognizing that the region of the Americas is highly exposed to health consequences of natural and human-induced disasters and to epidemics and pandemics, including those associated with increased global mobility and travel, and that health emergencies have revealed persistent deficiencies in preparedness, readiness, coordination, logistics, and supply chains, including disproportionate impacts on vulnerable population groups. Considering that strengthening health emergency and risk management is a responsibility of the Pan American Health Organization, aligned with the international health regulations, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030 and the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018-2030, and that member states have called for an integrated, multi-hazard and regionally coordinated approach that includes national and subnational levels to advance health security. Resolves to approve the Strategy for Strengthening Health Emergency and Risk Management for Health Security 2026-2031. To urge all member states, considering their contexts, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to promote the implementation of the strategic lines of action contained in the strategy through multi-sectoral and intersectoral collaboration, including through approaches that recognize whole-of-government contribution and the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health to address shared risks and vulnerabilities and strengthen regional health security as a shared public good, including through effective risk communication and community engagement strategies. Strengthen national and subnational capacities for comprehensive health emergency and risk management through integrated, multi-hazard approaches that encompass prevention, preparedness, response, and early recovery, including capacities at points of entries in alignment with the international health regulations. Build and sustain preparedness and operational readiness capacities, including preparedness and emergency planning, emergency operations centers, trained rapid response and medical teams, resilient supply chains and logistics systems, supporting timely, evidence-informed and risk-based decision-making, even in contexts of incomplete or evolving data, and ensuring continuity of essential health services, including preventive and primary care services, and integration of mental health services and psychosocial support during emergencies. Establish and reinforce regional and sub-regional mechanisms for coordinated health emergency management, including surveillance and laboratory networks, and interoperable systems for information and logistics management, including timely cross-border data sharing and integration of surveillance systems, for example, epidemiological laboratory and event-based surveillance. Collective actions and mutual support among countries and subregions. Increase and sustain public investments in health emergency and risk management capacities to support preparedness, readiness, and resilience of health systems and communities, including during periods between emergencies. To request the Director to provide technical cooperation to Member States to strengthen capacities that contribute to the implementation of the strategy and the achievement of its objectives. Report periodically to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of the strategy through a midterm review in 2029 and a final report in 2032. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I'll now yield the floor to plenary to begin discussions on the proposed resolution. Okay. I see no request for the floor, and therefore I like to declare the resolution adopted. Very good. I think it's time for a break. So I would like to say we'll break for 30 minutes. So if we can please reconvene at 11:10, please. Thanks so much.
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía porque estábamos muy lejos.
Creemos que la geografía no debe determinar quién vive y quién muere. Por eso, en un esfuerzo conjunto entre la OPS, el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Seguridad Pública de Panamá y la Fundación Barça, desarrollamos un proyecto pionero en Panamá y también en la región de las Américas. Habilitamos nuevas normativas en el país e instalamos infraestructuras de comunicación, acceso a Internet, para permitir el monitoreo del tráfico aéreo en zonas donde no había cobertura, fortaleciendo la seguridad operacional de un ecosistema logístico que hoy utiliza drones de carga de larga distancia. Al transportar medicamentos, muestras biológicas y insumos médicos, transformamos los trayectos de horas e incluso días en 30 o 40 minutos.
Ya sabemos que ya no estamos olvidados detrás de la montaña, porque ya la medicina puede llegar más rápido y eso significa que nuestros niños y adultos mayores pueden tener una mejor oportunidad.
Que es escalable y es replicable, y es algo que justamente podemos hacer en cualquier otro lugar del mundo.
Detrás de cada vida protegida hay una historia de cuidado y buenas decisiones tomadas a tiempo. En las Américas, décadas de esfuerzo y colaboración han protegido la salud de generaciones enteras. Gracias a las vacunas, logramos lo que parecía imposible: eliminar la polio, prevenir más de 6 millones de muertes por sarampión en los últimos 20 años y salvar innumerables vidas.
El sarampión es una enfermedad causada por un virus.
Sin embargo, hoy enfrentamos desafíos que creíamos superados.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud emitió una nueva alerta epidemiológica.
El sarampión ha regresado.
Vas a sentir frío, ¿ya? Listo.
Cuando las coberturas bajan, las enfermedades prevenibles por vacunación vuelven. Las vacunas son una de las intervenciones más costoefectivas para proteger nuestra salud y la de nuestras familias. En 2026 celebremos la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas,
A que se vacunen.
reconocida como bien público regional que renueva nuestro compromiso. Fortalecer la inmunización y evitar retrocesos que afectan el desarrollo de nuestros países. A los profesionales de la salud, gracias por dejar todo para cuidar de nuestras vidas. La historia ya nos mostró que juntos podemos. Tu decisión marca la diferencia. Inmunización para todos.
Pues yo había tiempos que sí salía, sí, a las veredas, hacia el pueblo. Pero ya cuando caí con la crisis bastante grave, ya me daba era por encerrarme así en la casa, no salía.
Today, more than 160 million people in the Americas are living with a mental health condition. Yet too many of these conditions go unaddressed, causing serious health, social, and economic consequences for individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of the health sector alone. But this approach falls short, leaving most people without quality care. The Pan American Health Organization has been leading efforts to catapult mental health from an often neglected health issue to a central item on national and regional political agendas.
When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020, PAHO quickly recognized the growing mental health crisis in countries across the Americas. So in 2022, we established the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, which was the region's first expert group of its kind, tasked with guiding the organization and its member states on improving mental health policies and services during this period and beyond. The Commission created a concrete framework for countries to transform their mental health systems by integrating mental health into all policies.
The report also inspired the development of the Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the region of the Americas, which was approved by PAHO member states at the 60th Directing Council in 2023. However, to achieve this goal, the conversation needed to reach beyond ministries of health, to engage high-level political leaders in the region. In close collaboration with PAHO, the Organization of American States began incorporating mental health into its mandate, starting with the adoption of the resolution named Promotion and Protection of Human Rights at the 54th OAS General Assembly, which notably included a section dedicated to human rights and mental health. The following year, the 55th OAS General Assembly marked a historic moment for mental health, featuring a high-level side event and the adoption of the resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas. This resolution urges member states to increase public and private investment in community-based mental health care, prevention, and recovery. It also established Inter-American Mental Health Week, first celebrated the week of October 6th, 2025.
What we achieved in 2025 was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate organizational effort to bring health into the highest levels of political commitment and decision-making. As one PAHO, we advanced the regional mental health agenda by building strategic alliances and ensuring its visibility at the OAS and the UN General Assembly.
Looking ahead, PAHO is supporting the OAS and its member states in implementing the resolution, including forming an Inter-American Working Group. But we cannot stop here. There is no health without mental health, and no mental health without sustained political and diplomatic support. Our next step is to build on this momentum, continuing and accelerating collective efforts for mental health across the region. The Americas have shown what's possible when we unite. Now is the moment to go further together.
Ser enlace es ser una alianza entre el Estado y la comunidad. Entonces eso implica de que nosotros como enlace seamos un puente, ¿no? Un canal para que los servicios lleguen con efectividad a nuestra comunidad.
La salud intercultural es una atención centrada en la persona, pero basada en su cultura, sus costumbres, sus tradiciones, de tal manera que el proceso de abordaje de salud-enfermedad no implique una resistencia o un rechazo.
Mi nombre es Elías Noico Sánchez, soy enlace del pueblo Cacataibo, soy de la comunidad nativa Puerto Azul de la etnia Cacataibo.
Mi nombre es Lidia Reina Awanari, yo soy de la comunidad Buen Perú, Río Galvez. Yo soy etnia Matzés. Y nosotros hacemos comunicación, hacemos reunión, que personal de salud está viniendo para atender de obstetricia, enfermera, odontólogo.
Los enlaces indígenas tienen una fortaleza que dominan la lengua indígena originaria, que tienen el conocimiento del territorio y que han validado su representación con las organizaciones indígenas de la zona. Esto nos permite llegar con un equipo de salud acompañado del enlace indígena, con un mensaje asertivo, que se habla en la lengua originaria, que nos permite explicarle detalladamente a la población qué intervenciones vamos a desarrollar.
Las brigadas están conformadas por el médico, por la obstetra, por un enfermero licenciado o licenciada en este caso. También está conformado por un nutricionista, psicología, odontología, farmacia. Las actividades realizan lo que es medicina integral por el médico. También pasan por lo que es planificación, control de materno, control de cáncer de cuello uterino, de mamas, ¿no? Inmunización de vacunas.
Una rayita negativo, ya usted no tiene VIH, ya está sano.
Yo me siento fortalecido y Me siento privilegiado, ¿no? Porque estoy llegando en lugares muy lejanos que están donde están mis hermanos para que el primer servicio de salud llegue en primera instancia a mi comunidad. Ese es mi orgullo y mi privilegio de sentirme que soy parte del enlace.
La aplicación de los diálogos interculturales ha ido demandándose cada vez más. Países como Perú presentan avances muy significativos, donde vemos de forma muy visible cómo cuando se implementan esos diálogos interculturales se mejora el acceso de la población a los servicios de salud y tienen iniciativas muy interesantes. Por ejemplo, el tema de los enlaces indígenas es una figura que viene trabajando, es un conector entre la medicina ancestral, entre la comunidad y la medicina occidental, que a su vez se capacita de técnicas que vienen de la medicina occidental, donde OPS está dando un fuerte acompañamiento, pero a la vez son personas de confianza para las comunidades porque pertenecen a ellas y ahí se refleja de manera significativa su propia identidad, ¿no? Lo cual tiene implicaciones muy palpables para abordar el tema de salud y bienestar.
Es una herramienta muy valiosa para todas las intervenciones que nosotros desarrollamos en el Ministerio de Salud. Desde las intervenciones que hacemos con brigadas itinerantes, visitando comunidades alejadas, desde las intervenciones que hacemos con las estrategias para el tratamiento o el abordaje de la tuberculosis, para el abordaje del VIH, para el abordaje de enfermedades metaxénicas como el dengue, la malaria.
El panorama de lo que era antes ahora se ha cambiado bastante porque hay mayor confianza, mayor atención, mayor respaldo a los servicios de salud. Mi presencia como enlace en mi comunidad genera un cambio positivo en ver la salud como primordial para poder subsistir como ser humano, ¿no?
Testing, English channel testing, English channel testing, English channel testing. Can you hear me? English channel testing. Can you hear me? English channel testing.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, English channel, is that good?
En Haïti, la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dure depuis plusieurs années. Face à une situation sans précédent, des dizaines de milliers de familles ont été contraintes de fuir leur quartier. Fortement touchées par l'insécurité, elles trouvent refuge dans des sites de déplacement improvisés ou au sein de communautés qui les accueillent dans des zones plus sûres. Aujourd'hui, les départements de l'Ouest, du Centre et de l'Artibonite accueillent la majorité des 1,4 million de personnes déplacées internes du pays. Parmi elles, de nombreux enfants et femmes enceintes, dont l'accès aux services sociaux et de santé de base, y compris la vaccination, est fortement limité. Pour protéger ces populations contre les maladies évitables par la vaccination, la direction du programme élargi de vaccination du ministère de la Santé publique et de la Population a mené une campagne de vaccination ciblée, avec l'appui de l'OPS, OMS et de Gavi.
C'est pas bien ma de vivre avec tout le monde. Pour santé là, on vient ensemble pour toilette cap. Bah mon drill fièvre et puis on a dormi plus souple, il y a des parfois de l'eau sale sans toi. Santé a pas tellement OK. Depuis mon yo venu faire annonce là, yo venu passer annonce là et puis une fois on a mal d'aller. Donc ça fait un paquet. Changement dans la vie, on les porte pour le paguer. Fièvre, le paguer diarrhée pour s'y demander, pour pas prendre tétanos et puis bon pour santé.
Pendant une semaine, 736 équipes mobiles ont sillonné les communautés hautes et les sites de déplacés des 3 départements ciblés pour vacciner les enfants de 0 à 5 ans et les femmes enceintes contre des maladies telles que la rougeole, la diphtérie, la poliomyélite et le tétanos. Grâce à une forte mobilisation communautaire, Cette campagne a permis de vacciner 4 879 enfants zéro dose, 4 207 enfants sous-vaccinés, 11 163 enfants contre la rougeole, 3 845 contre la poliomyélite, 6 836 contre la diphtérie et 2 627 femmes enceintes contre le tétanos. En parallèle, les équipes ont mené une recherche active au niveau communautaire afin d'identifier d'éventuels cas suspects de paralysie flasque aiguë, de rougeole ou d'autres maladies évitables par la vaccination. Chaque visite à domicile a également permis de sensibiliser les familles et de collecter des données essentielles pour renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique. Cette campagne a permis de renforcer la protection des populations déplacées internes, les plus exposées aux risques épidémiques, et contribuer à améliorer la détection précoce des maladies évitables par la vaccination.
Durante más de un siglo, la esquistosomiasis, también conocida como bilarcia, afectó a comunidades rurales de Puerto Rico. Hoy, gracias a décadas de investigación científica, vigilancia sostenida y colaboración internacional, la isla está cerca de alcanzar un hito histórico: demostrar la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esquistosomiasis ha sido una enfermedad endémica, o fue, por muchos años.
Hello,
El
we are
primer
going to check now
reporte
the
en 1903. Y los números de casos ha ido bajando paulatinamente.
Voy a hablar en
Hasta el
español. ¿Puedo
punto que
escuchar en inglés, por favor?
El último caso reportado fue en el 2005.
Y acá estamos más una vez en Puerto Rico haciendo este trabajo.
No, I want to, if they can, I have the in English here. Estoy hablando en español. A ver si hablo, me pueden interpretar en inglés.
La certificación de la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esa coordinación entre la OPS, el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico,
No escucho,
Recursos Naturales y la Universidad de Nuevo México es
Vení,
la
Donny.
base del esfuerzo actual.
And I have a long-standing interest in
Testing, English channel testing, English channel testing, English, yeah, English channel testing. Can you hear the English channel? Wonderful.
to do is
Ahora-
try to determine if in fact now transmission is
Porque I know,
impossible on
Gabby,
the
you
island
test, but I want to test
because
speaking
of
me.
the
Okay,
lack of the vector
okay.
cell
Now we are going to go to
Yo creo que
español.
es importante definir
Sí,
qué
sí,
enfermedades
y usted me
están
escucha, Ronnie,
circulando y cuáles no están
ok,
circulando
perfecto. Ahora el francés.
en un
French.
lugar, en este caso Puerto
Bonjour.
Rico, para definir las estrategias de salud pública dirigidas
Buenas, para
a
si
la
me
erradicación
me traducen lo
de
que
las
estoy diciendo al
enfermedades que
francés, por
tengamos
favor.
circulando y eliminar de la lista
J'écoute
las
pas le
enfermedades
français.
que ya no tengamos circulando por el trabajo que se ha hecho en el camino.
So we are currently engaged in a survey operation to visit
The
as
French,
many
Gavin?
freshwater habitats in
Merci
the
beaucoup.
island that we
Merci.
can,
Maintenant
including several
de
that
portugués.
were known to be locations where this
Merci,
vector snail
merci.
occurred.
We go into the field, we
Ahora
sample
vamos a
different
probar el
habitat,
el
but we would take
portugués.
the
Yo voy a hablar en
snails
español.
and we would look at them to determine if they are infected
Ok,
with
está
those
hablando.
parasites.
¿Me escucha la cabina portugués? Ok, ok, gracias, muchas gracias, obrigado. Muy bien,
Hemos recibido una capacitación
gracias a todos.
de cómo hacer el trabajo, de cómo podemos identificar caracoles.
El proyecto no solo investiga, forma nuevos expertos puertorriqueños capaces de continuar el monitoreo.
Pues mira, una excelente experiencia. Yo y mi equipo hemos aprendido bastante de los doctores, nos han explicado acerca de los tipos de caracoles, las enfermedades que transmiten estos caracoles y nos muestra la importancia que estar pendiente todo el tiempo a verificar si la población vuelve para estar preparado. Nos ayuda a estar preparado aquí en Puerto Rico porque hace años que no se combate.
El expertise en las islas ya no existe y entonces nuestro trabajo es poner en contacto los expertos con las autoridades de salud.
Este esfuerzo busca cerrar un capítulo que comenzó hace más de 100 años.
Y entonces creo que ha sido un gran logro para evidenciar realmente si se ha sido eliminada o no ha sido eliminada. Por eso considero que es un gran paso de salud pública en esta era.
We are optimistic that we will achieve a final interesting, good result with respect to the declaration of elimination of transmission. It's exciting to be here. It's an exciting thing to be proud of being able to do this. I want to tell my grandkids about it.
Ciencia, historia y colaboración internacional se unen en un mismo propósito: proteger la salud del pueblo puertorriqueño y demostrar la eliminación de la esquistosomiasis. Un logro que marcará a las generaciones futuras.
Estar en un entorno penitenciario aumenta hasta 100 veces el riesgo de contraer tuberculosis. Por eso, el control de la tuberculosis en las prisiones tiene un impacto directo en la salud de toda la comunidad. Diagnosticar, tratar, curar la tuberculosis en estos espacios contribuye a reducir la enfermedad a nivel nacional. Para ello, se realiza una radiografía de tórax, cuya imagen es analizada con programas de inteligencia artificial que permiten identificar si hay lesiones compatibles o no con la enfermedad. A las personas que presentan lesiones se le toma una muestra de catarro que se procesa mediante biología molecular para confirmar el diagnóstico. A esta búsqueda activa se suma el tamizaje VIH, sífilis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, y además se aplican los esquemas de vacunación para adultos recomendados por el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones.
Este trabajo acá es desde la detección del paciente con tuberculosis hasta lograr el éxito. Actualmente tenemos 86 pacientes en tratamiento, de los cuales en el año se lograron realizar 1.100 pruebas aproximadamente.
Entonces las muestras, generalmente el proceso nominal tarda 120 minutos. Entonces una vez que el equipo da el resultado, eso se carga en el sistema experto de tuberculosis.
Una de las enfermedades más frecuentes con esta encierro es la tuberculosis. Entonces esa articulación hace que podamos llegar más oportunamente a los casos, a los enfermos que reciban el tratamiento, el seguimiento, ¿verdad? Un enfoque biopsicosocial y de derechos humanos.
En las Américas, 1 de cada 3 niños y adolescentes vive con sobrepeso u obesidad, y 4 de cada 5 niños es físicamente inactivo. Los entornos poco saludables y la falta de actividad física afectan la salud, el bienestar y el aprendizaje de la niñez, así como el desarrollo socioeconómico de los países.
La educación y la salud deben de trabajar de forma integrada para transformar realidades. Ante esta realidad, con el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Educación y de Salud de las Américas, la OEA y la OPS lanzaron el Programa Hemisférico sobre Políticas de Alimentación Saludable y Actividad Física en Entornos Escolares.
Las escuelas son espacios clave para promover estilos de vida saludables desde la infancia. Este programa facilita el intercambio de herramientas, experiencias y aprendizajes entre los sectores de educación, salud y deporte de los países.
En 2023, programas de 3 países fueron seleccionados entre 11 postulaciones para recibir asistencia técnica focalizada. En Bahamas se está trabajando para que los estudiantes puedan acceder a productos saludables en sus escuelas y sus alrededores. En Belice se han instalado bebederos en las escuelas para promover el consumo de agua acompañado de campañas dirigidas a los estudiantes. En Colombia están fomentando la actividad física con programas inclusivos y recreativos dentro y fuera del aula.
Cuando los estudiantes se alimentan de manera saludable, se mueven más, mejora su atención y su participación en clase.
Me gusta que todos participemos y ninguno quede afuera.
Estamos generando evidencia y recomendaciones aplicables a nivel regional.
Los entornos escolares saludables son un derecho y una realidad alcanzable, por lo que apoyamos el fortalecimiento de políticas públicas que beneficien a todos los estudiantes de las Américas.
Programa Hemisférico de la OEA y la OPS, una primera línea de acción en la lucha contra las enfermedades no transmisibles en las Américas.
standards are not sufficient. We have to enforce them. We have to be sure that we are actually using the standards. The Pan American Health Organization employed a system of check consultants for the confirmation that we were using adequate standards.
Soon after the official launch of a major project in the Caribbean that looked at retrofitting over 50 health facilities, we felt that it was an important initiative, important enough for us to look at its adaptation in many other sectors in the British Virgin Islands. We focused on retrofitting and improving the facilities at our referral hospital, and a number of smart initiatives were applied, and that hospital became one of the first outfitted and officially designated smart hospitals in the Caribbean.
Maintenance is synonymous with sustainability. We cannot have anything sustain any structure, any hospital to operate over time without proper and effective maintenance, both preventive maintenance as well as breakdown maintenance. Effective and proper maintenance is essential for a hospital to function before any event, during and after.
And I mean, this is frontier work that the Caribbean is leading. The region started with a hospital safety index, made this index more relevant to the future that we face. And now we know it's been picked up by WHO globally, it's being used in other parts of the world. And this is what I'm most excited about.
In public health centers across Trinidad and Tobago, essential vaccines are provided to all adults and children free of charge under the Ministry of Health's expanded program on immunization. For the public, the process is straightforward and seamless. But behind the scenes, maintaining the safety of vaccines that require cold temperatures of between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius is an important part of the process that requires careful coordination.
The security would have to notify their manager, and their manager would notify the area administrator, and they would get in contact with the nurse in charge of the institution so that the vaccines can be moved from the health center to the county medical office of health so that they can store it.
In 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's public health system experienced a technological breakthrough in vaccine storage when the Ministry of Health received the first of 62 solar-powered vaccine refrigerators from PAHO WHO.
What we do is support the countries to procure not only all the vaccines that actually are given here to the population, also procuring some
time because we weren't sure what to expect when this solar powered fridge arrived. So now we were able to keep our vaccines with or without power at the institution without having to move it.
For the past year, at least 3 occasions I've had power outages for 8 hours, but I didn't have to move a vaccine.
I had confidence in this fridge because I knew it was reliable and it uses renewable energy.
Every step along the way, vaccines remain safe and available for every child, every family, every time. PAHO WHO, powering health in Trinidad and Tobago.
Ya felizmente hemos avanzado con las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma en los 12 municipios seleccionados en El Salvador. Y esto ha sido posible gracias a ese compromiso que ha mostrado el Ministerio de Salud con sus equipos evaluadores, integrados por médicos, enfermeras y promotores. También agradecer a Canadá porque ha sido la fuente fundamental de financiamiento para este proyecto. El acompañamiento de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, dígase el equipo local en El Salvador como el equipo regional y también nuestros asesores de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Esto no hubiese sido posible si no se hubiese demostrado ese compromiso de la comunidad con sus problemas de salud, con sus niños, con sus adultos, con su familia en general, porque es imposible resolver un problema de salud sin la participación activa de la comunidad.
Este tipo de proyectos tiene varios impactos en estas comunidades de difícil acceso. Primero, tiene un impacto directamente en la comunidad. Por ejemplo, en el caso del proyecto de tracoma, podemos llegar a las poblaciones de una forma preventiva, especialmente en los niños. Se puede ver si podrían desarrollar la enfermedad en el futuro. Segundo, tiene un impacto netamente institucional. Este es un trabajo integrado en el cual se ve la rectoría y el liderazgo del Ministerio de Salud a través de sus diferentes entidades a nivel nacional, regional y local en las unidades primarias de salud. Esto queda como una experiencia y un impacto hacia futuro porque demuestra que el país está preparado para poder seguir el proceso de la eliminación de las enfermedades desatendidas, especialmente en las poblaciones de más difícil acceso.
Nosotros hemos podido integrar, hemos podido compartir nuestros conocimientos, apoyarnos los unos a los otros y asimismo pues poder llegar a la familia, llegar a las viviendas y que ellos puedan ver también en nosotros ese espíritu de empatía, ¿verdad? Que ellos vean que vamos por la prevención de la salud de ellos.
Ha sido una experiencia muy bonita, primeramente porque hemos conocido muchos lugares del país y pues también acercándonos a comunidades, dando atenciones no solamente con lo del proyecto de tracoma, sino también actividades preventivas como vacunación, controles, actividades antivectoriales.
A la edad que tengo nunca me había hecho un examen hasta hoy y me parece importante pues porque yo salgo de duda que yo pueda tener algo en mi vista, igual que mis niñas, que no vayan a tener algo que me preocupe a mí.
Muchas familias no tienen la oportunidad de ir donde nos dan esas consultas. Tal vez algunos sí tienen la oportunidad de ir así una vez al año, pero muchas familias no tienen esa oportunidad, más en estas zonas rurales acá. Y es muy bueno que vengan diferentes programas así porque con tantas enfermedades es bueno que nos vayamos chequeando desde pequeñito y periódicamente.
A estas comunidades de difícil acceso, no cualquier organización se acerca, ¿verdad? Entonces les agradecemos muchísimo en nombre de todo el cantón del Siriguá.
Descobri, deu aquele desespero, porque assim, meu sonho sempre foi ser mãe. E eu falei, pronto, acabou, meu chão abriu e eu não vou ter mais condição de ser mãe. E depois, com as informações vindo ao SAI, eu vi que não era assim, que na hora do desespero, na hora que você pega aquele exame e dá positivo, eu falo assim, acabou meu mundo. Mas realmente não acabou, só a história agora vai começar de verdade.
O caminho para eliminar a transmissão vertical do HIV no Brasil foi construído por pessoas, por profissionais, gestantes, gestores, pesquisadores, comunidades e famílias que acreditam que cada vida merece nascer com todas as possibilidades pela frente.
Toda gestante, quando ela chega na consulta de pré-natal, ela passa pela consulta e durante a consulta é realizado o teste rápido. Teste rápido realizado contra HIV, sífilis, hepatite B e hepatite C. E aí, durante a realização, se vier positivo para sífilis, por exemplo, a gente já começa a tratar, faz a notificação. HIV, a gente tem um segundo teste para confirmação diagnóstica e encaminhado para o tratamento no centro de referência.
Primeiro que o diagnóstico é feito
All right, welcome back. Hope you had a good moment to chat and stretch your legs. We will now move to item 4.3 on the Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027 to 2031. I would like to bring document CE 178/15 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Sylvain Aldigeri, Director of the Department of Communicable Diseases Prevention, Control, and Elimination of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to please present the item. Dr. Aldigeri, over to you. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I'm pleased to introduce the Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027-2031, presented for consideration by the Executive Committee. This new regional plan provides power member states with a practical framework to accelerate the prevention, containment, and mitigation of antimicrobial resistance in the Americas. While centered on the human health sector, it recognizes that antimicrobial resistance requires coordinated action through a One Health approach in alignment with national multisectorial plans and broader efforts across animal health, food system, and the environment. The plan is organized around 6 strategic lines of action. First, awareness, education, and behavioral change. Second, surveillance systems and laboratory networks. Third, infection prevention and control. 4, access to and appropriate use and safe disposal of antimicrobials, diagnostics, and vaccines. 5, research, innovation, and evidence for action. And 6, multi-sectorial governance, sustainable financing, and accountability. This plan represents an important step forward compared to ongoing plan, and it operationalizes the regional commitments of the 2024 United Nations General Assembly High-Level Meeting on Antimicrobial Resistance. It also includes a focus on genomic characterization mechanisms, seeking reducing the burden of sepsis and impacting on mortality related to antimicrobial resistance. The development process of this plan was consultative and iterative. The draft underwent an interprogrammatic review, helping ensuring coherence with related regional agendas, including One Health, immunization, sepsis, genomic surveillance, health security, access to medicines and diagnostics, and health system strengthening. The document was subsequently shared through virtual consultation between March and April 2026 with 24 power member states and territories. In addition to the comments made during virtual sessions, written contributions were received from the USA, Chile, and Mexico. The draft also benefited from inputs of partners as the Pan American Society of Infectology, the American Society of Microbiology, and other scientific medical bodies, and from other members of the Quadripartite Alliance, FAO, UNEP, and HOA. The Executive Committee is invited to review the document, provide comments, and consider recommending its adoption by the Directing Council. In practical terms, the resolution calls on member states to update, finance, implement, and monitor national antimicrobial resistance plan, supported by strong multi-sectorial coordination. In summary, the Plan of Action is both a continuation and an acceleration of regional efforts. It builds on the achievements and lessons of a previous Power Regional Plan, responds to the renewed global political momentum generated by the UN High-Level Meeting, and provides member states with a clear, measurable framework to strengthen national antimicrobial resistance responses over the next 5 years, using new genomic tools and seeking the reduction of mortality related to antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you have just kindly relayed, now the Executive Committee is indeed invited to review the information presented in this document and provide comments as deemed pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution will be presented in Annex A and will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. So I would now like to open the floor to plenary for discussion on the document presented, please. Thank you. I will start with Colombia, followed by Brazil. Colombia.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President.
Colombia agradece la
Colombia is
presentación del
grateful
plan
for
de
the
acción
presentation
y
of the plan of
reafirma su
action and
compromiso
also
con una
reaffirms its commitment
sola salud para enfrentar una de las amenazas más
to tackle one of the
importantes
most
para la
important threats
salud
for
pública
public
mundial.
health worldwide.
Colombia coincide con la necesidad de
agrees with the
fortalecer
need
las
to
acciones
bolster
intersectoriales de
intersectoral actions
gobernanza,
of governance,
vigilancia integrada,
surveillance, integrated
prevención de
surveillance, and
infecciones
prevention of
y buenas
infections,
prácticas de
and
producción.
good production practices, as well as the responsible and appropriate use of antimicrobials everywhere. In the different international scenario, we have been adamant that there are two fundamental challenges we must meet to ensure timely and equitable availability of antimicrobials and of quality for anyone who needs them, and at the same time through regulatory measures, education and surveillance, and responsible management to ensure that they be properly used. We stress the importance of strengthening diagnostic ability as a necessary precondition for accurate prescriptions that be evidence-based. Now, our country nationally is putting together a national policy and economic social document on antimicrobial resistance geared toward consolidating a state response with sustained funding, intersectoral articulation, and long-term goals. At the same time, we are strengthening surveillance strategies on resistance and the use of integrated antimicrobials and technical guidelines for proper prescription, preventive actions, and infection control activities, as well as awareness raising and education geared toward healthcare professionals and the citizens at large. We do think it's a key for us to strengthen regional research capability and development and production through technology and knowledge transfer mechanisms, strengthening technical wherewithal, and the promotion of scientific cooperation. These actions will contribute to bring down access gaps, bolster preparedness vis-à-vis future health challenges, and equitable health throughout the region. We support this plan of action and reiterate our willingness to continue contributing to a regional coordinated response that keeps up the effectiveness of antimicrobials as a global public good for current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will turn to Brazil, followed by Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil is thankful to PAHO for this work plan 2027-31 on antimicrobial resistance, because we are aware that this is one of the most serious public health threats in the world, affecting human, animal, and environmental health, the food systems, as well as sustainable development. This is a challenge that calls for coordinated responses with a public health focus. Brazil does deem it to be particularly important that this plan be aligned to the high-level UN political declaration on this subject matter, the global draft declaration on antimicrobial resistance at WHO, and the joint effort of Single Health, the 2022-2026 four-party approach for infection control and the reasonable use of antimicrobials and broadening access to diagnostics, vaccines, and other health technologies. We underscore the role of primary health care for health and the prevention of infections, as well as the promotion of the proper use of antimicrobials, as well as the importance of strengthening laboratory practices, genomics, and regional cooperation. The document identifies quite clearly that the indicators defined for monitoring progress and the implementation of the plan of action put together by PAHO are based in activities carried out by member states. Therefore,
However, it was impossible for us to identify the proposed mechanisms or time frame for the development and strengthening of actions at the national level based on technical cooperation with the Pan American Health Organization, Brazil, in keeping with the global guidelines, has put together its own surveillance program on antimicrobial resistance, 2026-2030, taking into account the single health approach. Now, this enjoys the participation of health ministries of agriculture, aquaculture, and fishing and the environment, controlling access and the proper and reasonable use of antimicrobials in human beings and animals, as well as safe disposal, along with other strategies of comprehensive health care. Madam President, we are pleased to recall that in March of this year, we hosted in Brazil the first regional meeting about antimicrobial resistance, which was an opportunity for representatives of 32 countries, many of whom are here with us today, and international organizations came together to talk about progress made and challenges that remain to implement national action plans. As a result of this process, Brazil has headed up regional discussions geared toward building a work plan to support the implementation of those commitments we have taken on, that is, the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have taken on. I take this opportunity to report to you that Brazil would like to replace Nigeria for the 2026 28 period for resistance. We support the plan of action on the resistance of antimicrobials at 2027-2031, and we would be very grateful to take into account those that our observations be taken into account to perfect the technical wherewithal of PAHO vis-a-vis member countries.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Guyana, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana welcomes and strongly supports the PAHO Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027-2031. This document provides a timely, coherent, and forward-looking framework for accelerating AMR action across the region. Its emphasis on One Health governance, strengthened surveillance, improved stewardship, and sustainable access to diagnostics and antimicrobials aligns closely with the priorities we are advancing at home. In recent years, Guyana has taken decisive and basic steps to institutionalize AMR action through a One Health approach. We finalized our National AMR Action Plan in 2024, and in 2026, this year, we completed our National AMR Guidelines for Healthcare Facilities. Both developed in close collaboration with PAHO WHO and, in some cases, with the World Bank. These instruments now guide our national response and directly reflect the strategic directions outlined in the Plan of Action. Guyana has already expanded infection prevention control programs, strengthened laboratory and genomic surveillance capacity, and integrated AMR into our national One Health architecture. We are investing in community engagement, primary case-based stewardship, and improved wash standards in health facilities, efforts that mirror the plan's call for prevention-first approaches and strengthen quality of care. These actions are complemented by our broader health system strengthening agenda, including digital transformation, enhanced regulatory oversight, and strengthened emergency preparedness. As we continue to build national capacity and deepen multi-sectoral coordination, Guyana reaffirms its full support for this plan of action. We stand ready to work with PAHO and fellow member states to reduce the burden of AMR, safeguard the effectiveness of life-saving medicines, and protect the health and well-being of future generations across our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll turn the floor to Canada, followed by El Salvador.
Thank you very much. Antimicrobial resistance is a growing global health threat that requires coordinated and collaborative actions across One Health sectors, between member states and in partnership with non-state actors and citizens. Recently, member states adopted the updated Global Plan of Action on AMR, which Canada saw as an important step in ensuring international momentum on this critical issue. In turn, we see this plan of action on AMR from PAHO as an excellent example of how we can work together to operationalize global commitments like the Global Action Plan at the regional level. Canada would like to thank PAHO for their effort in developing this document and ensuring it aligns with other international documents like the Global Action Plan, the UN General Assembly Political Declaration on AMR, and the Quadripartite One Health Joint Plan of Action. This alignment makes sure we are not duplicating efforts while also providing member states with clear and concrete actions to implement. The inclusion of indicators, baselines, and targets ensures there is a framework for monitoring implementation progress that outlines expectations of member states, lines of accountability, and reporting requirements. While we acknowledge that this plan is human health focused, we would appreciate if PAHO could further explore how this plan can be implemented in tandem with and provide support to international AMR initiatives being implemented in other One Health sectors. This will help ensure that PAHO's plan becomes part of the larger international One Health landscape for AMR, and that progress made under this plan is reflected in other international fora. Canada supports this plan and its accompanying resolution as presented by PAHO and looks forward to engaging with partners and PAHO on opportunities for continued regional collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to El Salvador, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Madam President. El Salvador reconoce el documento.
El Salvador recognizes this document and also identifies that antimicrobial resistance should be part of the development agenda of all countries. This in the future could be an indicator of economic growth, social growth, or development for the population, because basically we are running out of treatment options to deal with the different diseases we're acquainted with. One key pillar with this is education for the populations of Latin America. Major strides have been made in terms of regulating medicine, but we're still not there. It's easy to buy antibiotics with no prescription in most of our countries, and that increases the risk or the problem that we have with antimicrobial resistance. Also, it's time to strengthen our surveillance system and to interlink them so that we can respond together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to Mexico, followed by Haiti.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam President, Mexico appreciates this report and realizes that antimicrobial resistance is not a future threat, but a present crisis that costs us lives. And also, it affects treatments that we take for granted. It affects the emergency with which we respond to any health emergency, and we have responded by publishing a national strategy against antimicrobial resistance 2027, and by strengthening our lab-based surveillance. We look at phenotypic types of surveillance and also encourage participation in international projects for early detection of emerging resistance mechanisms, including priority pathogens in transmission, for example, of sexual infections. We see it's necessary to strengthen mechanisms that strengthen governance and interinstitutional coordination, strengthening prevention, controlling those infections that affect health, and also increase our surveillance in terms of the use of third-generation cephalosporins. It's important that there be surveillance through care protocols. Antimicrobial resistance cannot be contained in just one sector or with isolated action. An integrated approach is required under the approach of One Health to include plants, animals, humans, and all of this based on predictable financing. Only in that way can we protect the achievements that have been hard-won on the part of our countries and have taken decades. Thank you. Madam President, Haiti appreciates the Pan American Health Organization for preparing this report on antimicrobial resistance 2027-2031. Resistance to antimicrobials is currently one of the most important threats to the global public health, compromising the progress attained in terms of fighting infectious disease. Haiti supports the actions proposed, especially reinforcing surveillance, the responsible use of antimicrobials, also the One Health approach, and developing laboratory capacity. We would like to emphasize that the success of this strategy depends on strengthening health systems and equitable access to quality medicine, also to the control of infection in health facilities and the availability of reliable data. Haiti supports the adoption of this action plan and reaffirms its commitment to cooperate with the Pan American Health Organization and its members so as to strengthen our action in the future. Thank you.
Turn to Peru, followed by Ecuador.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam President. The Peruvian delegation appreciates the presentation of this plan of action on antimicrobial resistance 2027-2031 and recognizes the work put into its preparation. We emphasize our agreement with the 6 strategic guidelines that are proposed to contain resistance to antimicrobials in the Americas during the next 5-year period. We have contributed to formulating this plan of action through our technical teams. Antimicrobial resistance is a priority for Peru because of the high levels of resistance that have been observed with important microorganisms important for public health, like Mycobacterium tuberculosis, that is multi-drug resistant, and also Acinetobacter, that is resistant to carbapenems. Also, we have seen an increase in the resistance to community pathogens like pertussis, also the presence of fungi that are highly resistant. Now, in view of this challenge, the country has strengthened in a sustained fashion its surveillance of antimicrobial resistance, aligning itself to the standards of the Latin American surveillance network of antimicrobials, looking at the world surveillance system to look at resistance to antimicrobials, called GLASS. Also, we have had a national plan to deal with antimicrobial resistance following the One Health approach under the leadership of a permanent multisectoral coalition. We think that this regional plan will make a significant contribution to attaining our national objectives and to strengthening the regional response to this growing threat. Thank you. President, Ecuador expresses its appreciation for presenting this plan of action. Her microphone is off. Yes. President, the Republic of Ecuador appreciates the presentation of this plan of action on antimicrobial resistance 2027-2031, and it recognizes its strategic importance to strengthen the regional response to a threat that compromises the effectiveness of treatment, patient security, the quality of care, and also the sustainability of health systems. Ecuador expresses its support to the One Health approach that is set forth in the document. It makes it possible to coordinate human health, animal health, water, sanitation, amongst other factors. And this is essential so as to prevent, contain, and mitigate, especially in contexts where there are gaps in access, surveillance, regulation, and financing. The essential importance of this document is based on it not only being a matter of prevention, but coordinating what already exists. And also it lays out a clear approach to improve health. So it is a plan with a political bent Here, it is important that we look at interoperative surveillance, also infection control, and likewise, it calls on following up mechanisms being clear and useful for decision-making. Also, priority is given to including academia, professional associations, civil society, and communities in education, in raising mindfulness. So the Republic of Ecuador expresses its support to this action plan and reaffirms its commitment with a coordinated regional response that is evidence-based and shows solidarity. All of this to protect public health and reduce morbidity and mortality associated to this phenomenon and strengthen health security in the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States thanks PAHO for its leadership in developing the Regional Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance and for the consultation process that allowed the United States and other member states to provide valuable input on this important document. Addressing AMR remains a long-standing priority for the United States. We see important alignment between our domestic efforts and the priorities of this regional plan. We are therefore very pleased to see that the Plan of Action and its accompanying resolutions reflect a strong prevention-first approach to addressing AMR. We welcome the plan's recognition that AMR extends beyond human health to affect animal health, plant health, food systems, and the environment, and its commitment to addressing these interconnected challenges through a One Health lens. We appreciate the plan's emphasis on interoperable surveillance systems and strengthened regional laboratory networks, which are critical to collecting the data needed to drive evidence-informed policy and decision-making. The United States encourages all member states to move beyond the development of a national action plan toward full implementation, sustainable financing, and functional multi-sectoral coordination, areas where the region continues to face significant gaps. We look forward to continued collaboration with PAHO and our regional partners to make concrete, measurable progress on AMR over the 2027-2031 period and remain committed to supporting the region's efforts to reduce the burden of drug resistance infections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all for all comments made. I would like to now give the floor back to Dr. Aldigeri to respond, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Quisiera
I would like to emphasize some of the comments, some of the contributions that were made on the part of the 10 member countries that provided us with input. You definitely did highlight the two main objectives. Colombia did that, assuring access to antibiotics and also controlling the use of antibiotics. I would also like to respond to the delegation of Brazil in terms of developing a schedule of national activities supported by PAHO. We are definitely available to work on this idea, but it's something that is on the way because we use a triangulation amongst the countries. We work with our collaborating centers. I apologize for not answering your question in Portuguese. Now, several of you emphasized the importance of strengthening laboratory networks, including Mexico. You talked about genomic capacity in a context where there is worsening of sexual transmission infections. That is something of concern. Also, you talked about third generation cephalosporins. Now, I would like to respond to Haiti. I understood your idea of reinforcing health systems and also controlling infections in your health facilities. And then lastly, I'd like to link within One Health
aspect of One Health initiative, One Health approach, and with your recommendation to explore our better work with other initiatives. This is an ongoing work. You have to take into account that PAHO, through its Pan American Foot and Mouth Disease Center, Veterinary Public Health Center, based in Rio de Janeiro, is also linked to all ministries of agriculture of the region. So we have already a channel of communication and established for more than 60 years with ministries of agriculture. But also there are initiatives working together with sub-regional mechanisms like OIRSA, CaribVet, the Conference of the Chief Veterinary Officers of the Southern Cone, and the Comunidad Andina de Naciones, and with the Food and Agriculture Organization. And I'd like to thank also the USA regarding their comments regarding the strengthening of laboratory network and the process that we use for the consultations during the last month. Thanks a lot. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup. I'd like to now ask if the Director would like to make any comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Primero saludar y...
First of all, I wanted to welcome Haiti's Minister of Health. Also, I wanted to greet the Ambassador of Paraguay. Welcome to both of you. I appreciate your comments. I think it is important to recognize the comments of the countries. They all recognize the risk, the threat that is represented by antimicrobial resistance to the health of our countries. And all of the countries talked about concrete initiatives. There is no time to be lost. And concrete initiatives that are being put in place to strengthen surveillance capacity and to establish exactly what the burden is in terms of antimicrobial resistance vis-a-vis morbidity and mortality in the countries. Also, by looking at laboratory capacity. Now, Silvia Aldigueri emphasized this, and it was also said in several statements. Antimicrobial resistance is definitely an area where the concept of One Health has to be applied in the field. If we do not have cooperation, if we don't have exchange of information between agriculture sector, the health sector, the environmental sector, never will be able to provide an adequate response. We know that in many countries of the region, agricultural activities use something like 65 to 70% of all the antimicrobials. They're used for agriculture. So if we could engage those sectors, get them to participate in an integrated way in terms of surveillance and establishing guidelines, regulations, that would be key. There are good examples of what is being done in the countries, and I agree entirely that we're not talking about a future threat. This is an already present threat. And so it's important that we coordinate our response by strengthening things done in each country and also by providing leadership and supporting each of the countries based on the approval of this action plan. There are very concrete indicators where countries will be able to identify progress and the gaps where they can provide greater support to policy implementation so as to fight antimicrobial resistance. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I would like to now invite the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Señora Presidenta, proyecto de resolución.
Madam President, proposed resolution, Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027-2031. The 178th session of the Executive Committee, having reviewed the Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027-2031, resolves to recommend that the 63rd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027-2031. The 63rd Directing Council, having reviewed the Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027-2031, and recognizing that antimicrobial resistance is a major and growing threat to public health, patient safety, health system resilience, food systems, animal health, and sustainable development in the region of the Americas, with disproportionate effects on populations in situations of vulnerability, recalling the mandates and the commitments of the Pan American Health Organization and of other regional and global agencies related to antimicrobial resistance, including the policy on One Health, a comprehensive approach for addressing health threats at the human-animal-environment interface, and noting the need to accelerate implementation of evidence-informed measures that reduce the incidence of infections, the need to strengthen surveillance and laboratory capacity, and the need to promote access to appropriate, safe, effective, and quality-assured antimicrobials, diagnostics, and vaccines to promote appropriate use and stewardship and to reduce environmental contamination. Resolves to approve the Plan of Action on Antimicrobial Resistance 2027-2031, to urge all member states considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities to A, promote the implementation of the strategic lines of action contained in the Plan of Action, recognizing the whole of society contribution required to address antimicrobial resistance and the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. Update, adopt, finance, and implement national action plans on AMR in the human health sector, aligned with the Plan of Action and global commitments, while promoting an intersectoral and interdisciplinary One Health approach and strengthening functional multisectoral coordination mechanisms at the appropriate level of government, with meaningful participation of relevant ministries, regulatory authorities, professional associations, academia, civil society, and other interest holders. C, strengthen surveillance and prevention in the human health sector by reinforcing national laboratory networks, improving data quality, interoperability, analysis, and reporting to regional and global platforms as appropriate, and facilitating linkages with animal, agri-food, and environmental sectors. And D, promote a comprehensive response to antimicrobial resistance by strengthening infection prevention and control, including water, sanitation, and hygiene, immunization, and food safety, ensuring access to effective, safe, and quality-assured antimicrobials, diagnostics, and vaccines, together with the appropriate use and safe disposal thereof through strong regulation and stewardship, and supporting research and innovation to inform policy and practice. To request the Director to A, provide technical cooperation to Member States to strengthen the capacities required for the implementation of this Plan of Action and the achievement of its objectives, and B, report periodically to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on progress made and challenges encountered in implementation of the action plan, including through a progress report in 2030 and a final report in 2032. Madam President.
I would now like to yield the floor to plenary to begin discussions on the proposed resolution. I I don't see anyone wishing to take the floor. Very good. So I will declare the resolution adopted. Great. Thank you. We will now move to item 4.4, Integrated Management Strategy for the Prevention and Control of Arboviral Diseases, 2026 to 2035. I'd like to bring to your attention document CE 178/16, attention to the committee, and invite again Dr. Sylvain Adidieri, Director of the Department of Communicable Diseases, Prevention, Control, and Elimination of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please present this item.
Madame la Présidente, distinguished delegates, Director, colleagues, I'm honored to present for your consideration the proposed strategy for integrated management for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035. Arboviral diseases are no longer isolated outbreaks affecting only specific geographic areas or population. Increasingly, they are becoming indicators on how environmental change, urbanization, climate variability, population mobility are reshaping public health across our region. Today, the Americas face an increasingly complex arboviral landscape characterized by the co-circulation of multiple viruses, expanding transmission into new ecological and geographic areas, and epidemics of greater magnitude and duration. Dengue remains the most prevalent arboviral disease in the Americas. In 2024, our region experienced the largest dengue epidemic ever recorded, with more than 13 million reported cases and over 8,400 deaths. At the same time, we have observed the continued circulation of Zika and the re-emergence of chikungunya, the expansion of Oropouche into new areas, and the resurgence of yellow fever. These events remind us that arboviral diseases challenge health systems resilience, environmental management, and urban governance. They test our surveillance system, they test our laboratory networks, they test the resilience of primary health care and hospital services during outbreaks, and they test our collective ability to coordinate actions across sectors and across borders. The proposed strategy builds upon the important progress achieved by member states and by this organization over the past decade. Through previous mandates from the governing bodies, countries have strengthened integrated surveillance systems, expanded laboratory and genomic capacities, advanced integrated vector management for dealing with different mosquitoes and different midges species, and improved clinical preparedness and response. The region has also developed important innovations, including collaborative surveillance mechanisms through virtual collaboration spaces, regional expert networks, integrated technical cooperation packages, and new approaches to vector control. These advances demonstrate that integrated approaches work. However, the epidemiological reality we face today requires us to go further. The proposed strategy reflects the lessons learned from recent epidemics and recognizes that fragmented approaches are no longer sufficient to address the complexity of arboviral transmission in the Americas. For this reason, the strategy proposes 4 interconnected lines of action. First, to strengthen integrated governance and intersectorial coordination. Second, to consolidate integrated surveillance systems that combine epidemiological, virological, entomological, and genomic intelligence with an objective of early warning and timely response. Third, to strengthen the capacity of health services for differential diagnosis, clinical management, and continuity of care during epidemics. And fourth, to reinforce integrated vector management through evidence-based, sustainable, and territorially targeted interventions. The strategy is also aligned with the organization's broader mandates and priorities, including One Health policy, the Disease Elimination Initiative, the Regional Genomic Surveillance Strategy, and the strategic plan of the organization. The organization undertook an extensive process of technical consultation and engagement with member states throughout the development of this strategy. The technical proposal benefited from the expertise and contributions of specialists from the Ministries of Health of Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, and the United States, as well as from PAHO experts from PAHO collaborating centers, including the Centers for Disease Prevention and Control. In addition, prior to the consideration of this strategy by the Executive Committee, the organization convened a virtual consultation in February 2026 with representatives from Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guyana, Haiti, Mexico, and Peru. This consultation provided an opportunity to present the key elements and to gather initial observations from member states. As a result, the strategies submitted for your consideration today reflects a participatory process, strong technical foundations, and a genuinely regional vision shaped by the experience and perspective of member states and the technical partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now invite the Executive Committee to review the information presented in this document and provide any comments you deem pertinent. The discussions, again, on the proposed resolution will be presented in Annex A and will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. So I would like to now open the floor for any discussion on the document presented, please. Thank you. I will start with El Salvador, followed by Canada.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. El Salvador is taking the floor right now not only to support the new strategy of integrated prevention and control of integrated management strategy of the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035. It's historic, but also we would like to address something that we're very proud of. We are the first countries in the Americas to update and to create references or benchmarks for our fight against viral diseases within this context. As the document says, for 2024 was the worst year in the history of our region for dengue, and El Salvador was equally affected by that. Now our healthcare systems and our first line defense, our health communities were hard hit, or the community was hard hit by a vast, complex, and widespread phenomenon, and that called for us to enhance our strategy and to do so with urgency and with the proper outlook. Now, when PAHO invited us to review the new strategy, 2026-2035, we decided to not wait based on lessons learned from the national strategy 2015 and the update of the technical documents over the last decade. We have put together a national strategy that adopts, adapts, and implements with our own identity the four strategic lines that this committee is considering approving, also tied to the commitments taken on between the Health Ministry and PAHO through the PAIS strategy cooperation. Now, what does this represent in El Salvador? It shows that we have a country with a clear political will. We can translate a global strategy into concrete actions that are measurable, and with a governance, we have put together a national plan aligning it with the four strategic lines of action of this strategy: the comprehensive intersectoral management, strengthening integrated surveillance, the improvement of healthcare systems for diagnostics and clinical management, as well as the integrated vector control system. Each one, for each one of these goals, we have counterparts in our country with a multi-sectoral approach, working with the water and sanitation sector, local governments, academic sector, and other responsible parties of social determinants that have a hand in the response to arboviruses. We have taken on this commitment of strengthening virtual collaboration for integrated surveillance in real time in clinical, epidemiological, entomologically, and virologically. Our clinical care cycle has been sped up, working with community health areas in keeping with the guidelines of the clinical package of technical assistance and guidance that the PAHO has offered us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Canada, followed by Guyana.
Thank you very much. Canada supports PAHO's integrated management strategy for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases for 2026-2035 as a timely response to the growing burden of dengue, chikungunya, and other arboviruses in the Americas. We consider that its integrated, risk-informed framework provides flexibility for adaptation to diverse national and regional epidemiological contexts. Canada also supports the strategy's One Health approach, recognizing the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health in the prevention and control of arboviral diseases. This strategy aligns with Canada's public health priorities, including early detection, surveillance, preparedness, risk assessment, and evidence-informed approaches to vector-borne disease prevention and response. The document is also relevant to Canada's ongoing domestic work on surveillance, preparedness, and adaptation to changing epidemiological and environmental conditions. Canada supports strengthened cross-sectoral coordination to advance integrated and sustainable public health action across the region, for which we consider the strategy strengthens regional cooperation, technical exchange, and capacity building to address evolving arboviral risks. Finally, Canada supports the resolution as presented, which includes language that remains within PAHO's mandate, enables implementation flexibility for member states, and reflects key drivers of arboviral risk, including climate, environmental pressures, urbanization, and health system capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Guyana, followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana welcomes the Integrated Management Strategy for the Prevention and Control of Arboviral Diseases 2026-2035. The region's record-breaking dengue burden, the simultaneous circulation of multiple arboviruses, and the emergence of new threats such as Oropouche or Oropouche underscore the urgency of a coordinated multi-sectoral response. The strategy's emphasis on integrated surveillance, strengthened clinical management, and modernized vector control aligns closely with the challenges we face and the work we are advancing in Guyana. Over the years, Guyana has benefited from the strong and sustained collaboration with PAHO, which has supported national capacity building in surveillance, clinical management, epidemiology, and emergency preparedness. This partnership has helped us strengthen our technical guidelines, improve frontline competencies, and modernize our surveillance and response systems. Contributions that directly inform our national approach to arboviral disease control. Like many countries in the region, Guyana has experienced increasing and dynamic arboviral transmission, driven by climate variability, rapid urbanization, and environmental vulnerabilities. In response, we have expanded entomological surveillance, strengthened laboratory confirmation capacity, and enhanced our ability to detect and differentiate arboviral infections at the primary care level. These efforts directly reflect the strategy's call for integrated epidemiological, entomological, and virological surveillance. We have intensified community engagement in environmental management with a particular focus on water sanitation and waste management, areas that remain critical determinants of vector proliferation in our national context. Guyana is also strengthening intersectoral collaboration across health, environment, local government, and education to ensure that vector control and risk communication are sustained and community-driven. At the same time, we recognize that across the region, significant challenges persist at the operational level. Much of the work still lies in sustained on-the-ground implementation, ensuring that households, communities, and local authorities remain engaged beyond peak transmission periods. Communication coordination across sectors and administrative levels must be continuously strengthened to translate national policies into consistent local plans or actions. Additionally, limited access to modern digital tools for real-time surveillance, data integration, and field-level decision-making remains a barrier to fully optimizing our response. Addressing these gaps is essential to achieving the impact envisioned in the strategy. Our broader health system strengthening agenda, including investments in primary health care, digital tools for surveillance, and improved emergency preparedness, further supports the strategy's objectives for early detection, differential diagnosis, and high-quality clinical management. Guyana reaffirms its full support for this strategy. We are committed to working with PAHO and fellow member countries or member states to build resilient systems, enhance preparedness, and reduce the health and socioeconomic impact of arboviral diseases across our region. This strategy provides the integrated, forward-looking framework our countries need, and Guyana stands ready to contribute actively to its implementation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Colombia, please, followed by...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colombia is grateful for the presentation of this strategy and offers its support for this regional response to diseases whose epidemiological behavior has become ever more complex owing to climate change, urbanization, and the expansion of vectors into new areas. We share the concern expressed in the document about the sustained rise of dengue and other arboviral diseases in the region. In Colombia, over the last months of 2026, we have observed again a sustained rise of dengue in some of the departments and municipalities, showing behaviors above what would be expected based on historical records. Within this context, the country has prioritized the control of arboviral diseases within our public health system. The National Public Health Plan through 21, establishing as a goal to reduce the lethality to less than 0.7% of dengue. Now, over the last couple of years, Colombia bolstered its epidemiological surveillance system, as well as entomology and laboratory capabilities for dengue, chikungunya, Zika, yellow fever, and other arboviral diseases that are emerging. Also, we have strengthened our early warning systems and monitoring systems to facilitate timely responses throughout our territory. The country also moves forward in the implementation of vaccination against dengue in priority populations, and also strengthening the vector management system through focalized interventions, doing away with breeding grounds, with interventions with insecticides, working with local authorities and communities. As regards preparedness and response, Colombia has bolstered the health care services and how they're organized, coming up with contingency plans, ongoing training of health personnel, and technical guidelines that have been adopted for clinical management of cases as well as diagnostics. We agree with the strategy of strengthening integrated surveillance, community participation, a One Health focus, and regional cooperation to, in an ongoing way, tackle these arboviral diseases. We support the approval of this strategy, and we reiterate our commitment to the protection of the health of our populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Peru, followed by Brazil.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peru is also grateful for the presentation of this information, as well as this strategy. We appreciate this intersectoral and comprehensive approach in the strategy, strengthening member states' capacities to prevent, detect, and to respond on a timely basis to arboviruses, including dengue. Now, under Strategic Line 1, we stress the importance of intersectoral collaboration and working with communities to address the social determinants, environmental determinants of transmission. Also, we propose to incorporating explicit reference to preparedness and response to outbreaks and epidemics. As regards Strategic Line 2, we stress the importance of stepping up epidemiological surveillance, laboratory and entomological surveillance, as well as mechanisms of early warnings to get ahead of outbreaks and to guide our decision-making process. We also agree that it's important for us to ensure timely funding for labs in order to keep up the diagnostic and surveillance capability of these labs. Regarding Line 3, we stress the need to strengthen staff's capacities, reference systems, and benchmarking, as well as follow-up with patients, contributing thereby to bring down complications and mortality, or sickness rather, or morbidity. Now, as far as new technologies, the resistance to insecticides and coordination with local governments in the surveillance effort. We also support the promotion of health inspectors in schools for them so that we can keep up the ongoing surveillance and vector control activities. We also suggest that community participation activities should place a priority on the most vulnerable areas as well as critical social determinants, thereby contributing to a more equitable implementation of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Brazil, followed by Haiti.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil recognizes the importance of this strategy as a very important tool to guide the region's response to arboviral diseases, which is one of the biggest public health threats in the context of rising numbers of dengue cases and the simultaneous circulation of a host of arboviral viruses. We do think it's important for there to be cooperation for us to get ahead of risk and to respond to emergencies and to exchange good practices and knowledge. In Brazil, actions to fight arboviral diseases led to a 75% reduction of dengue cases in 2026 as compared to 2025. That was made possible given the combination of vaccination and other preventive activities and treatment protocols. I would also like to mention the alarms that were issued in the case of dengue and a grave dengue in those people who received the Butantan single-dose vaccine. By May 2026, we had registered 500,000 applied doses among those people who were vaccinated. We recorded 42 cases of dengue that were alarming and 3 grave cases that are currently being investigated. Given that scenario, the Health Ministry discontinued temporarily the vaccination strategy with that vaccine produced by Butantan as a precautionary measure without that meaning that there was any causality determined. Now, we will continue to vaccinate with private laboratory-produced vaccines in a dual dose, which is what we were doing before we adopted the Butantan vaccine. Now, we stress the importance of the post-commercialization pharmacological surveillance and the integration between laboratories and surveillance of resistance. Now, the temporary suspension of that vaccine produced by Butantan seeks to protect the population as we carry out new analyses to ensure the safety of immunobiologicals in keeping with our national immunization program, bolstering Brazil's commitment to ever enhance this vaccine such that we can collaborate with all of the different vaccination strategies of countries throughout the region. We also support the proposal that has been presented by PAHO, and we underscore the importance of its strategic lines of action, especially strengthening surveillance, healthcare systems capacities, regional cooperation, as well as integrated strategies for vector control. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will turn to Haiti, followed by Mexico.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Les arboviroses demeurent un défi majeur pour Haïti.
Thank you, Madam President. This is very important for Haiti and other countries of the region, resulting from climate change, urbanization, and difficult access to water and sanitation, all of which create favorable conditions for the proliferation of vectors. We also fully support this strategy, and we insist on the need to further invest in community systems, integrated surveillance, as well as a One Health focus, which are the different means of protecting the vulnerable populations. Haiti supports the adoption of this strategy and reasserts its desire to work with countries of PAHO member states to bring down in a sustainable way the burden of arboviral diseases in our region. Thank you.
To Mexico, please, followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mexico would like to express thanks for the presentation of the strategy and is very interested in it, given that arboviral diseases are one of the most persistent and dynamic health care challenges in our region. The simultaneous circulation of the 4 serotypes of dengue, the presence of the genotype E of chikungunya, and the persistence of the Zika virus and Oropouche virus reminds us that this phenomenon is not stopping, it's not halting, it's not becoming more simple or easier to address. It's more complex than ever. Our country, over a decade, has gathered experience and integrated response to the arboviral diseases, and we make that available to this organization and other countries in a spirit of cooperation, working between epidemiological surveillance, entomology, as well as virological surveillance to strengthen national networks of public health labs and a One Health approach to incorporate climate, environmental, and animal information for us to be able to get ahead of any type of risk. These are all elements that should be at the focus of any effort for the long term in our region. At the same time, our delegation recognizes that there are still opportunities such as strengthening diagnostic infrastructure, enhancing genomic surveillance for the timely detection of variants, and also early warning systems that are more robust. No country can do all of this alone. Regional cooperation, the exchange of information, sustained funding are not only desirable complements of the strategy, they are rather indispensable elements without which we would be hard-pressed to meet our goals. Mexico pledges to continue actively working on the implementation of this strategy moving forward in areas such as integration, evidence, and sustained action over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will turn to Ecuador, followed by the United States.
Thank you. Madam President, Ecuador is grateful for the presentation of this integrated management strategy for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035. It's clear to us that dengue and Oropouche, chikungunya, and Zika travel without passports. They are our common enemies, and we need to declare war without quarter against them. Now, we recognize that these arboviral diseases continue to represent one of the biggest threats for public health in our region, the region of the Americas. That's why we have strengthened progressively our capacities to prevent and control this disease through integrated surveillance, vectoral control, and strengthening of public health services, and mostly voluntary participation among the headway made. I would like to underscore the implementation of ongoing training efforts and technical assistance on the ground for those teams responsible for bringing to bear a response for epidemiological surveillance with a standardized approach to bring into classification and stratification of risk based on a standardized approach to identify priority areas for interventions, optimize resources, and to zero in with our efforts of control and care to rein in transmission. We are carrying out an effort to strengthen epidemiological surveillance, of integrating surveillance of a host of arboviruses, and to monitor climate factors as well, surveillance of entomology, as well as community prevention strategies. We do think it's necessary for us to continue to strengthen technical cooperation among states to promote the exchange of success stories and good practices, to consolidate integrated surveillance, and to broaden access to innovative tools for vector control. We also believe that it's key for us to bolster intersectoral activities that would enable us to intervene on social determinants, environmental determinants of transmission. We reiterate that this common phenomenon is a common enemy of us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States welcomes the integrated management strategy for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035 and recognizes the importance of strengthening surveillance, diagnosis, and clinical management of arboviral diseases across the region. We appreciate the coinciding resolution. We note that the updated strategy builds on the 2016 strategy for arboviral disease prevention and control, reflecting a decade of regional efforts to address the growing burden of dengue, chikungunya, Zika, oropouche, and yellow fever across the Americas. Arboviral diseases present an ongoing and growing threat to health security nationally, regionally, and globally. Despite meaningful progress made over the past decade in surveillance, vector control, laboratory capacity, and health worker training, the burden of arboviral diseases in the region has continued to rise, as has already been noted. We encourage member states to support strengthened surveillance, laboratory and diagnostic capacity, integrated vector control, and timely clinical management as essential components of sustainable arboviral disease control and outbreak preparedness. We also underscore the importance of robust and responsive surveillance systems supported by strong laboratory networks and timely diagnostic capacity, including enhanced early warning systems. Regarding the arboviral disease resolution, we are supportive of the resolution. However, we have a small edit to request when we get to that portion of the agenda next. The United States looks forward to continued collaboration to prevent, detect, and respond to future arboviral disease outbreaks and to reduce the morbidity, mortality, and economic burden these diseases impose on the people across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now give the floor back to Dr. Aldiguieri to respond, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Quisiera...
I would like to start by addressing some of the points raised by delegations and starting with the philosophy of this integrated management strategy throughout the region, as explained by the delegation of El Salvador. Everything we strive to do is to unleash this process and to spur integrated national strategies to tackle such arboviral diseases that started in 2000 with dengue, and then with the arrival of a host of new arboviruses and the emergence of new ones that has proven that this strategy is a good one. Now, something raised by Colombia regarding dengue deaths. Our main focus in this strategy is to save lives with a good clinical characterization, good training of healthcare staff from the primary healthcare all the way up, not just nurses and doctors, but also community workers to identify those grave cases, acute cases. And for referral purposes, I would also like to thank the delegation of Brazil for sharing information with us regarding the adverse effects detected in your country after the introduction of a new vaccine. Now, of course, the fight against arboviral diseases. You have surveillance, clinical management, risk communication, networks of labs, but there's an additional element, which is the introduction of vaccines, such as the one against dengue or chikungunya, which is what French Guiana is engaged in right now.
Highlight some of the comments from the delegation of Guyana regarding vector control. When you use the word vector control should be community-driven, it's exactly what we are looking for, including with community engagement on this. So we take note of all the comments of the delegations, and we remain at your disposal for any modification that you may require, but I understand that there are very few. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barboso, did you wish to make any comments?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank all the member states that made the very constructive comments about the resolution, but also because they share several relevant initiatives that are already implemented at the country level, particularly El Salvador. I want to congratulate because El Salvador has already updated their national strategy aligned with the strategy that we are discussing here. So I think that, as Silvana Digueri said, is exactly the effect that we need to have, not only to build the regional strategy, but this national strategy needs to land at the country level so we can renew the national strategy based on the lessons that we learned from, unfortunately, several decades of fighting against the arbovirus disease. I also want to congratulate Brazil for sharing with us these the events. We are receiving the information from the Ministry of Health of Brazil from the first moment. I would like to first recognize how relevant it is to have a strong pharmacovigilance system at the country level, but also the transparency and the professionalism that Brazil adopted to deal with this situation. The Pan-American Health Organization will work with the Ministry of Health of Brazil in a committee of specialists that will review very carefully all the data that we have at the moment to identify if the events were temporarily related events or if they had any influence of the vaccine. But the transparency thing that is always important because surveillance, vaccination, several actions that we implement in public health, they are based on trust. So I think that the population recognizing that the Ministry of Health is acting with transparency, I think that is crucial to keep the trust that we need on vaccines and on the vaccine that is really important for us. I just want also to congratulate all the Ministry of Health. Arbovirus disease is a very important problem that you have in the region. Let us remind that in 2024 we have more than 13 million cases of dengue fever notified. And there is an estimation that for every notified case, we may have had 5 to 10 not notified because most cases are non-symptomatic or they are so mild that people they don't go to health centers. So we are talking about a disease that may have produced more than 130 million cases in 1 year, overwhelming the emergency rooms at the health service, but also producing several disruptions for the economies, for the society. So we are really dealing with a public health priority in the region. And let's remember that after a huge transmission like we had in 2024, in general we have 4, 5 years, 6 years of peace. But the determinants of the dengue fever outbreaks are still there. The limited access to water and sanitation, the poor management of waste, the rapid urbanization, the pressures by the climate change in the world and in the region. So we need to be better prepared for the next outbreaks. And the approval of this strategy will really allow us to improve our technical cooperation to work with the countries in these several aspects, from vector control to laboratory surveillance to the preparation of the health service to reduce or to prevent deaths related to these diseases. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know we're at 12:30. I would like to suggest we proceed with the resolution so that we can close this item and start after lunch with item 4.5. So with that, with your indulgence, I will ask the rapporteur to please now present the resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, proposed resolution, integrated management strategy for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035. The 178th session of the Executive Committee Having examined the integrated management strategy for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035, resolves to recommend that the 63rd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Integrated Management Strategy for the Prevention and Control of Arboviral Diseases 2026-2035. The 63rd Directing Council, having examined the integrated management strategy for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035, recognizing that arboviral diseases continue to pose a major public health problem in the region of the Americas due to their endemic and epidemic nature, the simultaneous circulation of multiple arboviruses, and their geographic spread to new areas of transmission. Considering that the rise in the number of cases, severely ill patients, and deaths, coupled with the evolving dynamics of social and environmental determinants, calls for renewal of integrated and intersectoral approaches to promote coordinated and sustainable actions that will reduce the health and social impact of arboviral diseases. Recognizing the need to strengthen the intersectoral response through an integrated approach to human, animal, and environmental health, including interventions in urban and peri-urban settings, particularly in relation to water, sanitation, and waste management, to reduce breeding sites and human exposure to vectors, and bearing in mind that the strategy incorporates lessons learned, innovations, and integrated surveillance tools to improve early warning and decision-making. Resolves to adopt the integrated management strategy for the prevention and control of arboviral diseases 2026-2035, to urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A, promote and implement the strategic lines of action through national and subnational plans with a logical framework approach, including outcomes, actions, indicators, and tasks, as well as monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. B, strengthen multi-level and intersectoral governance through a framework that collectively addresses human, animal, and environmental health, the One Health approach, coordinates relevant sectors, health, environment, education, water and sanitation, local governments, academia, and the private sector, and promotes community participation to address the social environmental determinants of transmission. C, strengthen integrated surveillance, epidemiological, entomological, virological, and incorporate genomic surveillance and the timely exchange of information, including meteorological data for early warning, risk stratification, and response, in line with national preparedness and response capacities. D, strengthen the capacity of health systems and services for the differential diagnosis and clinical management of arboviral diseases, including updating protocols, providing ongoing training, and reorganizing services and referral and counter-referral pathways for severe cases. And E, strengthen integrated vector management through strategies based on evidence, innovation, and geographic targeting, and by incorporating sustained efforts aimed at environmental control and management, including water, sanitation, and waste. To request the Director to A, provide support to member states to strengthen national capacities that contribute to the implementation of the strategy, and B, report periodically to governing bodies, PAHO, on the progress made and the challenges encountered in the implementation of the strategy through a progress in 2031 and a final report in 2036.
I'll yield the floor to the plenary to begin discussions on the proposed resolution. I'll give the floor to Ecuador.
Just a slight note where it says resolves, under B of the section that says resolves, you said strengthen the governance, the multinational, and we think that it says multi-level. Just to clarify that that was what the text actually says.
Thank you. As I noted, the United States is supportive of the resolution. However, we respectfully request the deletion of reference to social and environmental determinants in paragraph PP3.
Thank you. And as this requires an endorsement from a member of the Executive Committee, I will see if there's anyone to second that. So I don't see any secondment, so have taken note. Thank you. And with that, then, there are no objections. I will declare the resolution adopted. Great. Thank you very much. I will now turn to Ms. Mary Lou Valdez for a few announcements, please.
Thank you, Madam President. We invite the heads of each of our delegations to join us now in Room A, which is on this floor to the left, for the commemorative photo. And then immediately after the photo, members of the committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2026 will meet in room 414. Members of this committee are Canada, Mexico, and Peru. A light lunch will be served for you, and interpretation will also be provided for this meeting. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. So with that, we will now break. We will reconvene here at 1400 hours, 2 p.m. to start with item 4.5 on strategy and plan of action on food safety. So thank you and have a good break.
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía porque estábamos muy lejos.
En 2026, celebremos la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas,
A que se vacunen,
reconocida como bien público regional que renueva nuestro compromiso, fortalecer la inmunización y evitar retrocesos que afectan el desarrollo de nuestros países. A los profesionales de la salud, gracias por dejar todo para cuidar de nuestras vidas. La historia ya nos mostró que juntos podemos. Tu decisión marca la diferencia. Inmunización para fortalecer todos. La inmunización.
Podemos. Yo había tiempos que sí salía, sí, a las veredas, hacia el pueblo. Pero ya cuando caí con la crisis bastante grave, ya no, ya me daba era por encerrarme así en la casa. No salía.
Podemos.
Yo había tiempos que
Today, more than 160 million people in the Americas are living with a mental health condition. Yet too many of these conditions go unaddressed, causing serious health, social, and economic consequences for individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of the health sector alone. People in the Americas, but this approach falls short, mental health condition, leaving most people without quality care. Too many of these conditions go unaddressed. The Pan American Health Organization has been leading efforts to catapult mental consequences from an often neglected health issue, families, to a central item on national and regional political agendas. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of 160 million people in the Americas, but this approach falls short, mental health condition, leaving most people without too many of these conditions go unaddressed.
So in 2023, we established the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, which was the region's first expert group of its kind, tasked with guiding the organization and its member states on improving mental health policies and services during this period and beyond. The Commission created a concrete framework for countries to transform their mental health systems by integrating mental health into all policies.
The report also inspired the development of the Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the region of the Americas, which was approved by PAHO member states at the 60th Directing Council in 2023. However, to achieve this goal, the conversation needed to reach beyond ministries of health, to engage high-level political leaders in the region. In close collaboration with PAHO, the Organization of American States began incorporating mental health into its mandate, starting with the adoption of the resolution named Promotion and Protection of Human Rights at the 54th OAS General Assembly, which notably included a section dedicated to human rights and mental health. The following year, the 55th OAS General Assembly marked a historic moment for mental health, featuring a high-level side event and the adoption of the resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas. This resolution urges member states to increase public and private investment in community-based mental health care, prevention, and recovery. It also established Inter-American Mental Health Week, first celebrated the week of October 6th, 2025.
What we achieved in 2025 was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate organizational effort to bring health into the highest levels of political commitment and decision-making. As one PAHO, we advanced the regional mental health agenda by building strategic alliances and ensuring its visibility at the OAS and the UN General Assembly.
Looking ahead, PAHO is supporting the OAS and its member states in implementing the resolution, including forming an Inter-American Working Group. But we cannot stop here. There is no health without mental health, and no mental health without sustained political and diplomatic support. Our next step is to build on this momentum, continuing and accelerating collective efforts for mental health across the region. The Americas have shown what's possible when we unite. Now is the moment to go further together.
Ser enlace es ser una alianza entre el Estado y la comunidad. Entonces eso implica de que nosotros como enlace seamos un puente, ¿no? Un canal para que los servicios lleguen con efectividad a nuestra comunidad.
La salud intercultural es una atención centrada en la persona, pero basada en su cultura, sus costumbres, sus tradiciones, de tal manera que el proceso de abordaje de salud-enfermedad no implique una resistencia o un rechazo.
Mi nombre es Elías Noico Sánchez, soy enlace del pueblo Cacataibo, soy de la comunidad nativa Puerto Azul de la etnia Cacataibo.
Mi nombre es Lidia Reina Awanari, yo soy de la comunidad Buen Perú, Río Galvez. Yo soy etnia Matzés. Y nosotros hacemos comunicación, hacemos reunión, que personal de salud está viniendo para atender de obstetricia, enfermera, odontólogo.
Los enlaces indígenas tienen una fortaleza que dominan la lengua indígena originaria, que tienen el conocimiento del territorio y que han validado su representación con las organizaciones indígenas de la zona. Esto nos permite llegar con un equipo de salud acompañado del enlace indígena con un mensaje asertivo, que se habla en la lengua originaria, que nos permite explicarle detalladamente a la población qué intervenciones vamos a desarrollar.
Las brigadas están conformadas por el médico, por la obstetra, por un enfermero licenciado o licenciada en este caso. También está conformado por un nutricionista, psicología, odontología, farmacia. Las actividades realizan lo que es medicina integral por el médico. También pasan por lo que es planificación, control de materno, control de cáncer de cuello uterino, de mamas, ¿no? Inmunización de vacunas.
Una rayita negativo, ya usted no tiene VIH, ya está sano.
Yo me siento fortalecido y me siento privilegiado, ¿no? Porque estoy llegando en lugares muy lejanos donde están mis hermanos, para que el primer servicio de salud llegue en primera instancia a mi comunidad. Ese es mi orgullo y mi privilegio de sentirme que soy parte del enlace.
La aplicación de los diálogos interculturales ha ido demandándose cada vez más. Países como Perú presentan avances muy significativos, donde vemos de forma muy visible cómo cuando se implementan esos diálogos interculturales se mejora el acceso de la población a los servicios de salud, y tienen iniciativas muy interesantes. Por ejemplo, el tema de los enlaces indígenas es una figura que viene trabajando, es un conector entre la medicina ancestral, entre la comunidad y la medicina occidental, que a su vez se capacita de técnicas que vienen de la medicina occidental, donde OPS está dando un fuerte acompañamiento, pero a la vez son personas de confianza para las comunidades porque pertenecen a ellas, y ahí se refleja de manera significativa su propia identidad, ¿no? Lo cual tiene implicaciones muy palpables para abordar el tema de salud y bienestar.
Es una herramienta muy valiosa para todas las intervenciones que nosotros desarrollamos en el Ministerio de Salud. Desde las intervenciones que hacemos con brigadas itinerantes, visitando comunidades alejadas, desde las intervenciones que hacemos con las estrategias para el tratamiento o el abordaje de la tuberculosis, para el abordaje del VIH, para el abordaje de enfermedades metaxénicas como el dengue, la malaria.
El panorama de lo que era antes ahora se ha cambiado bastante, porque hay mayor confianza, mayor atención, mayor respaldo a los servicios de salud. Mi presencia como enlace en mi comunidad genera un cambio positivo en ver la salud como primordial para poder subsistir como ser humano, ¿no?
En Haïti, la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dure depuis plusieurs années. Face à une situation sans précédent, des dizaines de milliers de familles ont été contraintes de fuir leur quartier. Fortement touchées par l'insécurité, elles trouvent refuge dans des sites de déplacement improvisés ou au sein de communautés qui les accueillent dans des zones plus sûres. Aujourd'hui, les départements de l'Ouest, du Centre et de l'Artibonite accueillent la majorité des 1,4 million de personnes déplacées internes du pays. Parmi elles, de nombreux enfants et femmes enceintes, dont l'accès aux services sociaux et de santé de base, y compris la vaccination, est fortement limité. Pour protéger ces populations contre les maladies évitables par la vaccination, la direction du programme élargi de vaccination du ministère de la Santé publique et de la Population a mené une campagne de vaccination ciblée, avec l'appui de l'OPS, OMS et de Gavi.
Celui nous tout à fait voulu venir dans ce point-là, c'est pas bien ma bien vivre avec ce moment. Pour santé là, on a un centre pour toilette cap. Bah mon grille fièvre et puis on a dormi plus souple, il y a des parfois de l'eau sale centrale. Santé a pas tellement ok. Depuis mon yo venu faire annonce là, yo venu passer annonce là et puis yo venu continuer à malgré. Donc, ça fait un paquet. Changement la vie, les porter pour le paquet. Fièvre, le paquet diarrhée pour signaler demander, pour pas prendre tétanos et puis bon pour santé.
Pendant une semaine, 736 équipes mobiles ont sillonné les communautés hautes et les sites de déplacés des 3 départements ciblés pour vacciner les enfants de 0 à 5 ans et les femmes enceintes contre des maladies telles que la rougeole, la diphtérie, la poliomyélite et le tétanos. Grâce à une forte mobilisation communautaire, cette campagne a permis de vacciner 4 879 enfants zéro dose, 4 207 enfants sous-vaccinés, 11 163 enfants contre la rougeole, 3 845 contre la poliomyélite, 6 836 contre la diphtérie et 2 627 femmes enceintes contre le tétanos. En parallèle, les équipes ont mené une recherche active au niveau communautaire afin d'identifier d'éventuels cas suspects de paralysie flasque aiguë, de rougeole ou d'autres maladies évitables par la vaccination. Chaque visite à domicile a également permis de sensibiliser les familles et de collecter des données essentielles pour renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique. Cette campagne a permis de renforcer la protection des populations déplacées internes, les plus exposées aux risques épidémiques, et contribuer à améliorer la détection précoce des maladies évitables par la vaccination.
Durante más de un siglo, la esquistosomiasis, también conocida como bilarcia, afectó a comunidades rurales de Puerto Rico. Hoy, gracias a décadas de investigación científica, vigilancia sostenida y colaboración internacional, la isla está cerca de alcanzar un hito histórico, demostrar la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esquistosomiasis ha sido una enfermedad endémica, o fue, por muchos años. El primer reporte es de 1903 y los números de casos ha ido bajando paulatinamente hasta el punto que el último caso reportado fue en el 2005.
Y acá estamos más una vez en Puerto Rico haciendo este trabajo, esta encuesta malacológica es muy importante, es una etapa para la certificación de la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esa coordinación entre la OPS, el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico, Recursos Naturales y la Universidad de Nuevo México es la base del esfuerzo actual.
And I have a long-standing interest in doing research on neglected tropical diseases and in particular schistosomiasis, which is beside malaria probably the most significant NTD in the world on a global scale. What we want to do is try to determine if in fact now transmission is impossible on the island because of the lack of the vector snail Biomphalariae glabrata.
Yo creo que es importante definir qué enfermedades están circulando y cuáles no están circulando en un lugar, en este caso Puerto Rico, para definir las estrategias de salud pública dirigidas a la erradicación de las enfermedades que tengamos circulando y eliminar de la lista las enfermedades que ya no tengamos circulando por el trabajo que se ha hecho en el camino.
So we are currently engaged in a survey operation to visit as many freshwater habitats in the island that we can, including several that were known to be locations where this vector snail occurred.
We go into the field, we sample different habitat, but we would take the snails and we would look at them to determine if they are infected with those parasites.
Esta experiencia ha sido fabulosa, nunca había hecho trabajo de campo, así que con la ayuda de los investigadores hemos recibido una capacitación de cómo hacer el trabajo, de cómo podemos identificar caracoles.
El proyecto no solo investiga, forma nuevos expertos puertorriqueños capaces de continuar el monitoreo.
Pues mira, una excelente experiencia. Yo y mi equipo hemos aprendido bastante de los doctores, nos han explicado acerca de los tipos de caracoles, las enfermedades que transmiten estos caracoles y nos muestra la importancia que estar pendiente todo el tiempo a verificar si la población vuelve para estar preparado. Nos ayuda a estar preparado aquí en Puerto Rico porque hace años que no se combate.
El expertise en las islas ya no existe. Y entonces nuestro trabajo es poner en contacto los expertos con las autoridades de salud.
Este esfuerzo busca cerrar un capítulo que comenzó hace más de 100 años.
Y entonces creo que ha sido un gran logro para evidenciar realmente si ha sido eliminada o no ha sido eliminada. Por eso considero que es un gran paso de salud pública en esta era.
We are optimistic that we will achieve a final interesting, good result with respect to the declaration of elimination of transmission. It's exciting to be here. It's an exciting thing to be proud of being able to do this. I want to tell my grandkids about it.
Ciencia, historia y colaboración internacional se unen en un mismo propósito: proteger la salud del pueblo puertorriqueño y demostrar la eliminación de la esquistosomiasis. Un logro que marcará a las generaciones futuras.
Estar en un entorno penitenciario aumenta hasta 100 veces el riesgo de contraer tuberculosis. Por eso, el control de la tuberculosis en las prisiones tiene un impacto directo en la salud de toda la comunidad. Diagnosticar, tratar, curar la tuberculosis en estos espacios contribuye a reducir la enfermedad a nivel nacional. Para ello, se realiza una radiografía de tórax, cuya imagen es analizada con programas de inteligencia artificial que permiten identificar si hay lesiones compatibles o no con la enfermedad. A las personas que presentan lesiones se le toma una muestra de catarro que se procesa mediante biología molecular para confirmar el diagnóstico. A esta búsqueda activa se suma el tamizaje VIH, sífilis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, y además se aplican los esquemas de vacunación para adultos recomendados por el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones.
Nuestro trabajo acá es desde la detección del paciente con tuberculosis hasta lograr el éxito. Actualmente tenemos 86 pacientes en tratamiento, de los cuales en el año se lograron realizar 1.100 pruebas aproximadamente.
Entonces las muestras, generalmente el proceso nominal tarda 120 minutos. Entonces una vez que el equipo da el resultado, eso se carga en el sistema experto de tuberculosis.
Una de las enfermedades más frecuentes con esta encierro es la tuberculosis. Entonces esa articulación hace que podamos llegar más oportunamente a los casos, a los enfermos que reciban el tratamiento, el seguimiento, ¿verdad? Un enfoque biopsicosocial y de derechos humanos.
En las Américas, 1 de cada 3 niños y adolescentes vive con sobrepeso u obesidad.
y 4 de cada 5 niños es físicamente inactivo. Los entornos poco saludables y la falta de actividad física afectan la salud, el bienestar y el aprendizaje de la niñez, así como el desarrollo socioeconómico de los países.
La educación y la salud deben de trabajar de forma integrada para transformar realidades. Ante esta realidad, con el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Educación y de Salud de las Américas, la OEA y la OPS lanzaron el Programa Hemisférico sobre Políticas de Alimentación Saludable y Actividad Física en Entornos Escolares.
Las escuelas son espacios clave para promover estilos de vida saludables desde la infancia. Este programa facilita el intercambio de herramientas, experiencias y aprendizajes entre los sectores de educación, salud y deporte de los países.
En 2023, programas de 3 países fueron seleccionados entre 11 postulaciones para recibir asistencia técnica focalizada. En Bahamas se está trabajando para que los estudiantes puedan acceder a productos saludables en sus escuelas y sus alrededores. En Belice se han instalado bebederos en las escuelas para promover el consumo de agua acompañado de campañas dirigidas a los estudiantes. En Colombia están fomentando la actividad física con programas inclusivos y recreativos dentro y fuera del aula.
Cuando los estudiantes se alimentan de manera saludable, se mueven más, mejora su atención y su participación en clase.
Me gusta que todos participemos y ninguno quede afuera.
Estamos generando evidencia y recomendaciones aplicables a nivel regional.
Los entornos escolares saludables son un derecho y una realidad alcanzable, por lo que apoyamos el fortalecimiento de políticas públicas que beneficien a todos los estudiantes de las Américas.
Programa Hemisférico de la OEA y la OPS, una primera línea de acción en la lucha contra las enfermedades no transmisibles en las Américas.
Standards are not sufficient. We have to enforce them. We have to be sure that we are actually using the standards. The Pan American Health Organization employed a system of check consultants for the confirmation that we were using adequate standards.
Soon after the official launch of a major project in the Caribbean that looked at retrofitting over 50 health facilities, we felt that it was an important initiative, important enough for us to look at its adaptation in many other sectors in the British Virgin Islands. We focused on retrofitting and improving the facilities at our referral hospital, and a number of smart initiatives were applied, and that hospital became one of the first outfitted and officially designated smart hospitals in the Caribbean.
Maintenance is synonymous with sustainability. We cannot have anything sustain any structure, any hospital to operate over time without proper and effective maintenance, both preventive maintenance as well as breakdown maintenance. Effective and proper maintenance is essential for a hospital to function before any event, during and after.
And I mean, this is frontier work that the Caribbean is leading. The region started with a hospital safety index, made this index more relevant to the future that we face. And now we know it's been picked up by WHO globally, it's being used in other parts of the world. And this is what I'm most excited about.
In public health centers across Trinidad and Tobago, essential vaccines are provided to all adults and children free of charge under the Ministry of Health's expanded program on immunization. For the public, the process is straightforward and seamless. But behind the scenes, maintaining the safety of vaccines that require cold temperatures of between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius is an important part of the process that requires careful coordination.
The security would have to notify their manager, and their manager would notify the area administrator, and they would get in contact with the nurse in charge of the institution so that the vaccines can be moved from the health center to the county medical office of health so that they can store it.
In 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's public health system experienced a technological breakthrough in vaccine storage when the Ministry of Health received the first of 62 solar-powered vaccine refrigerators from PAHO WHO.
What we do is support the countries to procure not only all the vaccines that actually are given here to the population, also procuring some supplies for the cold chain to provide the vaccination throughout the country, and also training the health personnel to be able to accomplish this.
It was an exciting time because we weren't sure what to expect when this solar-powered fridge arrived. So now we were able to keep our vaccines with or without power at the institution without having to move it.
For the past year, at least 3 occasions I've had power outages for 8 hours, but I didn't have to move a vaccine.
I had confidence in this fridge because I know it was reliable and it uses renewable energy.
Every step along the way, vaccines remain safe and available for every child, every family, every time. PAHO WHO, powering health in Trinidad and Tobago.
Ya felizmente hemos avanzado con las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma en los 12 municipios seleccionados en El Salvador. Y esto ha sido posible gracias a ese compromiso que ha mostrado el Ministerio de Salud con sus equipos evaluadores, integrados por médicos, enfermeras y promotores. También agradecer a Canadá porque ha sido la fuente fundamental de financiamiento para este proyecto. El acompañamiento de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, dígase el equipo local en El Salvador como el equipo regional y también nuestros asesores de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Esto no hubiese sido posible si no se hubiese demostrado ese compromiso de la comunidad con sus problemas de salud, con sus niños, con sus adultos, con su familia en general, porque es imposible resolver un problema de salud sin la participación activa de la comunidad.
Este tipo de proyecto tiene varios impactos en estas comunidades de difícil acceso. Primero, tiene un impacto directamente en la comunidad. Por ejemplo, en el caso del proyecto de tracoma, podemos llegar a las poblaciones de una forma preventiva, especialmente en los niños. Se puede ver si podrían desarrollar la enfermedad en el futuro. Segundo, tiene un impacto netamente institucional. Este es un trabajo integrado en el cual se ve la rectoría y el liderazgo del Ministerio de Salud a través de sus diferentes entidades a nivel nacional, regional y local en las unidades primarias de salud. Esto queda como una experiencia y un impacto hacia futuro porque demuestra que el país está preparado para poder seguir el proceso en la eliminación de las enfermedades desatendidas, especialmente en las poblaciones de más difícil acceso.
Nosotros hemos podido integrar, hemos podido compartir nuestros conocimientos, apoyarnos los unos a los otros y asimismo poder llegar a la familia, llegar a las viviendas y que ellos puedan ver también en nosotros ese espíritu de empatía, ¿verdad? Que ellos vean que vamos por la prevención de la salud de ellos.
Ha sido una experiencia muy bonita, primeramente porque hemos conocido muchos lugares del país y pues también acercándonos a comunidades, dando atenciones no solamente con lo del proyecto de tracoma, sino también actividades preventivas como vacunación, controles, actividades antivectoriales.
A la edad que tengo nunca me había hecho un examen hasta hoy y me parece importante pues porque yo salgo de duda que yo pueda tener algo en mi vista, igual que mis niñas, que no vayan a tener algo que me preocupe a mí.
Muchas familias no tienen la oportunidad de ir donde nos dan esas consultas. Tal vez algunos sí tienen la oportunidad de ir así una vez al año, pero muchas familias no tienen esa oportunidad, más en estas zonas rurales acá. Y es muy bueno que vengan diferentes programas así, porque con tantas enfermedades es bueno que nos vayamos chequeando desde pequeñito y periódicamente.
A estas comunidades de difícil acceso, no cualquier organización se acerca, ¿verdad? Entonces les agradecemos muchísimo en nombre de todo el cantón del Siriguá.
Descobri, deu aquele desespero, porque assim, meu sonho sempre foi ser mãe. E eu falei, pronto, acabou, meu chão abriu e eu não vou ter mais condição de ser mãe. E depois, com as informações vindo ao SAI, eu vi que não era assim, que na hora do desespero, na hora que você pega aquele exame e dá positivo, eu falei assim, acabou meu mundo. Mas realmente não acabou, só a história agora vai começar de verdade.
O caminho para eliminar a transmissão vertical do HIV no Brasil foi construído por pessoas, por profissionais, gestantes, gestores, pesquisadores, comunidades e famílias que acreditam que cada vida merece nascer com todas as possibilidades pela frente.
Toda gestante, quando ela chega na consulta de pré-natal, ela passa pela consulta e durante a consulta é realizado o teste rápido. Teste rápido realizado contra HIV, sífilis, hepatite B e hepatite C. E aí, durante a realização, se vier positivo para sífilis, por exemplo, a gente já começa a tratar, faz a notificação. HIV, a gente tem um segundo teste para confirmação diagnóstica e encaminhado para o tratamento no centro de referência.
Primeiro que o diagnóstico é feito muitas vezes na atenção básica, né, que é onde começa o pré-natal dessa mãe, e aí com o diagnóstico a paciente é encaminhada para o SAI, onde nós fazemos o atendimento e o acompanhamento dessa paciente e já iniciamos o tratamento durante a gestação.
Eu vim aqui, fiz exame de sangue, deu positivo, marquei o infecto, no outro dia eu consegui, o dia mesmo, eu marquei um dia, no outro dia eu vim, já me deu esse remédio, ele conversou comigo, me explicou como é que eu tenho que tomar, tudo certinho. Eu vim, peguei remédio aqui na farmácia, tomei, tudo certinho, depois deu indetectável. Quando eu fiz o segundo exame de sangue, já deu detectável.
Com uma vigilância ativa no país, cada teste positivo abre um fluxo articulado entre serviços, garantindo que nenhum cuidado se perca no caminho.
O fluxo de notificação dos agravos de notificação compulsória, HIV, sífilis e demais agravos no município de Cacoal, ele começa lá na unidade de saúde, seja ela pública, particular, clínica e até laboratório. Então, com essa notificação de algum caso suspeito, até confirmado de laboratório, nos ajuda muito a buscar o caso suspeito.
Todo o meu acompanhamento, né, meu pré-natal, eu posso dizer que foi assim excelente, porque foi feito um acompanhamento bem detalhado, fui muito bem orientada, foi feito os testes em mim, meu esposo.
A experiência brasileira se baseia na integração, equipes da atenção básica, maternidades, vigilância e serviços especializados, trabalhando de forma contínua e coordenada antes, durante e depois do parto.
O trabalho em rede é muito importante e uma rede fundamental é a rede de atenção à saúde indígena. Trabalhamos com os DICEI, são os distritos sanitários indígenas, nós estamos junto com eles em capacitações, nós estamos em assessoramento, respeitando toda a sua cultura, todos os seus costumes, levando para essa população tudo que é disponível em todo o nosso território, preservativos, testes rápidos, medicamentos.
Eliminar a transmissão vertical também significa proteger direitos, combater o estigma e garantir que todas as famílias tenham acesso à informação, ao cuidado e à dignidade. Os esforços são reforçados para todos os territórios, áreas urbanas, rurais, ribeirinhas e aldeias indígenas.
Cada um no seu âmbito de atuação decide que vai se engajar para eliminar a transmissão
vertical. E esse é um processo construído em muitas mãos. A gente precisa de todos. Então, quando a gente vê que um trabalho de um somado ao outro e vai agregando e ao longo dos anos vai aperfeiçoando e qualificando, e hoje a gente pode falar de um Brasil livre da transmissão vertical de HIV, isso mostra que vale muito a pena esse engajamento, que tem resultado e que se a gente conseguiu para HIV, a gente haverá de conseguir para sífilis, para a doença de Chagas, para HTLV.
E a grande satisfação de quando chegar aos 18 meses você dizer: esse bebê só é um bebê exposto, não houve transmissão vertical, o bebê não está infectado.
O que você espera, assim, do futuro da sua filha?
Espero que seja, cresça com saúde, né? Eu espero que esses 2 anos que eu já estou tratando seja o início a melhor parte da minha vida.
El proyecto Extensión del acceso y cobertura en salud materno-infantil a zonas rurales dispersas, comunidades indígenas y territorios fronterizos del Chaco paraguayo fue concebido con un propósito profundamente humano: acercar servicios esenciales de salud a quienes enfrentan las mayores barreras para ejercer su derecho a la salud.
Tem chamas de tem os papos na contas alles wenn kommt uns pela todos as tem schöne hier zahri tem khanats alles dos aperti tem chavi ana tem alles dias khanats tem sevantes tem ganz blaus el Fred sevantes tem isso está tendo no cabelo de tanto no outro está com também tem انت حاجة تبينها مش قيسا كان أخي بيتشيشتا قامش تخي فاميليات شليم خطانة تيس انت نقناتي.
Gracias al proyecto se están acercando más mujeres para tener parto en la USF por la confianza que le tiene al personal de salud, a la USF, a la doctora, al obstetra, y por eso quieren tener parto en la USF.
El proyecto llegó a más de 68.000 personas en el Chaco paraguayo, fortaleciendo 4 microredes de salud, beneficiando a 93 comunidades indígenas y 3 ejes fronterizos. A través de equipos humanos con mejora en sus competencias, equipos básicos para la atención, una ambulancia fluvial y salas de parto mejor equipadas, la salud materna e infantil se volvió más cercana, más humana y más segura.
Antes de la llegada de la ambulancia, enfrentábamos desafíos bastante grandes para brindar atención especializada y oportuna, especialmente a pacientes que presentaban emergencias o urgencias. Ver a una madre llegar a un centro de mayor complejidad en donde va a ser atendida con las necesidades que a ella le hace falta o a un recién nacido es para nosotros un compromiso y un orgullo a la vez, porque estamos cerrando brechas de acceso a la salud que pueden salvar vidas en el Chaco.
El proyecto Extensión del acceso y cobertura en salud materno-infantil a zonas rurales dispersas, comunidades indígenas y territorios fronterizos del Chaco paraguayo ha sido posible gracias al compromiso del Ministerio de Salud Pública y Bienestar Social, con el apoyo técnico de la OPS-OMS y el financiamiento del Fondo India-ONU. En cada parto seguro, en cada niño que crece sano, en cada comunidad fortalecida, la salud se transforma en vida. Chaco Paraguayo, un territorio donde la esperanza también se moviliza.
La selva no siempre habla en voz alta. A veces sus mensajes llegan en susurros, el crujir de una rama o el silencio repentino de los pájaros. Es un territorio vivo, lleno de belleza y de advertencias. Quien sabe mirar y escuchar, descubre que entre el verde intenso, la humedad y el cuerpo inmóvil de un animal que ya no canta, hay historias por descubrir y muchas vidas por salvar. En lo profundo del Putumayo, 3 monos fueron hallados muertos al mismo tiempo. Para muchos, aquello habría sido solo una coincidencia trágica. Sin embargo, para Wilder Pérez de la Secretaría de Salud Departamental fue una clara señal de alarma. Gracias a un taller realizado en el Tolima, organizado por la OPS, Wilder sabía exactamente qué hacer. Aplicó lo aprendido, tomó muestras adecuadas y notificó de inmediato a las autoridades competentes. El diagnóstico no tardó en llegar: fiebre amarilla. Sin esa acción oportuna, los animales probablemente habrían sido enterrados sin análisis y con ellos se habría perdido una valiosa oportunidad de prevenir un brote. Pero esta vez fue diferente. La detección temprana permitió activar de inmediato una serie de medidas. Se vacunó al personal ambiental, se realizaron estudios entomológicos y se puso en marcha un plan para el manejo del área afectada. Lo que comenzó con la muerte de 3 monos se transformó en una historia de prevención y acción efectiva, porque la formación adecuada no solo salva vidas, en este caso también pudo haber salvado a toda una comunidad.
Mata doktorong hakte, doktorong hakagas, wambag salud ni masita gara magas ni kan, wambag tu magawa sarama, dakap sarama.
Nosotros recibimos la llamada en la madrugada que nos llaman de la comunidad de Cusuchapi. ¿Desde qué hora no sale la placenta? Diciendo que la paciente da parto en su domicilio. Inmediatamente ponemos la alerta roja porque justamente era un parto, una retención de placenta, una clave roja, en el cual el personal de salud de acá del Centro de Salud IMASA acude al llamado de la emergencia.
Ya mina señora anko empia dikas bo sawan pasamono dutikas mono paches mo pohamono achikue di paches bo achikue a las 3:30 chikanan kamas ni pohamono ucing mam tikere mina señora hon dutika kimo anunan asekun ampuin andu kowe nunik mate wi puyer hukure salud IMASA.
Ucing mama cuk deka pacuai wika cing pungkeng kamu normal ucing maku ayang tu ti kamu nuna ucing maku ayang ning tu ucing mama cuk deka pacuai ayang cing normal kamu ucing maku ayang.
El paciente se encuentra en un mal estado con un diagnóstico de un shock hipovolémico porque fue de un parto domiciliario, una retención de placenta, no de más o menos unas 3 horas, el cual se traslada y se diagnostica un shock hipovolémico grado 3 y el procedimiento se realiza en el centro de salud, se estabiliza con el traje anti-shock y luego es trasladado. No se le pudo hacer la extracción de la placenta manual en el establecimiento, el cual estaba de mayor riesgo y entonces trasladada al hospital.
Kamununa ahaputo ang matihin kiti pusan kana tepote shindan digman imbo nga umikbono wakan bawa pawaka to san tibon kamunui leong shibawa iwak mahamuta kibikan dikowe.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud organiza capacitaciones constantes para emergencias obstétricas y el personal de salud está activo para que pueda aprender cómo manejar esas situaciones. Estas capacitaciones son muy importantes para reducir la mortalidad materna, para reducir esas emergencias que constantemente pueden presentarse y poder llegar a más comunidades y atenderlas de la mejor manera.
El proyecto, que es Mejorando la Salud de Adolescentes y Mujeres que viven en situaciones de vulnerabilidad, ha aportado de manera, digamos, sustancial, tanto en el personal de salud como también en el personal comunitario. Porque en el caso del esposo de Aida, logró identificar oportunamente esos factores de riesgo que podían contribuir a que esta mujer hubiera fallecido. Sin embargo, al tener la oportunidad de haber sido capacitado en el marco de este proyecto, ha permitido que pueda haber sido salvada. Porque se han incorporado todas las tecnologías sanitarias, dentro de ellos, por ejemplo, el caso de esta emergencia, que fue una hemorragia, se utilizó el traje TAN, que es una tecnología de bajo costo que ha demostrado que tiene gran impacto en la reducción de las muertes maternas por hemorragia.
Kamu fecha mamik tuham te control nang ay kinayang. Fecha mamik tuham te control ay kang no fecha ti tahat tamutud mate control ay kan wakitu tutika puamon kamu bi uching makuwicho.
Desde la Organización Panamericana de la Salud nos comprometemos en seguir colaborando de manera articulada con el gobierno local, en este particular con Ucayali y Amazonas, para poder alcanzar un acceso de calidad en servicios maternos perinatales y no dejar a nadie atrás.
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía porque estábamos muy lejos.
Creemos que la geografía no debe determinar quién vive y quién muere. Por eso, en un esfuerzo conjunto entre la OPS, el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Seguridad Pública de Panamá y la Fundación Barça, desarrollamos un proyecto pionero en Panamá y también en la región de las Américas. Habilitamos nuevas normativas en el país e instalamos infraestructuras de comunicación, acceso a Internet, para permitir el monitoreo del tráfico aéreo en zonas donde no había cobertura, fortaleciendo la seguridad operacional de un ecosistema logístico que hoy utiliza drones de carga de larga distancia. Al transportar medicamentos, muestras biológicas y insumos médicos, transformamos los trayectos de horas e incluso días en 30 o 40 minutos.
Ya sabemos que ya no estamos olvidados detrás de las montañas, porque ya la medicina puede llegar más rápido y eso significa que nuestros niños y adultos mayores pueden tener una mejor oportunidad.
La innovación es un puente hacia la salud universal. Lo que estamos haciendo aquí en la comarca Nove Buglé es algo que es escalable y es replicable. Y es algo que justamente podemos hacer en cualquier otro lugar del mundo.
Detrás de cada vida protegida hay una historia de cuidado y buenas decisiones tomadas a tiempo. En las Américas, décadas de esfuerzo y colaboración han protegido la salud de generaciones enteras. Gracias a las vacunas, logramos lo que parecía imposible: eliminar la polio, prevenir más de 6 millones de muertes por sarampión en los últimos 20 años y salvar innumerables vidas.
El sarampión es una enfermedad causada por un virus.
Sin embargo, hoy enfrentamos desafíos que creíamos superados.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud emitió una nueva alerta epidemiológica.
El sarampión ha regresado.
Vas a sentir frío, ¿ya? Listo.
Cuando las coberturas bajan, las enfermedades prevenibles por vacunación vuelven. Las vacunas son una de las intervenciones más costoefectivas para proteger nuestra salud y la de nuestras familias. En 2026 celebremos la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas,
A que se vacunen.
reconocida como bien público regional que renueva nuestro compromiso, fortalecer la inmunización y evitar retrocesos que afectan el desarrollo de nuestros países. A los profesionales de la salud, gracias por dejar todo para cuidar de nuestras vidas. La historia ya nos mostró que juntos podemos. Tu decisión marca la diferencia. Inmunización para todos.
Pues yo había tiempos que sí salía, sí, a las veredas, hacia el pueblo. Pero ya cuando caí con la crisis bastante grave, ya me daba era por encerrarme así en la casa, no salía.
Today, more than 160 million people in the Americas are living with a mental health condition. Yet too many of these conditions go unaddressed, causing serious health, social, and economic consequences for individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of the health sector alone, but this approach falls short, leaving most people without quality care. The Pan American Health Organization has been leading efforts to catapult mental health from an often neglected health issue to a central item on national and regional political agendas.
When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020, PAHO quickly recognized the growing mental health crisis in countries across the Americas. So in 2022, we established the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, which was the region's first expert group of its kind, tasked with guiding the organization and its member states on improving mental health policies and services during this period and beyond. The Commission created a concrete framework for countries to transform their mental health systems by integrating mental health into all policies.
The report also inspired the development of the Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the region of the Americas, which was approved by PAHO member states at the 60th Directing Council in 2023. However, to achieve this goal, the conversation needed to reach beyond ministries of health, to engage high-level political leaders in the region. In close collaboration with PAHO, the Organization of American States began incorporating mental health into its mandate, starting with the adoption of the resolution named Promotion and Protection of Human Rights at the 54th OAS General Assembly, which notably included a section dedicated to human rights and mental health. The following year, the 55th OAS General Assembly marked a historic moment for mental health, featuring a high-level side event and the adoption of the resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas. This resolution urges member states to increase public and private investment in community-based mental health care, prevention, and recovery. It also established Inter-American Mental Health Week, first celebrated the week of October 6th, 2025.
What we achieved in 2025 was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate organizational effort to bring health into the highest levels of political commitment and decision-making. As one PAHO, we advanced the regional mental health agenda by building strategic alliances and ensuring its visibility at the OAS and the UN General Assembly.
Looking ahead, PAHO is supporting the OAS and its member states in implementing the resolution, including forming an Inter-American Working Group. But we cannot stop here. There is no health without mental health, and no mental health without sustained political and diplomatic support. Our next step is to build on this momentum, continuing and accelerating collective efforts for mental health across the region. The Americas have shown what's possible when we unite. Now is the moment to go further together.
Ser enlace es ser una alianza entre el Estado y la comunidad. Entonces eso implica de que nosotros como enlace seamos un puente, ¿no? Un canal para que los servicios lleguen con efectividad a nuestra comunidad.
La salud intercultural es una atención centrada en la persona, pero basada en su cultura, sus costumbres, sus tradiciones, de tal manera que el proceso de abordaje de salud-enfermedad no implique una resistencia o un rechazo.
Mi nombre es Elías Noico Sánchez, soy enlace del pueblo Cacataibo, soy de la comunidad nativa Puerto Azul de la etnia Cacataibo.
Mi nombre es Lidia Reina Avanari, yo soy de la comunidad Buen Perú, Río Galvez. Yo soy etnia Matzés. Y nosotros hacemos comunicación, hacemos reunión, que personal de salud está viniendo para atender de obstetricia, enfermera, odontólogo.
Los enlaces indígenas tienen una fortaleza que dominan la lengua indígena originaria, que tienen el conocimiento del territorio y que han validado su representación con las organizaciones indígenas de la zona. Esto nos permite llegar con un equipo de salud acompañado del enlace indígena, con un mensaje asertivo, que se habla en la lengua originaria, que nos permite explicarle detalladamente a la población qué intervenciones vamos a desarrollar.
Las brigadas están conformadas por el médico, por la obstetra, por un enfermero licenciado o licenciada en este caso. También está conformado por un nutricionista, psicología, odontología, farmacia. Las actividades realizan lo que es medicina integral por el médico. También pasan por lo que es planificación, control de materno, control de cáncer de cuello uterino, de mamas, ¿no? Inmunización de vacunas.
Una rayita negativo. Ya usted no tiene VIH, ya está sano.
Yo me siento fortalecido y me siento privilegiado, ¿no? Porque estoy llegando en lugares muy lejanos donde están mis hermanos, para que el primer servicio de salud llegue en primera instancia a mi comunidad. Ese es mi orgullo y mi privilegio de sentirme que soy parte del enlace.
La aplicación de los diálogos interculturales ha ido demandándose cada vez más. Países como Perú presentan avances muy significativos, donde vemos de forma muy visible cómo cuando se implementan esos diálogos interculturales se mejora el acceso de la población a los servicios de salud, y tienen iniciativas muy interesantes. Por ejemplo, el tema de los enlaces indígenas es una figura que viene trabajando, es un conector entre la medicina ancestral, entre la comunidad y la medicina occidental, que a su vez se capacita de técnicas que vienen de la medicina occidental, donde OPS está dando un fuerte acompañamiento, pero a la vez son personas de confianza para las comunidades porque pertenecen a ellas, y ahí se refleja de manera significativa su propia identidad, ¿no? Lo cual tiene implicaciones muy palpables para abordar el tema de salud y bienestar.
Es una herramienta muy valiosa para todas las intervenciones que nosotros desarrollamos en el Ministerio de Salud. Desde las intervenciones que hacemos con brigadas itinerantes, visitando comunidades alejadas, desde las intervenciones que hacemos con las estrategias para el tratamiento o el abordaje de la tuberculosis, para el abordaje del VIH, para el abordaje de enfermedades metaxénicas como el dengue, la malaria.
el panorama de lo que era antes ahora se ha cambiado bastante porque hay mayor confianza, mayor atención, mayor respaldo a los servicios de salud. Mi presencia como enlace en mi comunidad genera un cambio positivo en ver la salud como primordial para poder subsistir como ser humano, ¿no?
En Haïti, la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dure depuis plusieurs années. Face à une situation sans précédent, des dizaines de milliers de familles ont été contraintes de fuir leur quartier. Fortement touchées par l'insécurité, elles trouvent refuge dans des sites de déplacement improvisés ou au sein de communautés qui les accueillent dans des zones plus sûres. Aujourd'hui, les départements de l'Ouest, du Centre et de l'Artibonite accueillent la majorité des 1,4 million de personnes déplacées internes du pays. Parmi elles, de nombreux enfants et femmes enceintes, dont l'accès aux services sociaux et de santé de base, y compris la vaccination, est fortement limité. Pour protéger ces populations contre les maladies évitables par la vaccination, la direction du programme élargi de vaccination du ministère de la Santé publique et de la Population a mené une campagne de vaccination ciblée, avec l'appui de l'OPS, OMS et de Gavi.
Celui nous tout à fait voulu venir dans ce point-là, c'est pas bien ma bien vivre avec ce moment. Pour santé là, on vient ensemble pour toilette cap. Bah mon drill fièvre et puis on a dormi plus souple, il y a parfois de l'eau sale sans toi. Santé a pas tellement ok. Après depuis mon yo venu faire annonce là, yo venu passer annonce là et puis yo venu continuer la maladie. Donc, si on fait un paquet, changement dans la vie, on les porte pour le paquet. Fièvre, le paquet diarrhée pour signaler demander, pour pas prendre tétanos et puis bon pour santé.
Pendant une semaine, 736 équipes mobiles ont sillonné les communautés hautes et les sites de déplacés des 3 départements ciblés pour vacciner les enfants de 0 à 5 ans et les femmes enceintes contre des maladies telles que la rougeole, la diphtérie, la poliomyélite et le tétanos. Grâce à une forte mobilisation communautaire, cette campagne a permis de vacciner 4 879 enfants 0 dose, 4 207 enfants sous-vaccinés, 11 163 enfants contre la rougeole, 3 845 contre la poliomyélite, 6 836 contre la diphtérie et 2 627 femmes enceintes contre le tétanos. En parallèle, les équipes ont mené une recherche active au niveau communautaire afin d'identifier d'éventuels cas suspects de paralysie flasque aiguë, de rougeole ou d'autres maladies évitables par la vaccination. Chaque visite à domicile a également permis de sensibiliser les familles et de collecter des données essentielles pour renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique. Cette campagne a permis de renforcer la protection des populations déplacées internes, les plus exposées aux risques épidémiques, et contribuer à améliorer la détection précoce des maladies évitables par la vaccination.
Durante más de un siglo, la esquistosomiasis, también conocida como bilarcia, afectó a comunidades rurales de Puerto Rico. Hoy, gracias a décadas de investigación científica, vigilancia sostenida y colaboración internacional, la isla está cerca de alcanzar un hito histórico, demostrar la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esquistosomiasis ha sido una enfermedad endémica, o fue, por muchos años. El primer reporte es de 1903 y los números de casos ha ido bajando paulatinamente hasta el punto que el último caso reportado fue en el 2005.
Y acá estamos más una vez en Puerto Rico haciendo este trabajo, esta encuesta malacológica es muy importante, es una etapa para la certificación de la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esa coordinación entre la OPS, el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico, Recursos Naturales y la Universidad de Nuevo México es la base del esfuerzo actual.
And I have a long-standing interest in doing research on neglected tropical diseases, and in particular schistosomiasis, which is, beside malaria, probably the most significant NTD in the world on a global scale. What we want to do is try to determine if in fact now transmission is impossible on the island because of the lack of the vector snail Phaeophilaria glabrata.
Yo creo que es importante definir qué enfermedades están circulando y cuáles no están circulando en un lugar, en este caso Puerto Rico, para definir las estrategias de salud pública dirigidas a la erradicación de las enfermedades que tengamos circulando y eliminar de la lista las enfermedades que ya no tengamos circulando por el trabajo que se ha hecho en el camino.
So we are currently engaged in a survey operation to visit as many freshwater habitats in the island that we can, including several that were known to be locations where this vector snail occurred.
We go into the field, we sample different habitat, but we would take the snails and we would look at them to determine if they are infected with those parasites.
Esta experiencia ha sido fabulosa, nunca había hecho trabajo de campo, así que con la ayuda de los investigadores hemos recibido una capacitación de cómo hacer el trabajo, de cómo podemos identificar caracoles.
El proyecto no solo investiga, forma nuevos expertos puertorriqueños capaces de continuar el monitoreo.
Pues mira, una excelente experiencia. Yo y mi equipo hemos aprendido bastante de los doctores, nos han explicado acerca de los tipos de caracoles, las enfermedades que transmiten estos caracoles, y nos muestra la importancia que estar pendiente todo el tiempo a verificar si la población vuelve para estar preparado. Nos ayuda a estar preparado aquí en Puerto Rico porque hace años que no se combate.
El expertise en las islas ya no existe. Y entonces nuestro trabajo es poner en contacto los expertos con las autoridades de salud.
Este esfuerzo busca cerrar un capítulo que comenzó hace más de 100 años.
Y entonces creo que ha sido un gran logro para evidenciar realmente si ha sido eliminada o no ha sido eliminada. Por eso considero que es un gran paso de salud pública en esta era.
We are optimistic that we will achieve a final interesting, good result with respect to the declaration of elimination of transmission. It's exciting to be here. It's an exciting thing to be proud of being able to do this. I want to tell my grandkids about it.
Ciencia, historia y colaboración internacional se unen en un mismo propósito: proteger la salud del pueblo puertorriqueño y demostrar la eliminación de la esquistosomiasis. Un logro que marcará a las generaciones futuras.
Estar en un entorno penitenciario aumenta hasta 100 veces el riesgo de contraer tuberculosis. Por eso, el control de la tuberculosis en las prisiones tiene un impacto directo en la salud de toda la comunidad. Diagnosticar, tratar, curar la tuberculosis en estos espacios contribuye a reducir la enfermedad a nivel nacional. Para ello, se realiza una radiografía de tórax, cuya imagen es analizada con programas de inteligencia artificial que permiten identificar si hay lesiones compatibles o no con la enfermedad. A las personas que presentan lesiones se le toma una muestra de catarro que se procesa mediante biología molecular para confirmar el diagnóstico. A esta búsqueda activa se suma el tamizaje VIH, sífilis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, y además se aplican los esquemas de vacunación para adultos recomendados por el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones.
Nuestro trabajo acá es desde la detección del paciente con tuberculosis hasta lograr el éxito. Actualmente tenemos 86 pacientes en tratamiento, de los cuales en el año se lograron realizar 1.100 pruebas aproximadamente.
Entonces son muestras, generalmente el proceso nominal tarda 120 minutos. Entonces una vez que el equipo da el resultado, eso se carga en el sistema experto de tuberculosis.
Una de las enfermedades más frecuentes con esta encierro es la tuberculosis. Entonces, esa articulación hace que podamos llegar más oportunamente a los casos, a los enfermos que reciban el tratamiento, el seguimiento, ¿verdad? Un enfoque biopsicosocial y de derechos humanos.
En las Américas, 1 de cada 3 niños y adolescentes vive con sobrepeso u obesidad, y 4 de cada 5 niños es físicamente inactivo. Los entornos poco saludables y la falta de actividad física afectan la salud, el bienestar y el aprendizaje de la niñez, así como el desarrollo socioeconómico de los países.
La educación y la salud deben de trabajar de forma integrada para transformar realidades. Ante esta realidad, con el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Educación y de Salud de las Américas, la OEA y la OPS lanzaron el Programa Hemisférico sobre Políticas de Alimentación Saludable y Actividad Física en Entornos Escolares.
Las escuelas son espacios clave para promover estilos de vida saludables desde la infancia. Este programa facilita el intercambio de herramientas, experiencias y aprendizajes entre los sectores de educación, salud y deporte de los países.
En 2023, programas de 3 países fueron seleccionados entre 11 postulaciones para recibir asistencia técnica focalizada. En Bahamas se está trabajando para que los estudiantes puedan acceder a productos saludables en sus escuelas y sus alrededores. En Belice se han instalado bebederos en las escuelas para promover
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a lovely break and some good food and fresh air. So we will start our afternoon session with item 4.5 on strategy and plan of action on food safety, 2026 to 2031. And I would like to bring document CE 178/17 to your attention, to the committee, and invite again Dr. Sylvain Aldigueri, Director of the Department of Communicable Diseases, Prevention, Control, and Elimination of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to please kindly present the item. Thank you very much.
Madame la Présidente, Director, colleagues, food safety is fundamental to public health, food security, economic development, and social well-being. Yet, foodborne diseases continue to impose a substantial and largely preventable burden across our region. Millions of people become ill each year due to unsafe food, with the greatest impact falling on children under 5-year-old. At the same time, food systems are becoming increasingly complex. Expanding trade, changing production systems, environmental challenges, including climate variations, and the growing threats of antimicrobial resistance are creating new and evolving food safety risks that no country can address alone. This strategy responds to these challenges by providing a regional framework to strengthen national food safety systems and enhance cooperation among member states. It is fully aligned with the PAO Strategic Plan 2026-2031, specific provisions of the international health regulations, and the PAO One Health policy. The strategy is built around 3 mutually reinforcing strategic lines of action. First, strengthening the capacity of national food systems. This includes governance, legislation, surveillance, laboratory services, workforce development, and multi-sectoral coordination across the food chain. Second, strengthening risk analysis for existing and emerging food safety risk. The strategy promotes the institutionalization of risk assessment, the risk management, and risk communication as the basis for science-driven decision-making and more effective prevention and control measures. Third, strengthening regional coordination and governance for food safety through stronger collaborations and information sharing, and by reinforcing existing mechanisms such as the COPAIA, Infosan, Infal, Relavla Plus, and PulseNet. We can improve preparedness, early detection, and coordinated responses to food safety events across the Americas. This strategy reflects extensive consultation with member states and regional partners through working groups during the first month of 2026. It recognizes the diversity of capacities across the region while promoting a shared vision: stronger, more resilient food safety systems that protect health, support sustainable food systems, facilitate trade, and contribute to health security. A final virtual consultation in March 2026 brought together Ministries of Health and Ministries of Agriculture from 27 countries and territories across the region. Comments from the participants were included in the document that is now presented. We would like to thank all countries and stakeholders who contributed to the development of this strategy and plan of action, and we respectfully invite the Executive Committee to review the proposal and provide its guidance and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the Executive Committee to review the information presented in the document and provide any comments that you deem pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex A will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. So I would like to now open the floor to the plenary for discussion on the document presented. Thank you. I will start with Guyana, followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana welcomes the Strategy and Plan of Action on Food Safety 2026-2031. The rising burden of foodborne diseases, coupled with increasingly complex food systems and climate-related pressures, makes a coordinated, risk-based approach essential. The strategies focus on stronger national systems, institutionalized risk analysis, and enhanced regional coordination aligns closely with our national priorities. Guyana has made notable progress in strengthening food safety and advancing food security. We have updated legislation, expanded laboratory testing for priority hazards, strengthened inspection services, and improved monitoring of food establishments. Our participation in InfoSan and INFAL and Codex processes that has enhanced our ability to detect and respond to food safety events and align national practices with international standards. These achievements reflect years of productive collaboration with PAHO, which has supported capacity building in surveillance, laboratory systems, and emergency preparedness. As a major food producing and food exporting country, Guyana recognizes that food safety is foundational to food security, public health, and economic resilience. Ensuring that food is safe from production to consumption is central to our national development agenda and to maintaining trust in domestic and international markets. At the same time, we acknowledge that operational and coordination challenges may remain, particularly given the dynamic and complex nature of food systems across national and international trade lines. Sustained on-the-ground implementation, strong cross-sector coordination, and improved communication with producers, vendors, and consumers are essential. Limited access to modern digital tools for real-time surveillance, once again, traceability and data integration continues to constrain rapid detection and response. Addressing these gaps is critical to achieving the impact envisioned in this strategy. Guyana reaffirms its full support for this strategy and plan of action. We remain committed to working with PAHO and fellow member states to strengthen food safety, governance, enhance preparedness, and reduce the health and socioeconomic burden of foodborne diseases across our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Colombia, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Madam President. Colombia welcomes the presentation of this strategy and plan of action and expresses its full support for this proposal, which strengthens the capabilities of member states in order to protect the health of populations and move forward towards safer, resilient, and sustainable systems. The food safety constitutes a priority in public health and an essential component of food security. Therefore, Colombia shares the vision of moving forward towards integrated approaches based on risk, with a sound intersectoral governance and greater articulation between the health sectors as well as agriculture, environment, trade, academia, and civil society. In the course of the last few years, the country has progressively strengthened its institutional capabilities through the implementation of the inspection, surveillance, and control model, the identifications of instruments used by relevant and competent authorities, the development of interoperable information systems, and the strengthening of coordination amongst the national and territorial level. These actions have enabled us to expand surveillance activities, to strengthen the management of health alerts, and to improve the response before events that can affect the health of the population. Likewise, Colombia has moved forward with the modernization of regulatory systems, the strengthening of laboratory capacities and risk analysis, and the promotion of best practices over the food chain. These efforts are supplemented with education strategies, risk communication, and social participation. We acknowledge that in challenges such as climate change, transformation of food systems, globalization of the markets, and the onset of new health hazards call for coordinated responses that are evidence-based. In this context, it is essential to strengthen regional cooperation, the exchange of information, and capacity development. Colombia stresses the importance of including the One Health approach, acknowledging the interdependence between human, animal, and environmental health for the risk prevention and in order to build sustainable food systems. We support the approval of the strategy and we reiterate our commitment with the strengthening of national and regional capacities in order to ensure safe food for all people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Peru, please, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Peru welcomes the proposal on strategy and plan of action on food safety 2026-2031. And we acknowledge the work done by the Pan American Sanitary Bureau in order to confront the challenges that affect food safety systems in the region. We believe that the document adequately identified persistent hazards in Peru, such as fragmentation of the governance, institutional breakdown, insufficient use of risk-based approaches, surveillance gaps, and laboratory capacity, as well as emerging risk linked to antimicrobial resistance, environmental changes, and the growing complexity of food chains. Peru grants a special importance to Strategic Line of Action 3, aimed at strengthening coordination and governance. The national experience shows that an effective governance calls first and foremost for a sound articulation between the relevant sectors within each country. It is within that context that we stress the work done by the permanent multi-sectoral office known as COMPIAL that brings together health, agriculture, production, and foreign trade, all these sectors. We also value the implementation of regional coordination spaces that include academia, regional governments, professional colleges, and civil society in order to deal in an integrated fashion the challenges of food safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Canada, followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada welcomes this strategy and plan of action on food safety for 2026-2031 and the efforts undertaken by PAHO to strengthen food safety systems in the region. This strategy presents an opportunity to address current and emerging challenges by strengthening capacity of national food safety systems, strengthening risk analysis for existing and emerging food safety risks, and strengthening regional coordination and governance for food safety, which will maintain the profile of food safety at PAHO. Canada would like to seek more details on how the strategy and plan of action will be funded by existing funds and measures PAHO may take to address a potential funding gap for implementation. Overall, Canada supports the proposed resolution and looks forward to the progress report in 2029 and a final report in 2023 on the implementation of the various elements of this proposed strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll turn to Brazil, followed by Ecuador.
Brazil. Okay. Obrigada.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil acknowledges that food safety diseases represent an important challenge for public health with an impact on food and nutritional security, sustainable development, and the well-being of our populations. Brazil believes that it is essential to strengthen governance of national systems of food safety based on essential approaches based on risk, strengthening regulatory capacities, as well as laboratory and surveillance, and expanding intersectoral coordination on the prospects of our health. We also support the strengthening of regional cooperation, a timely exchange of information, and mechanisms for the prevention, detection, response to events related to food safety. The resolution presented offers an adequate framework in order to support member states in the consolidation of safer, resilient, and sustainable food systems, respecting the different contexts and national capacities. Therefore, because of the above, Brazil expresses its support for the approval of the strategy and plan of action on food safety 2026-2031, and the resolution with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Ecuador, followed by the United States.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam President. In fact, we wish to commend you for this work. We believe that it is a high time and very accurate that we express our gratitude for the strategy and plan of action, precisely because it constitutes a tool in order to strengthen governance, institutional capacities, the use of risk-based approaches, and regional coordination through these action lines. This macro tool will enable us to add to what has been doing so far. The Republic of Ecuador, being signatory of the Codex Commission since 1970, we've been able to undertake several challenges. One of them is to establish in the country the National Committee of the Codex Alimentarius, which is the entity responsible for looking after the objectives of the country on food safety. Since 2021, we have headed this collegiate body within the Ministry of Public Health, and we've been working actively in the analysis and study and review of food standards with the purpose of complying with the norms adopted and adapted of the Codex Alimentarius, favoring international trade and the protection of the health of our consumers. After reviewing the content of Annex A, it is believed that this is a very well-structured strategy, and this clearly defines what can be done from 2026 to 2031. Thus, we have a wonderful tool to support member states, and we will be able to work on beefing up that governance specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn to the United States.
Thank you. The United States appreciates PAHO's leadership in developing the Strategy and Plan of Action on Food Safety 2026-2031 and welcomes this new agenda item. Addressing the 77 million annual cases of foodborne illness in our region is a critical public health priority. This strategy provides a timely and needed framework for action. We strongly support the strategy's core pillars: the emphasis on strengthening national food safety systems and prioritizing multi-sectoral coordination and institutionalizing gold standard science-based risk analysis are principles the United States practices here at home. These elements are essential for protecting public health and ensuring the stability of food trade in the Americas. The United States recognizes the strategy's alignment with the international consensus-based standards developed through bodies like the Codex Alimentarius Commission. We believe these internationally recognized standards provide the most durable and appropriate foundation for regional harmonization and science-based decision-making. To that end, we believe that as a regional strategy for the Americas, the document's focus should remain on PAHO's unique regional mandate and on the international standards that our member states have collectively agreed upon. This ensures the strategy is driven by the specific needs and context of our region. The United States stands ready to continue our partnership with PAHO and fellow member states. We remain committed to providing technical collaboration and support to strengthen food safety capacities and achieve the important goals outlined in the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for another set of robust comments. I will now turn the floor back to Dr. Aldiguieri to respond.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Y quisiera agradecer.
I would like to express my gratitude for the contributions and statements made by the 7 countries who just spoke. I would like to highlight the nature of the complexity of this matter. It is a food safety from the farm to the fork. That's what we call it in English, from the farm to the fork. And this provides us with an idea of the complexity of working amongst several sectors and ministries. This strategy has been developed by combining the 27 member countries in both sectors. And it covers aspects in bacteriology, parasitology, microbiology, toxins, chemical impact and effects, but also new emerging risks such as microplastics. And this highlights the importance of having well-established regional networks, most of all in laboratory. I would like to mention RILA, which is the network of Food Safety, RELABRA, which is the Latin American and Caribbean Network for Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance, but also PulseNet, which enables us to use molecular tools in order to compare pathogens between various sectors. And last but not least, that strategy perfectly well covers aspects that have to do with the quadripartite agreement. And I'm mentioning pillar number 4, which is food safety, and pillar number 5, which is antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite the director if you'd like to make any comments.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for all the inputs and the contributions made by member states in connection with the strategy and plan of action on food safety. As has already been stated, this strategy and plan of action, in a very objective way, encourages the priorities of our technical cooperation on an issue that is very important for everyone in the region because of the high burden that we still have in morbidity, but also in mortality. So, particularly in the most vulnerable groups, this strategy and plan of action, in a very objective way, has all the indicators as well as the goals that are to be reached within that period of time until 2031. And it is an opportunity in the regional plan with the quadripartite plus in the region, but also at a national level in each one of the countries in order to establish partnerships and networks with agriculture, with academia, and with other sectors so that we can truly implement this strategy and this plan of action. So it seems to me that this is very well aligned with the current needs of the member states, and the approval when we come to the next directing council will be able to guide us on all these issues where we can support countries with the complete and full implementation of the strategy and the plan of action. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. With that, then I will now ask the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Señora Presidenta, estimados, muy buenas.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Proposed resolution, strategy and plan of action on food safety 2026-2031. The 178th session of the Executive Committee, having reviewed the strategy and plan of action on food safety 2026-2031, resolves to recommend that the 63rd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Strategy and plan of action on food safety 2026-2031. The 63rd Directing Council, having reviewed the strategy and plan of action on food safety 2026-2031, recognizing the significant and persistent burden of foodborne diseases in the region of the Americas and their impact on public health, food security, economic development, and international trade. Considering the challenges faced by member states of the Pan American Health Organization to strengthening food safety systems, among them fragmented governance, limited institutional capacities, insufficient application of risk-based approaches, gaps in surveillance and laboratory functions, and emerging threats related to environmental challenges, antimicrobial resistance, and globalized food chains. And acknowledging the alignment of the strategy and plan of action with the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018-2030, the WHO Global Strategy for Food Safety 2022-2030, the International Health Regulations, PAHO's Regional One Health Policy, and other relevant global and regional initiatives aimed at strengthening food safety capacities. Resolves to approve the strategy and plan of action on food safety 2026-2031, to urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to a, promote implementation of the strategic lines of action contained in this strategy and plan of action at a national level in keeping with national priorities and capacities. B, strengthen national food safety systems across the entire food supply chain by developing or updating policies, regulatory frameworks, and institutional arrangements aligned with international standards and the principles of risk analysis. C, improve surveillance, monitoring, and laboratory capacities to detect, prevent, and respond to food safety hazards, including foodborne diseases, contaminants, and emerging risks. D, strengthen the application of risk analysis, risk assessment, risk management, and risk communication to support science-based decision-making and increase the effectiveness of food safety control measures. E, promote multi-sectoral and multi-level coordination among relevant sectors, including the health, agriculture, environment, trade, and consumer protection sectors, academia, etc., consistent with the One Health approach, and strengthen effective information exchange and coordination with relevant national and international mechanisms to strengthen national capacities for preparedness, detection, and response to food safety events and emergencies. To request the Director to provide technical cooperation to Member States to strengthen capacities that contribute to implementation of the strategy and plan of action and the achievement of its objectives, and report periodically to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of the strategy and plan of action through a progress report in 2029 and a final report in 2032.
Thank you very much. I would like to now yield the floor to the plenary to begin discussions on the proposed resolution. Okay. Very good. I don't see anyone wishing to take the floor, and with that, I will then declare this resolution adopted. Wonderful. So let's proceed now. We will be taking two items together. Item 5.7, report on the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states and strengthening and alignment of the regional revolving funds of the Pan American Health Organization. I would like to bring documents CE 178/24 and CE 178/18 to the attention of the committee, and invite Mr. Santiago Cornejo, Executive Manager of the Special Program of the Regional Revolving Funds of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to be at the table, which you are. I will yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to report on the deliberations of the Subcommittee on document CE 178/24.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I report on the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states. Madam Chair, the subcommittee was informed in March that revenue from the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states had been below the expenditure incurred, and that the Bureau was exploring various options for ensuring the sustainability of the organization's revolving funds, including increasing the promotion of the charge allocated to the recovery of administrative costs. The subcommittee was also informed that the Bureau would present a proposal during the current session of the Executive Committee aimed at maintaining the current level of service while also supporting new priorities defined by member states. In the subcommittee's decision on the report, delegates expressed strong support for the regional revolving funds and appreciation for the Bureau's transparency in reporting on the allocation and use of revenue from the procurement charge. Delegates highlighted the contribution of the revolving funds to promoting solidarity and ensuring equity, access to quality, safe, and reliable vaccines, medicines, and other essential medical supplies. The expansion of the fund's portfolio to include high-cost treatment for cancer and rare diseases was welcomed. Concern was expressed, however, about the gap between expenditure and revenue collected. It was considered important to ensure the long-term viability, stability, and operational capacity of the regional revolving funds. The Bureau was encouraged to continue analyzing the financial impact of the procurement charge with a view to ensuring equitable access to medicines and health technologies. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this particular item. Thank you.
My thanks to you. I'd like to now yield the floor to Mr. Cornejo to present both items, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguidos delegados.
Distinguished delegates, Director, colleagues, it is my honor to present document CE 178/18, strengthening and alignment of the regional revolving funds of the Pan American Health Organization. This document responds to findings in document CE 178/24 that was presented to the committee and proposes measures to strengthen and realign the revolving funds in response to the evolution of the member states' needs. The report CE 178/24 presents the results achieved through by the resources generated by the charges of 4.23% for the biennium 2024-2025 and show how they have reinforced the capacity of funds to respond to the priorities defined by member states. It also shows the evolution of funds towards increasingly complex technologies and work areas, such as concrete advance in regional production and health security. Such advances show the need to adapt the funds to ensure that they continue being sustainable, nimble, and capable to respond to the priorities as defined by member states. The proposal before you this afternoon is a natural and necessary evolution to respond to that reality. It is not the creation of a new mechanism, but rather strengthen and modernize the existing one so that it can respond more efficiently to current and future challenges to member states. Furthermore, the proposal responds to lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic, the recommendations derived from independent evaluations and external audits, plus the mandates adopted by the organization's directing bodies and the consultations that has taken place individually with member states. I'll switch to English now.
Context, the proposal set out in document 178-18 seeks to strengthen and align the existing mechanism into a single regional revolving fund, improving efficiency, reducing fragmentation, and providing a more coherent and predictable framework for member states and suppliers. The proposal will also reduce the need for ad hoc exceptions and special arrangements that had to be requested in the past. To support this approach, the document outlines 4 procedural but critical changes. First, unifying the capital account for credit lines into a single capital account to enable more efficient use of available financial resources across the portfolio of health technologies, while continuing to prioritize the vaccines and immunization. In parallel, the Pan American Health Organization is introducing an innovative financing mechanism with the Inter-American Development Bank to complement the existing credit line and support access to high-cost health technologies without creating financial liability for the organization. Second, aligning and clarifying eligibility to allow all public health sector entities to access the regional revolving funds in accordance with national priorities and arrangements, while also defining clear safeguards for participation by other entities like non-state actors or regional organizations. Third, reaffirming that the single pricing policy and lowest price clause will continue to serve as the guiding principle across products, with limited flexibility only in clearly defined exceptional circumstances defined in the document. Last, the proposal maintains the overall 4.25 charge while it reallocates its composition, assigning 2.5 to operational and administrative functions and 1.75 to the capital account. As presented in document 178-24, the scope and complexity of the work supported by the funds have expanded significantly. The analysis indicates that additional operation resources will be needed over time to sustain these activities while preserving the fund's self-financing model. This proposed reallocation responds to that need without increasing the overall charge applied to member states. Furthermore, even with the proposed 2.5 operational allocation, PAHO's charge would remain lower than any other international procurement agency, including UNICEF, UNFPA, and UNOPS. These measures do not alter the fundamental nature of the funds or their core principles. Rather, they seek to strengthen our capacity to respond more efficiently to member state needs while preserving the fund's long-term sustainability. Madam President, we look forward to the Executive Committee's guidance and comments and respectfully submit the proposed resolution for your consideration.
Thank you. The Executive Committee is now invited to review the information presented in these 2 documents and provide any comments deemed pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex A of document CE 178/18 will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. And with that, I would like to now open the floor to plenary for discussion on the documents presented. Thank you. I will start with Canada, followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada recognizes the critical importance of PAHO's procurement activities in improving health outcomes across the Americas and commends ongoing efforts to strengthen its pooled procurement mechanisms to ensure the region is well positioned to access a comprehensive range of health supplies. In principle, Canada can support the proposal to merge the Regional Revolving Fund and Strategic Fund, recognizing that the public health landscape is evolving rapidly and that the current delineation between these 2 funds may no longer be as relevant or efficient. However, we do have questions on aspects of this proposal. Specifically, we welcome further detail on how vaccine prioritization will be operationalized and safeguarded within a unified capital account, particularly in a context in which distinctions between product categories are becoming less defined. On eligibility, our understanding is that the proposed changes aim to align documentation with existing practice rather than to expand eligibility. However, we would appreciate confirmation of this interpretation. Regarding cost recovery and proposed rebalancing of how the existing 4.25% charge will be allocated, we note that financial projections show the capital account will remain sufficient to meet current demand scenarios. Given the potential for unexpected surges or shifts in demand and rising costs of newer vaccines and other biologicals, we request additional information on how the capitalization needs were assessed, as well as considerations and mitigation measures around the sufficiency of the 1.75% allocation under high demand or multi-crisis scenarios and any financial stress testing of the unified credit line. We also welcome PAHO's work with the Inter-American Development Bank to develop an innovative financing instrument that complements the credit line without creating liabilities for PAHO, and we would like to learn more on how this will function. Overall, Canada supports PAHO's efforts to enhance the efficiency, flexibility, and effectiveness of its procurement activities. At the same time, we underscore the importance of safeguarding the Regional Revolving Fund's capacity to support the regional immunization agenda while also ensuring its long-term sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to Brazil, followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil is grateful for presentation of the reports and recognize the important work carried out by Secretariat to strengthen the regional revolving funds. In particular, we appreciate transparency in the presentation of data having to do with the use of the percentage for charges and procurement, and as well as what's being considered for the biennium 24-25. The composition of the revolving funds for the health in the Americas is essential. As pointed out in the report, in the last biennium, it was possible to protect 135 million people with vaccines and respond to some 37 million people, providing treatment, diagnostics, and other essential inputs. Brazil welcomes with great satisfaction the strategic expansion of the portfolio of the health tools portfolio. They're always more complex, especially in the care of cancer and rare diseases, and to have cold chains and other technologies for telehealth. Likewise, we recognize the fundamental role played by the funds to supply technical cooperation to member states by strengthening regulatory capacities, as well as planning immunization programs, responding to the need for medicines and vaccines, and to manage the supply chains. We congratulate PAHO for the advances made in digitalization and for the expansion of the portal for member states, introducing new financial modules and procurement and additional substances, strengthening national planning capacities, as well as the possibilities for implementation. Brazil attaches particular importance to the initiatives for the promotion of regional production and strengthening emergency response capacities. In this context, we welcome the facilitation of access to vaccines produced in the region, negotiation with agreements with components that have been manufactured regionally, and the strategic use of flexibilities approved by the Directing Council, even for creating early reserves for essential vaccines to respond to outbreaks and this health emergency. We would like to recall the role of the Global Coalition for Regional Production and Equitable Access, strengthening the capacities of the Global South to reduce countries' dependence on developed countries. The presence of G20, seeing dengue as the first call for projects that is currently underway. Madam President, we note nonetheless that there are financial challenges as described in the report. In particular, we are concerned by the mismatch between reserves and expenses and the fact that accumulated funds from previous bienniums that were exceptionally reinforced during the COVID-19 pandemic constitute only a temporary solution. We also note challenges associated with delays in payments by some member states. which is an additional risk for the sustainability of these mechanisms for joint procurement. In light of these elements, we would like to hear the Secretariat's assessment on the perspectives for financial sustainability of the funds in the medium and long term, as well as alternatives that are under consideration to ensure continuity and expansion of the activities, preserving at the same time the accessibility and its nature of solidarity to benefit all member states. I would like to also encourage that in accordance with the report on the rate charged for the procurement of public health supplies for member states, there should be an increase in the amount, a 24% increase in expenses compared to the previous biennium, distributed between staff expenses, technical support and cooperation, and investment projects. The financial execution in the second report is 70.7% in staff expenditure, 24.5% corresponds to technical and support activities, and 4.5% to investment projects. The current budget
muito adequado.
It's good to maintain the 4.25%, bearing in mind that the chief objective is to improve healthcare in the region. That's reinforced in paragraph 15D of this document on the strengthening and alignment of the funds. And there should be an investment, or we should see how it is shared between the lines of credit and the expenses, and the lines of credit would be 1.75%, according to the second document, and a proposal of change towards more complex procurement activities that require even more services instead of the growth of administrative expenses. Thank you.
Very much. I'll turn to Colombia, followed by Mexico.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam President. Colombia is grateful for presentation of these two reports and reaffirm our support for the mechanisms of the funds as one of the most successful expressions of solidarity, cooperation, and collective action in the region. The revolving funds have proven to be essential key functions to improve access to medicines and tools, especially for those countries that face major access problems and financial sustainability. However, lessons learned during and after the pandemic have shown that to guarantee access is not sufficient if it cannot be provided in a timely fashion. Late availability of health technologies can transform in greater disease burden and an increase on health inequities. Colombia believes that strengthening the revolving funds must be focused on preserving their advantages in efficiency and economies of scale, as well as reducing the times for the delivery of medicines, vaccines, and strategic consumables. It will be essential to strengthen regional planning for demand, diversify the supply sources, and move towards more resilient supply chains. In this context, Colombia underscores the importance of progressively increasing participation of new public providers that meet the highest quality standards as well as safety and effectiveness. The inclusion of local producers could reinforce the response capacity of the region, eliminate lack of supply, and have more rapid, sustainable availability of essential health technologies. This discussion is in a broad discussion of strengthening public health and regional health sovereignty. Colombia has promoted actions to strengthen the health production and innovation actions, to improve technologies, and to have alliances to achieve greater health autonomy. Colombia supports the efforts to modernize and strengthen the revolving funds and reiterates its commitment with a regional agenda that is based on equity, cooperation, and timely access to the essential medicines and technologies. Thank you very much.
Colombia. I'll turn to Mexico, followed by Ecuador.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The delegation of Mexico is grateful for efforts carried out by the organization to ensure availability and timely access to vaccines, medicines, and other health technologies that are essential for the countries in the region. For our country, these mechanisms are not only financial tools for procurement, but they're also a most tangible example of solidarity and equity for the Americas in public health. The revolving fund for vaccine, as well as the revolving fund for strategic supplies, have been fundamental to guarantee sustainable access to essential health technologies. We support any initiative to modernize them so that they will continue being the drivers of social justice and resilience when faced with emergencies in the region. We note the proposal to consolidate the existing tools in a single revolving fund, maintaining fundamental principles such as solidarity, transparency, voluntary participation, and access to favorable conditions for member states. We believe it is important for initiatives to strengthen these mechanisms, continue responding to the needs and priorities expressed by the countries of the region. We welcome the proposal to harmonize the operational and legal frameworks of the two funds, maintaining clear principles of transparency and voluntary participation. To simplify administrative actions is essential to improve the agility of joint procurement, optimizing the supply chain, and achieve economies of scale. We believe that this operational convergence must be complemented with intersectoral coordination within the member states themselves to closely link health authorities with the financial and regulatory authorities. It is only through internal processes that are aligned in a single regional window will we be able to maximize the benefit of these funds when it comes to competitive prices and timely delivery. We underscore the importance of strengthening financial sustainability of funds, of reviewing the lines of credit mechanisms, as well as the working capital provided to countries. We urge the Pan American Health Bureau, Sanitary Bureau to look at demand and maintain the highest standards of transparency and accountability for the governance of these funds. Mexico reaffirms its commitment to actively participate in the design and implementation of the reforms that are suggested in this report. Thank you very much.
Turn to Ecuador, followed by Peru.
Madam President, there are opportunities where one has to do the work one does not like. What I do like is to say thank you. We're extremely grateful for these regional revolving fund for PAHO, the work that's been carried out, the great collaboration and support for the Republic of Ecuador. I'm not going to read all the comments that the Republic of Ecuador have given me because I want to just summarize them in one feeling, and it's one feeling of fear. Fear why? Well, because in 2025, Ecuador benefited from technical and financial cooperation to respond to yellow fever outbreaks in the Amazon's region, of whooping cough in different areas of the country. We received logistic and technical support to carry out training workshops for the teams working in many of these remote areas, and much more. We feel fear because there will be a unified capitalization account based on the report in its paragraph 15b, which tells us that without giving priority to vaccines, and on behalf of the Republic of Ecuador, I would like that priority to be guaranteed. We know the good faith that's prevailed thus far, but we want it to be guaranteed in some way or other because, lastly, harmonization going beyond policy is going to be summarized in a single account, and we are concerned because in countries such as ours, where Ecuador, who has suffered so much and received so much support that it needs urgently in order to continue procuring vaccines and facing critical crises as we've seen in areas such as challenges overcomes in other countries. And I'm talking here of yellow fever and similar outbreaks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ecuador. Turn to Peru, followed by Guyana.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation is grateful for presentation of the document. We recognize the strategic value of the revolving funds of PAHO to guarantee timely, equitable access that is sustainable for vaccine, medicine, diagnostic means, and other health technologies that are essential in the region. We also underscore the importance of preserving the principles of solidarity, voluntary participation, transparency, and financial sustainability, characteristics of the regional revolving funds, allowing countries to access strategic products under favorable conditions. For Peru, this initiative is particularly important because it will enable access to strategic resources whose availability on the national market is limited. This will allow us to achieve health targets in priority areas such as TB, HIV, rare diseases, and other high-impact conditions that affect public health. We also believe it is pertinent to complement paragraph 15 having to do with principles and practices relating to the procedures and operations, incorporating provisions to strengthen coordination with national regulatory authorities, promoting the timely, complete submission of documents for the process for health registration, authorization for imports, quality control, as appropriate. Likewise, we recommend to strengthen the follow-up mechanisms for the delivery periods by providers in order to reduce risks in supply delays, and prevent stockouts of strategic health elements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peru. I'll turn to Guyana, followed by Haiti.
Thank you, Madam President. First and foremost, Guyana would like to align with and support the observations and questions raised by Canada, Ecuador, Mexico, and Brazil. Guyana welcomes the document on strengthening an alignment of the Regional Revolving Fund of PAHO. For more than 4 decades, the Revolving Fund and the Strategic Fund have been pillars of public health in our region, ensuring equitable access to vaccines, essential medicines, diagnostics, and other critical technologies. Their contributions, from supporting disease elimination efforts to enabling rapid access during outbreaks, have been central to the health gains achieved across the Americas. Guyana has long relied on the revolving funds to secure timely, affordable, and quality-assured supplies for our national immunization and disease control programs. The funds have strengthened our negotiating capacity, supported continuity of treatment, and enhanced our preparedness for emergencies. We particularly welcome the recent digital advances, including the Member State portal, which has improved transparency, forecasting, and operational efficiency. We recognize that Member State demands have evolved, with increasing need for high-cost medicines, diagnostics, vector control tools, and medical equipment. The proposal to align the two funds into a unified regional revolving fund is therefore timely and appropriate. It preserves the core principles of solidarity, voluntary participation, transparency, and financial self-reliance, while improving flexibility, efficiency, and responsiveness to the realities of modern health systems. Guyana also acknowledges the importance of maintaining a strong capitalization mechanism and welcomes the rebalancing of the existing 4.25% charge without increasing costs to member states. This approach supports sustainability while enabling the fund to meet the growing complexity of procurement needs. Guyana reaffirms its full support for this proposal. We remain committed to working with PAHO and fellow member states to strengthen pool procurement, expand access to innovation, and reinforce regional health security. The Unified Regional Revolving Fund represents an important step toward a more agile, resilient, and equitable procurement platform for the Americas, and Guyana stands ready to contribute to its successful implementation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Guyana. I'll turn to Haiti, followed by the United States.
Madame la Présidente, Haïti remercie.
Madam President, we congratulate PAHO for the presentation of this document on charge assessment procurement of regional revolving funds. For our country, this mechanism constitutes an essential pillar in regional food security, and it enables member states to have access to vaccines and medicines and diagnostics, as well as other health inputs of quality at accessible prices, thanks to solidarity and the implementation and the joint use of resources. Haiti attaches a special importance to renewable funds and the strategic fund that they play an essential role within the provision of our health system. That is to say, within a context characterized by growing financial concerns and disruptions in world and global supply chains. We welcome the efforts tend at improving efficiency, transparency, financial sustainability, and resilience of these mechanisms. In this regard, we stress the importance of having available flexible financial mechanisms, particularly credit lines accessible to all member states that are confronted with temporary difficulties in financial situations in order to avoid not having essential products. Haiti supports the adoption of this proposal and reaffirms its commitment in order to work with PAHO and all member states in order to consolidate this public regional good for the benefit of our countries and our populations. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Haiti.
Thank you very much, Haiti.
United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States thanks the Bureau for its work examining the operations and costs of the PAHO Regional Revolving Funds. Now is the right time to take a hard look at fiscal responsibility and opportunities to reduce duplication and increase efficiency. Combining two similar funds seem like a good step overall. We also welcome PAHO's evolution and digitalization of the revolving funds platform for tracking real-time information. However, the proposal doesn't provide much detail about the potential hurdles in combining the funds. For example, what is the current difference in how the two funds are being managed? How will those funds be pooled together? In addition, the two funds have focused on providing different kinds of supplies. What provisions will ensure that the combined fund can address each of the original purposes well enough? The Bureau proposed retaining the 4.25% cost recovery charge while adjusting the portion for support costs and the portion for the capital account. What would be the consequence of not rebalancing these charges if member states do not approve the change? With regard to the proposed resolution, we recommend revising the use of language regarding solidarity to cooperation within the framework of the revolving fund and in the coinciding resolution. Lastly, given the many questions and comments we've heard today, it seems it could be very beneficial to consult further on this significant change. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. With that, I don't see any other requests for the floor, so I will turn it back to Mr. Cornejo to address a number of comments, and we've heard a number of questions of clarification and more information as well. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much to Canada, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, Guyana, Haiti, and the United States for your support and the recognition of the role of the regional revolving funds and the need to continue to support our member states in ensuring access to health technologies and critical health supplies, including the new priorities towards regional manufacturing, strengthening regional manufacturing, and access to high-price, high-scope medicine. There were many recommendations to improve the document and to ensure that the technical cooperation is fully aligned. We are seeing many examples. Colombia raised the issue of improving timing of vaccines. For example, this year, thanks to you, the partnership that we facilitated with the regional manufacturer for influenza vaccine, for the first time, we were able, for the Southern Hemisphere, to supply influenza vaccine from the late January, beginning of February. This was never done before, and we know, for example, for influenza vaccine, the timeliness of those vaccines is critical. So this is one of the advantages that we're seeing of working with our regional manufacturers, creating those technologies and working on, as it was mentioned, on the annual demand. Also, there were two set of questions. One is about how did we come to the distribution of the 4.25 and what was the analysis presented. And the second is on the guaranteeing that the credit line will continue to prioritize vaccines. In terms of the proposal, so the proposal was, as it was mentioned and it was discussed during the budgetary committee and mentioned by the chair, the Minister of Granada, we are estimating that the current resources utilized for the operations of the revolving funds are greater than the resources that we recover. However, at this moment, we don't have a problem because we have balances coming from the pandemic. We do not use voluntary or assessed contributions to finance the operations of the revolving funds. The revolving funds are self-sustaining. All the resources needed for its operations, including the technical cooperation, are recovered through the charge fee. So we projected estimates, and for this we did an independent evaluation by a consulting firm, Accenture. We hired them to assess how much is the cost of operations, how much it will be the cost of operations, in order to ensure that what we recover will be enough to sustain those costs. This is why we are presenting this resolution or this change in the resolution. So these proposals reflects on 3 points. One, we are not increasing and we cannot increase the overall charge fee. We already know the efforts that the member states are making to procure, so we didn't want to change the overall fee. Second is we have enough credit line to sustain and maintain the core products that there are today in the funds. For example, for vaccines, at the moment we have our credit line is around $310 million, out of which on an annual basis we utilize up to 80%, which means that 20% is sitting in that account that could be utilized, but it cannot be utilized because it can be utilized only for vaccines. For the strategic fund, we have an additional $50 million. However, there our request is above $50 million. So sometimes we cannot provide credit line to member states because we don't have enough funding. And that's where we see the unification of the two accounts will help us to be more efficient, have a more efficient use by member states of that credit line and not being seated in a bank account. We made projections, and based on the projections, we have enough resources to maintain what is currently in our portfolio. However, with high price, high cost medicine, we see that there is significant potential need. Now, utilizing the charge, the percentage, it will take a long time to mobilize enough resources to generate the credit line. That's why we don't think that is feasible to continue to use the 2.5 to generate enough resources for those new products. And this is why we are developing this instrument with the Inter-American Development Bank. And we are developing other mechanisms. We are looking at how to expand this mechanism. So what this allows us is to provide credit line in a more agile way at the same cost or lower cost that is currently the 2.5. So for member states will be a saving because we will not be charging the credit line, and it will reduce the liability to the organization, because it will not be the organization the one providing the financing. So this is why we believe that the reduction in the credit line contribution will have no impact in the access to health products by the funds, and that reallocation will generate enough resources for us to maintain the operations of the revolving funds, continuing to utilize digital tools, strengthening the annual demand process, and working with regulatory agencies as it met some of the topics that were raised, without needing resources beyond what is being collected. Now, we also, and thank you very much for the concerns raised by Ecuador in terms of prioritizing the vaccines, and that's why we introduced that statement in the document. Today, what we procure is 80% of what total procurement of the revolving funds, if we unify the two, are vaccines. So vaccines will continue to be prioritized with this credit line. The way we work, we first gather the demand of all member states. Based on that demand, that's why the demand process is so important, because based on the demand that is being requested, then we assign the credit line based on countries that need, and in that process, we will secure that vaccines are first identified and then they're covered. As I said, for high price, high cost medicine, these new innovations, equipment that we're bringing, we are looking at more innovative mechanisms that will help us to generate some of the funds. I think I answer all of the questions in terms of how we are planning to secure the prioritizing immunization. What was the analysis being made? And as I mentioned, this is based on the current expenditures and future expenditures, and where we believe that we will secure enough funding. Just to reiterate, we do not use resources from the organization. Also, the current funding in the credit line, of course, will remain in the credit line. That funding will not be utilized. So the $360 million that we already have will continue to be utilized only for credit line. We will not be using it to support operational costs. The proposal is in the future, for future procurements, how we assign those resources that we will generate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll see if Dr. Barbosa, would you like to make any comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for all the interventions from our member states, highlighting how they appreciate and they support the work that the technical cooperation that PAHO is providing through the funds. First, I think that Santiago explains very well all the main aspects and questions that were raised. I just want to highlight 3 or 4 points. One is that putting together the two funds will save a lot of duplicity, will reduce duplicity, and will simplify the administrative process that you have. Now we have two very similar mechanisms because the processes are the same, and we needed to duplicate the processes in 2 different mechanisms. So this will allow us to be more efficient and to save resources that now we are using to have these 2 mechanisms running. Secondly, that we are keeping the principle that the funds are self-sufficient. So we are not using 1 cent from the assessed contributions to fund the operations of the funds. For this reason, that is important to increase from 1.75% to 2.5%. Why? Because in the past, we were only, or almost only, procuring vaccines. So we were dealing with 10, 15, 20, maybe producers, all of them pre-qualified. So it was simple than the situation that we have now, because we are attending the demands from our member states. We are procuring telehealth and telemedicine kits, X-ray machines with artificial intelligence, laboratory diagnosis, high-cost medicines for cancer and rare disease. So we need to have more consultants that are specialized in this kind of equipment and medicines in order to assure that we are procuring high-quality products for our member states. So the scope of our work increased, so we need to strengthen a little bit. It's not that much, but we need to increase our capacity to review the quality of the products, to review the providers, so to ensure that our member states are getting the high-quality products by an affordable price. Even though, just to highlight what Santiago mentioned in his first intervention, even with this increase from 1.7% to 2.5%, we are charging the lowest, by far, administrative fee in the world. If we take UNICEF, that is procuring vaccines for Gavi, or UNOPS and other UN agencies. So we are really keeping a very lean structure in PAHO. We are not increasing the mechanism that we have. And also remember that it's not only the procurement process, but we are also supporting the countries to estimate their demands, how many high-cost treatments for cancer, prostate cancer, or cancer, breast cancer that they need. We are providing how many vaccines, how many refrigerators to increase their cold chain capacity. So we are also providing a lot of technical cooperation to the countries through this fund. The last point is about, I think, that this need for prioritization. The language is clear in the proposal, and as Santiago mentioned, I think that we take all the demands from our member states, so we can, in an administrative measure, to guarantee that we will only use the credit line for all the products after getting all the demands for vaccine being supported. But remember that the main pressure that we have for the credit line is not from vaccine, as Santiago shared with you the numbers. We have 20% of credit line that's not utilized every year. The credit line for the strategic fund was enough until we started purchasing high-cost medicines. Because when a country asked us to purchase all the treatment for cancer, they asked us to utilize $30 million. So it's more than 50% of the credit line for the strategic fund. But for this specific need, we are establishing this new economic financial facility with the Inter-American Development Bank that will allow countries to use this kind of second credit line only for high-cost medicines that will be up to $1 billion. So this will be like a credit line. The countries will use this, and after that they will replenish the second credit line. If they don't do, after a period of time, 60 days, this will become a very low interest rate loan that the country will have time to pay. Of course, that is better if they don't need to go beyond the 60-day period. But for this reason, that we believe that this brings no threat to the use of the credit line, because the pressure that we have, that is high-cost medicine, we are creating this new mechanism that is going beyond it. So we are going from $50 million to $1 billion that will be available to our member states. We will have a presentation on this tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I take this opportunity to invite all of you. And this is a joint effort from the Inter-American Development Bank and PAHO. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much. All right. With that, then I will now ask the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Madam President. Proposed resolution. Strengthening and alignment of the regional revolving funds of the Pan American Health Organization. The 178th session of the Executive Committee having reviewed the document Strengthening and Alignment of the Regional Revolving Funds of the Pan American Health Organization, resolves to recommend that the 63rd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms: strengthening and alignment of the regional revolving funds of the Pan American Health Organization. The 63rd Directing Council, having reviewed the document Strengthening and Alignment of the Regional Revolving Funds of the Pan American Health Organization, recognizing the essential role of the revolving fund for access to vaccines and the regional revolving fund for strategic public health supplies in promoting access to vaccines, medicines, and other health technologies, and in strengthening resilient supply chains, access to innovation, and health security in the region of the Americas, while ensuring the financial sustainability of the funds and considering the progress made, the lessons learned, and the need to consolidate successful practices while increasing efficiency and responsiveness to member state needs. Resolves: 1. To approve the document Strengthening and Alignment of the Regional Revolving Funds of the Pan American Health Organization. 2. To urge all member states, considering their contexts, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A. Reaffirm that the Regional Revolving Fund shall operate in accordance with the following guiding principles: solidarity, access to all, and Pan-Americanism, voluntary participation by member states, sustainability and transparency, and financial self-reliance, and utilize the Regional Revolving Fund to advance access to health technologies. To request the Director to administer the Regional Revolving Fund, applying the following procedural and operating principles and practices. 1. Or little I. Eligibility. All PAHO member states and public sector entities at the national and subnational levels. Non-state actors on an exceptional basis only at the request of relevant national authorities and only during public health emergencies, and government entities and international organizations from other regions cooperating with PAHO if there is no financial or operational risk for the Regional Revolving Fund. Unified capital account. Merge the existing capital accounts so that they are managed as a single financing instrument managed by the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Little 3, pricing, single lowest price policy with limited flexibility granted to the Director only to address emergencies, highly concentrated markets, and or early access to innovation, and 4, cost recovery and financial self-reliance, self-financing by adjusting the composition of the 4.25% charge to assign 2.25% to the administrative component and 1.75% to the capitalization component. B. Provided technical cooperation to member states for the continued utilization of the Regional Revolving Fund, and report to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and the challenges faced in the implementation of the Regional Revolving Fund at the end of each biennium.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now give the floor to plenary to discuss the proposed resolution, please. Okay. All right. Well, without any requests for the floor, then I will declare the resolution adopted. Great. All right, so let's take a break until 4 o'clock. And there's coffee downstairs and tea. So we'll see you back in about half an hour. Thank you.
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía porque estábamos muy lejos.
Creemos que la geografía no debe determinar quién vive y quién muere. Por eso, en un esfuerzo conjunto entre la OPS, el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Seguridad Pública de Panamá y la Fundación Barça, desarrollamos un proyecto pionero en Panamá y también en la región de las Américas. Habilitamos nuevas normativas en el país e instalamos infraestructuras de comunicación, acceso a Internet, para permitir el monitoreo del tráfico aéreo en zonas donde no había cobertura, fortaleciendo la seguridad operacional de un ecosistema logístico que hoy utiliza drones de carga de larga distancia. Al transportar medicamentos, muestras biológicas y insumos médicos, transformamos los trayectos de horas e incluso días en 30 o 40 minutos.
Ya sabemos que ya no estamos olvidados detrás de las montañas, porque ya la medicina...
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía porque estábamos muy lejos.
Creemos que la geografía no debe determinar quién vive y quién muere. Por eso, en un esfuerzo conjunto entre la OPS, el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Seguridad Pública de Panamá y la Fundación Barça, desarrollamos un proyecto pionero en Panamá y también en la región de las Américas. Habilitamos nuevas normativas en el país e instalamos infraestructuras de comunicación, acceso a Internet, para permitir el monitoreo del tráfico aéreo en zonas donde no había cobertura, fortaleciendo la seguridad operacional de un ecosistema logístico que hoy utiliza drones de carga de larga distancia. Al transportar medicamentos, muestras biológicas y insumos médicos, transformamos los trayectos de horas e incluso días en 30 o 40 minutos.
Ya sabemos que ya no estamos olvidados detrás de las montañas, porque ya la medicina puede llegar más rápido y eso significa que nuestros niños y adultos mayores pueden tener una mejor oportunidad.
La innovación es un puente hacia la salud universal. Lo que estamos haciendo aquí en la comarca Nové Buglé es algo que es escalable y es replicable. Y es algo que justamente podemos hacer en cualquier otro lugar del mundo.
Detrás de cada vida protegida hay una historia de cuidado y buenas decisiones tomadas a tiempo. En las Américas, décadas de esfuerzo y colaboración han protegido la salud de generaciones enteras. Gracias a las vacunas, logramos lo que parecía imposible: eliminar la polio, prevenir más de 6 millones de muertes por sarampión en los últimos 20 años y salvar innumerables vidas.
El sarampión es una enfermedad causada por un virus.
Sin embargo, hoy enfrentamos desafíos que creíamos superados.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud emitió una nueva alerta epidemiológica.
El sarampión ha regresado.
Vas a sentir frío, ¿ya? Listo.
Cuando las coberturas bajan, las enfermedades prevenibles por vacunación vuelven. Las vacunas son una de las intervenciones más costoefectivas para proteger nuestra salud y la de nuestras familias. En 2026 celebremos la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas,
A que se vacunen.
reconocida como bien público regional que renueva nuestro compromiso. Fortalecer la inmunización y evitar retrocesos que afectan el desarrollo de nuestros países. A los profesionales de la salud, gracias por dejar todo para cuidar de nuestras vidas. La historia ya nos mostró que juntos podemos. Tu decisión marca la diferencia. Inmunización para todos.
Pues yo había tiempos que sí salía, sí, a las veredas, hacia el pueblo. Pero ya cuando caí con la crisis bastante grave, ya no, ya me daba era por encerrarme así en la casa, no salía.
Today, more than 160 million people in the Americas are living with a mental health condition. Yet too many of these conditions go unaddressed, causing serious health, social, and economic consequences for individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of the health sector alone, but this approach falls short, leaving most people without quality care. The Pan American Health Organization has been leading efforts to catapult mental health from an often neglected health issue to a central item on national and regional political agendas.
When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020, PAHO quickly recognized the growing mental health crisis in countries across the Americas. So in 2022, we established the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, which was the region's first expert group of its kind, tasked with guiding the organization and its member states on improving mental health policies and services during this period and beyond. The Commission created a concrete framework for countries to transform their mental health systems by integrating mental health into all policies.
The report also inspired the development of the Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the region of the Americas, which was approved by PAHO member states at the 60th Directing Council in 2023. However, to achieve this goal, the conversation needed to reach beyond ministries of health, to engage high-level political leaders in the region. In close collaboration with PAHO, the Organization of American States began incorporating mental health into its mandate, starting with the adoption of the resolution named Promotion and Protection of Human Rights at the 54th OAS General Assembly, which notably included a section dedicated to human rights and mental health. The following year, the 55th OAS General Assembly marked a historic moment for mental health, featuring a high-level side event and the adoption of the resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas. This resolution urges member states to increase public and private investment in community-based mental health care, prevention, and recovery. It also established Inter-American Mental Health Week, first celebrated the week of October 6th, 2025.
What we achieved in 2025 was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate organizational effort to bring health into the highest levels of political commitment and decision-making. As one PAHO, we advanced the regional mental health agenda by building strategic alliances and ensuring its visibility at the OAS and the UN General Assembly.
Looking ahead, PAHO is supporting the OAS and its member states in implementing the resolution, including forming an Inter-American Working Group. But we cannot stop here. There is no health without mental health, and no mental health without sustained political and diplomatic support. Our next step is to build on this momentum, continuing and accelerating collective efforts for mental health across the region. The Americas have shown what's possible when we unite. Now is the moment to go further together.
Ser enlace es ser una alianza entre el Estado y la comunidad. Entonces eso implica de que nosotros como enlace seamos un puente, ¿no? Un canal para que los servicios lleguen con efectividad a nuestra comunidad.
La salud intercultural es una atención centrada en la persona, pero basada en su cultura, sus costumbres, sus tradiciones, de tal manera que el proceso de abordaje de salud-enfermedad no implique una resistencia o un rechazo.
Mi nombre es Elías Noico Sánchez, soy enlace del pueblo Cacataibo, soy de la comunidad nativa Puerto Azul de la etnia Cacataibo.
Mi nombre es Lidia Reina Awanari, yo soy de la comunidad Buen Perú, Río Galvez. Yo soy etnia Matzés. Y nosotros hacemos comunicación, hacemos reunión que personal de salud está viniendo para atender de obstetricia, enfermera, odontólogo.
Los enlaces indígenas tienen una fortaleza que dominan la lengua indígena originaria, que tienen el conocimiento del territorio y que han validado su representación con las organizaciones indígenas de la zona. Esto nos permite llegar con un equipo de salud acompañado del enlace indígena, con un mensaje asertivo, que se habla en la lengua originaria, que nos permite explicarle detalladamente a la población qué intervenciones vamos a desarrollar.
Las brigadas están conformadas por el médico, por la obstetra, por un enfermero licenciado o licenciada en este caso. También está conformado por un nutricionista, psicología, odontología, farmacia. Las actividades realizan lo que es medicina integral por el médico. También pasan por lo que es planificación, control de materno, control de cáncer de cuello uterino, de mamas, ¿no? Inmunización de vacunas.
Una rayita negativo, ya usted no tiene VIH, ya está sano.
Yo me siento fortalecido y me siento privilegiado, ¿no? Porque estoy llegando en lugares muy lejanos que están donde están mis hermanos para que el primer servicio de salud llegue en primera instancia a mi comunidad. Ese es mi orgullo y mi privilegio de sentirme que soy parte del enlace.
La aplicación de los diálogos interculturales ha ido demandándose cada vez más. Países como Perú presentan avances muy significativos, donde vemos de forma muy visible cómo cuando se implementan esos diálogos interculturales se mejora el acceso de la población a los servicios de salud y tienen iniciativas muy interesantes. Por ejemplo, el tema de los enlaces indígenas es una figura que viene trabajando, es un conector entre la medicina ancestral, entre la comunidad y la medicina occidental, que a su vez se capacita de técnicas que vienen de la medicina occidental, donde OPS está dando un fuerte acompañamiento, pero a la vez son personas de confianza para las comunidades porque pertenecen a ellas y ahí se refleja de manera significativa su propia identidad, ¿no? Lo cual tiene implicaciones muy palpables para abordar el tema de salud y bienestar.
Es una herramienta muy valiosa para todas las intervenciones que nosotros desarrollamos en el Ministerio de Salud. Desde las intervenciones que hacemos con brigadas itinerantes, visitando comunidades alejadas, desde las intervenciones que hacemos con las estrategias para el tratamiento o el abordaje de la tuberculosis, para el abordaje del VIH, para el abordaje de enfermedades metaxénicas como el dengue, la malaria,
el panorama de lo que era antes ahora se ha cambiado bastante porque hay mayor confianza, mayor atención, mayor respaldo a los servicios de salud. Mi presencia como enlace en mi comunidad genera un cambio positivo en ver la salud como primordial para poder subsistir como ser humano, ¿no?
En Haïti, la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dure depuis plusieurs années. Face à une situation sans précédent, des dizaines de milliers de familles ont été contraintes de fuir leur quartier. Fortement touchées par l'insécurité, elles trouvent refuge dans des sites de déplacement improvisés ou au sein de communautés qui les accueillent dans des zones plus sûres. Aujourd'hui, les départements de l'Ouest, du Centre et de l'Artibonite accueillent la majorité des 1,4 million de personnes déplacées internes du pays. Parmi elles, de nombreux enfants et femmes enceintes, dont l'accès aux services sociaux et de santé de base, y compris la vaccination, est fortement limité. Pour protéger ces populations contre les maladies évitables par la vaccination, la direction du programme élargi de vaccination du ministère de la Santé publique et de la Population a mené une campagne de vaccination ciblée, avec l'appui de l'OPS, OMS et de Gavi.
Celui nous tout à fait voulu venir dans ce point-là, c'est pas bien ma bien vivre avec ce moment. Pour santé là, on a un centre pour toilette cap. Bah mon grille fièvre et puis on a dormi plus souple, il y a des parfois de l'eau sale centrale. Santé a pas tellement OK. Depuis mon yo venu faire annonce là, yo venu passer annonce là et puis yo venu continuer à malade. Donc, si on fait un paquet, changement dans la vie, on les porter pour le paquet. Fièvre, le paquet diarrhée pour signaler demander, pour pas prendre tétanos et puis bon pour santé.
Pendant une semaine, 736 équipes mobiles ont sillonné les communautés hautes et les sites de déplacés des 3 départements ciblés pour vacciner les enfants de 0 à 5 ans et les femmes enceintes contre des maladies telles que la rougeole, la diphtérie, la poliomyélite et le tétanos. Grâce à une forte mobilisation communautaire, cette campagne a permis de vacciner 4 879 enfants zéro dose, 4 207 enfants sous-vaccinés, 11 163 enfants contre la rougeole, 3 845 contre la poliomyélite, 6 836 contre la diphtérie et 2 627 femmes enceintes contre le tétanos. En parallèle, les équipes ont mené une recherche active au niveau communautaire afin d'identifier d'éventuels cas suspects de paralysie flasque aiguë, de rougeole ou d'autres maladies évitables par la vaccination. Chaque visite à domicile a également permis de sensibiliser les familles et de collecter des données essentielles pour renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique. Cette campagne a permis de renforcer la protection des populations déplacées internes, les plus exposées aux risques épidémiques, et contribuer à améliorer la détection précoce des maladies évitables par la vaccination.
Durante más de un siglo, la esquistosomiasis, también conocida como bilarcia, afectó a comunidades rurales de Puerto Rico. Hoy, gracias a décadas de investigación científica, vigilancia sostenida y colaboración internacional, la isla está cerca de alcanzar un hito histórico, demostrar la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esquistosomiasis ha sido una enfermedad endémica, o fue, por muchos años. El primer reporte es de 1903 y los números de casos ha ido bajando paulatinamente hasta el punto que el último caso reportado fue en el 2005.
Y acá estamos más una vez en Puerto Rico haciendo este trabajo, esta encuesta malacológica. Es muy importante, es una etapa para la certificación de la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esa coordinación entre la OPS, el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico, Recursos Naturales y la Universidad de Nuevo México es la base del esfuerzo actual.
And I have a long-standing interest in doing research on neglected tropical diseases, and in particular schistosomiasis, which is, beside malaria, probably the most significant NTD in the world on a global scale. What we want to do is try to determine if in fact now transmission is impossible on the island because of the lack of the vector snail Biamphalaria glabrata.
Yo creo que es importante definir qué enfermedades están circulando y cuáles no están circulando en un lugar, en este caso Puerto Rico, para definir las estrategias de salud pública dirigidas a la erradicación de las enfermedades que tengamos circulando y eliminar de la lista las enfermedades que ya no tengamos circulando por el trabajo que se ha hecho en el camino.
So we are currently engaged in a survey operation to visit as many freshwater habitats in the island that we can, including several that were known to be locations where this vector snail occurred.
We go into the field, we sample different habitat, but we would take the snails and we would look at them to determine if they are infected with those parasites.
Esta experiencia ha sido fabulosa, nunca había hecho trabajo de campo, así que con la ayuda de los investigadores hemos recibido una capacitación de cómo hacer el trabajo, de cómo podemos identificar caracoles.
El proyecto no solo investiga, forma nuevos expertos puertorriqueños capaces de continuar el monitoreo.
Pues mira, una excelente experiencia. Yo y mi equipo hemos aprendido bastante de los doctores, nos han explicado acerca de los tipos de caracoles, las enfermedades que transmiten estos caracoles, y nos muestra la importancia que estar pendiente todo el tiempo a verificar si la población vuelve para estar preparado. Nos ayuda a estar preparado aquí en Puerto Rico porque hace años que no se combate.
El expertise en las islas ya no existe y entonces nuestro trabajo es poner en contacto los expertos con las autoridades de salud.
Este esfuerzo busca cerrar un capítulo que comenzó hace más de 100 años.
Y entonces creo que ha sido un gran logro para evidenciar realmente si ha sido eliminada o no ha sido eliminada. Por eso considero que es un gran paso de salud pública en esta era.
We are optimistic that we will achieve a final interesting, good result with respect to the declaration of elimination of transmission. It's exciting to be here. It's an exciting thing to be proud of being able to do this. I want to tell my grandkids about it.
Ciencia, historia y colaboración internacional se unen en un mismo propósito: proteger la salud del pueblo puertorriqueño y demostrar la eliminación de la esquistosomiasis. Un logro que marcará a las generaciones futuras.
Estar en un entorno penitenciario aumenta hasta 100 veces el riesgo de contraer tuberculosis. Por eso, el control de la tuberculosis en las prisiones tiene un impacto directo en la salud de toda la comunidad. Diagnosticar, tratar, curar la tuberculosis en estos espacios contribuye a reducir la enfermedad a nivel nacional. Para ello, se realiza una radiografía de tórax, cuya imagen es analizada con programas de inteligencia artificial que permiten identificar si hay lesiones compatibles o no con la enfermedad. A las personas que presentan lesiones se le toma una muestra de catarro que se procesa mediante biología molecular para confirmar el diagnóstico. A esta búsqueda activa se suma el tamizaje VIH, sífilis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, y además se aplican los esquemas de vacunación para adultos recomendados por el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones.
Nuestro trabajo acá es desde la detección del paciente con tuberculosis hasta lograr el éxito. Actualmente tenemos 86 pacientes en tratamiento, de los cuales en el año se lograron realizar 1.100 pruebas aproximadamente.
Entonces son muestras, generalmente el proceso médico tarda 120 minutos. Entonces una vez que el equipo da el resultado, eso se carga en el sistema experto de tuberculosis.
Una de las enfermedades más frecuentes con esta encierro es la tuberculosis. Entonces, esa articulación hace que podamos llegar más oportunamente a los casos, a los enfermos que reciban el tratamiento, el seguimiento, ¿verdad? Un enfoque biopsicosocial y de derechos humanos.
En las Américas, 1 de cada 3 niños y adolescentes vive con sobrepeso u obesidad, y 4 de cada 5 niños es físicamente inactivo. Los entornos poco saludables y la falta de actividad física afectan la salud, el bienestar y el aprendizaje de la niñez, así como el desarrollo socioeconómico de los países.
La educación y la salud deben de trabajar de forma integrada para transformar realidades. Ante esta realidad, con el liderazgo en los Ministerios de Educación y de Salud de las Américas, la OEA y la OPS lanzaron el Programa Hemisférico sobre Políticas de Alimentación Saludable y Actividad Física en Entornos Escolares.
Las escuelas son espacios clave para promover estilos de vida saludables desde la infancia. Este programa facilita el intercambio de herramientas, experiencias y aprendizajes entre los sectores de educación, salud y deporte de los países.
En 2023, programas de 3 países fueron seleccionados entre 11 postulaciones para recibir asistencia técnica focalizada. En Bahamas se está trabajando para que los estudiantes puedan acceder a productos saludables en sus escuelas y sus alrededores. En Belice se han instalado bebederos en las escuelas para promover el consumo de agua acompañado de campañas dirigidas a los estudiantes. En Colombia están fomentando la actividad física con programas inclusivos y recreativos dentro y fuera del aula.
Cuando los estudiantes se alimentan de manera saludable, se mueven más, mejora su atención y su participación en clase.
Me gusta que todos participemos y ninguno quede afuera.
Estamos generando evidencia y recomendaciones aplicables a nivel regional.
Los entornos escolares saludables son un derecho y una realidad alcanzable, por lo que apoyamos el fortalecimiento de políticas públicas que beneficien a todos los estudiantes de las Américas.
Programa Hemisférico de la OEA y la OPS, una primera línea de acción en la lucha contra las enfermedades no transmisibles en las Américas.
Standards are not sufficient. We have to enforce them. We have to be sure that we are actually using the standards. The Pan American Health Organization employed a system of check consultants for the confirmation that we were using adequate standards.
Soon after the official launch of a major project in the Caribbean that looked at retrofitting over 50 health facilities, we felt that it was an important initiative, important enough for us to look at its adaptation in many other sectors in the British Virgin Islands. We focused on retrofitting and improving the facilities at our referral hospital, and a number of smart initiatives were applied, and that hospital became one of the first outfitted and officially designated smart hospitals in the Caribbean.
Maintenance is synonymous with sustainability. We cannot have anything sustain any structure, any hospital to operate over time without proper and effective maintenance, both preventive maintenance as well as breakdown maintenance. Effective and proper maintenance is essential for a hospital to function before any event, during and after.
And I mean, this is frontier work that the Caribbean is leading. The region started with a hospital safety index.
made this index more relevant to the future that we face. And now we know it's been picked up by WHO globally, it's being used in other parts of the world, and this is what I'm most excited about.
In public health centers across Trinidad and Tobago, essential vaccines are provided to all adults and children free of charge under the Ministry of Health's expanded program on immunization. For the public, the process is straightforward and seamless. But behind the scenes, maintaining the safety of vaccines that require cold temperatures of between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius is an important part of the process that requires careful coordination.
The security would have to notify their manager, and their manager would notify the area administrator, and they would get in contact with the nurse in charge of the institution so that the vaccines can be moved from the health center to the county medical office of health so that they can store it.
In 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's public health system experienced a technological breakthrough in vaccine storage when the Ministry of Health received the first of 62 solar-powered vaccine refrigerators from PAHO WHO.
What we do is support the countries to procure not only all the vaccines that actually are given here to the population, also procuring some supplies for the cold chain to provide the vaccination throughout the country, and also training the health personnel to be able to accomplish this.
It was an exciting time because we weren't sure what to expect when this solar-powered fridge arrived. So now we were able to keep our vaccines with or without power at the institution without having to move it.
For the past year, at least 3 occasions I've had power outages for 8 hours, but I didn't have to move a vaccine.
I had confidence in this fridge because I knew it was reliable and it uses renewable energy.
Every step along the way, vaccines remain safe and available for every child, every family, every time. PAHO WHO, powering health in Trinidad and Tobago.
Ya felizmente hemos avanzado con las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma en los 12 municipios seleccionados en El Salvador. Y esto ha sido posible gracias a ese compromiso que ha mostrado el Ministerio de Salud con sus equipos evaluadores, integrados por médicos, enfermeras y promotores. También agradecer a Canadá porque ha sido la fuente fundamental de financiamiento para este proyecto. El acompañamiento de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, dígase el equipo local en El Salvador como el equipo regional y también nuestros asesores de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Esto no hubiese sido posible si no se hubiese demostrado ese compromiso de la comunidad con sus problemas de salud, con sus niños, con sus adultos, con su familia en general, porque es imposible resolver un problema de salud sin la participación activa de la comunidad.
Este tipo de proyecto tiene varios impactos en estas comunidades de difícil acceso. Primero, tiene un impacto directamente en la comunidad. Por ejemplo, en el caso del proyecto de tracoma, podemos llegar a las poblaciones de una forma preventiva, especialmente en los niños. Se puede ver si podrían desarrollar la enfermedad en el futuro. Segundo, tiene un impacto netamente institucional. Este es un trabajo integrado en el cual se ve la rectoría y el liderazgo del Ministerio de Salud a través de sus diferentes entidades a nivel nacional, regional y local en las unidades primarias de salud. Esto queda como una experiencia y un impacto hacia futuro porque demuestra que el país está preparado para poder seguir el proceso de la eliminación de las enfermedades desatendidas, especialmente en las poblaciones de más difícil acceso.
Nosotros hemos podido integrar, hemos podido compartir nuestros conocimientos, apoyarnos los unos a los otros y asimismo pues poder llegar a la familia, llegar a las viviendas y que ellos puedan ver también en nosotros ese espíritu de empatía, ¿verdad? Que ellos vean que vamos por la prevención de la salud de ellos.
Ha sido una experiencia muy bonita, primeramente porque hemos conocido muchos lugares del país y pues también acercándonos a comunidades, dando atenciones no solamente con lo del proyecto de tracoma, sino también actividades preventivas como vacunación.
All right, welcome back again. We are entering our final part of the day's program, and we will start with item 7.1, implementation of the international health regulations. I would like to bring document CE 178/INF/1 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Ugarte, Director of the Department of Health Emergencies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please present the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Director, distinguished Member States delegates, colleagues. I'm glad to introduce the agenda item 7.1, implementation of the international health regulations, in document CE 178-INF1. This report reviews implementation of international health regulations in the Americas from 16 July 2025 to 31st of March 2026. The main development during the period was the entry into force of the 2024 IHR amendments on 19 September of 2025, which shifted the attention towards practical implementation, governance adjustments, and technical guidance. Regional surveillance and communication systems remain functional, with a 91% average connectivity success rate between PAHO and the national IHR focal points in this period. Most notified events were infectious hazards, particularly measles, human influenza, avian influenza, and chikungunya. PAHO also screened 1,053 epidemic intelligence signals and sent 38 verification requests to Member States. The core capacity monitoring remained strong, and by May 2026, the 35 countries complied with the states parties' annual report for the fourth consecutive year. Preparedness efforts expanded through early action reviews linked to 717 target, after action reviews, and coordination for the FIFA World Cup 2026. Administrative progress included the authorization for 485 ports in 28 states parties to issue ship sanitation certificates and confirmation by 6 countries of a new national IHR authority. After this report was closed, several IHR-related developments occurred. On 24th April 26, WHO launched the global consultation process for the revision of the state party self-assessment annual reporting, the third edition tool to align it with the 2024 amendments. The Pan American Sanitary Bureau convened information sessions for state parties in the region of the Americas and initiated a regional consultation process through an online questionnaire addressed to states parties, international experts, and relevant stakeholders with submissions due by 10 June 2026. In May 2026, through circular letter, the WHO Director General informed states parties of correction procedures related to the amendments to the International Health Regulations 2005. On 15th of May 2026, Canada notified WHO the withdrawal of the rejection to the 2024 IHR amendments adopted through Resolution WHA 77.17. Colombia confirmed the designation of the establishment of a new national IHR authority, joining Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and Mexico. On 17th May 2026, the Director General determined that the outbreak of Ebola, disease caused by Bundibugyo virus in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Uganda constitute a public health emergency of international concern. And on 19th of May, the first meeting of the IHR Emergency Committee's advice, the Director General issued temporary recommendations for state parties on the 22nd of May 2026. In summary, The region has solid institutional mechanisms and active technical support, but implementation of the IHR remains uneven across countries and subregions. Priority attention should focus on improving timely notification of public health events, strengthening responses to verification requests, supporting full implementation of the 2024 IHR amendments, and expanding practical review tools that improve readiness and accountability. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I won't repeat what you have just ended with, which was the perfect opening to now open the floor to the plenary for discussion, exactly to provide any comments on the report. All right, thank you. We'll start with Canada, followed by Peru.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this report highlighting the progress toward the implementation of the international health regulations. Canada continues to support the sharing of timely, accurate, and sufficiently detailed public health information related to public health events from member states to PAHO WHO and between member states in accordance with the IHR. Strengthening core capacities to prevent, detect, prepare for, and respond to threats to health and potential pandemics remain a key focus for Canada. Upon completion of the domestic treaty adoption process in May 2026, Canada was pleased to accept the 2024 amendments to the IHR, which support international efforts to strengthen global health security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peru, followed by Brazil.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My delegation appreciates the presentation of this report on the status of application and implementation of the IHR, and we recognize the work done by the Pan American Health Organization to strengthen regional health performance. Also, public health and the support given to member states to move ahead with compliance with this key instrument. Peru appreciates the progress made by the region. However, we are concerned in seeing that the evaluation of capacity continues to show major asymmetries amongst countries. Also, the reemergence of measles in different parts of the world, even in countries with historically sound health systems, shows that it's important for us to reinforce prevention, surveillance, and response to public health threats, as well as working against misinformation and the fight against vaccination. In the case of Peru, in recent years, there have been sustained efforts carried out to strengthen basic capacity of the HRI. However, there are significant gaps that were worsened by recent health emergencies, and this still requires attention. Therefore, we consider it's important that PAHO continue to provide priority support to countries that have the greatest needs to strengthen their capacities by promoting mechanisms that are efficient for preparation, response, and regional coordination. Likewise, we encourage the creation of periodic spaces for an exchange of experiences and best practices that would contribute to accelerate the consolidation of national capacities within the framework of the RSI. Lastly, we thank PAHO for its ongoing support to the countries of the region in building more resilient and better prepared healthcare systems. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Brazil thanks the Secretariat for presenting this report on the implementation of the International Health Regulation and also with the support of PAHO and member states so as to reinforce the provision of public health services. It is important that we continue to strengthen the basic capacities of states parties in the implementation of the monitoring and evaluation of the RSI. The IHR. We support what was approved by the Assembly in 2024 with emphasis on rules to assure equity and access to medical products and strengthening global coordination mechanisms against pandemics. That project of internalizing amendments were approved by the National Congress. We consider that strengthening local capacity is essential so as to detect and respond to public healthcare emergencies and also to assure the implementation of the IHR throughout the countries. We consider it is equally important to continue to strengthen international cooperation and the multi-sectoral approaches, as well as sharing experiences amongst countries, especially in terms of the challenges raised by health emergencies, climate change, and also because of the different amendments to the IHR. We appreciate everything that has been done to improve preparation and response capacity in the region, as well as carrying out an analysis of the early stages for implementation of Latin America and Central America in October of 2025 in Panama. We reiterate our support to the technical cooperation on the part of PAHO and our commitment to continue to implement the international health regulations in the Americas. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. We appreciate the presentation of this report on the implementation of the international health regulations, and we reassert our commitment to strengthening national capacities as well as regional capacities for prevention, detection, evaluation, response to public health emergencies. The lessons derived from the pandemic and recent health events have shown that health security has to be seen as an ongoing investment and not only as a response to a crisis. In this connection, Colombia appreciates the progress that's been made in implementing the international health regulations, and we recognize the importance of the recent amendments that aim at strengthening equity, solidarity, and global prevention to future emergencies. In recent years, the country has significantly strengthened its surveillance, response, and risk management capacities by working to establish a national liaison center, and we have strengthened our events-based surveillance. We have expanded our lab capacity and genomic surveillance and reinforced mechanisms of intersectoral coordination so as to manage emergencies in public health. Likewise, Colombia has moved ahead in strengthening our territorial capacities for early detection and response to outbreaks and emergencies. The response of basic health teams has made it possible to expand our presence in areas that historically have been excluded. And in this way, there can be a local response to health emergencies. The country has also strengthened its ability to deal with emerging diseases, as well as re-emerging diseases, arbovirosis, yellow fever, zoonotic events, chemical disasters, things related to climate change. And all of these efforts are complemented by strengthening laboratory networks, the regulatory centers for emergencies and disasters, and also working with local agencies. Colombia deems that by implementing IHR, this should be closely related to health systems and primary health care, as well as following the One Health approach. We reiterate our commitment to integrated surveillance, preparation for emergencies, regional cooperation, and building a more equitable and resilient health infrastructure for the Americas. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Mexico appreciates the presentation of this report and reiterates the country's commitment to its implementation as a key legal instrument to assure global health. Mexico has presented peer instruments by an interinstitutional process that joins together the different agencies of the government involved in this field. This allows us to faithfully reflect the capacity of national entities. Mexico acknowledges the importance of working together. All of that carried out in the working group for the World Cup 2026, where we work jointly with the United States and Canada. As we said, this effort reflects the type of cooperation we consider essential to strengthen health security in the region. Mexico has maintained notification of events as a key point to deal with any public health emergency of international concern, as in keeping with Article 6 of the regulation, which has also reported through our point of contact. That's requirement 10. Also, we are working with the 12 authorized ports in the country to this end. We highlight the importance of the guidance given by PAHO so as to deal with the amendments for 2024 in the region, and we recognize the technical support given to states. We consider that progressive harmonization of legal frameworks, institutional and operational national frameworks with the international health regulations is a priority, and that requires sustained support. Thank you.
Salvador, followed by Guyana.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam President. In El Salvador, we have seen that the international health regulations has a high degree of coverage and also institutional maturity. It has been implemented in such a way that it is easy to operationalize on the part of the technicians working in epidemiology. All of this in coordination to deal with the situations that have emerged in the country. Early this year, we had an outbreak of malaria, and there the country was certified as malaria-free. However, and this has happened elsewhere too, we have seen a resurgence of disease. And it was truly exciting to see 717 in action, and we were able to implement it by working with the different teams under the epidemiological shield that exists in El Salvador. Also, our laboratory capacity has helped us go beyond not only the basic diseases, but also with a view to dealing with other situations that would provide us with interesting data for study in upcoming years. At the same time, I wanted to say that El Salvador has named the National Health Department as the agency in charge of the IHR. We not only like being the first, but we also like to be able to execute as soon as possible. And in that connection, we thank PAHO for all of the support they have given us, as well as the technical expertise provided by their team. Thank you.
Thank you, El Salvador. I'll turn to Guyana, please, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana takes note of the report on the implementation of the international health regulations. The IHR remains the backbone of global health security, and the amendments that entered into force in 2025 reflect hard-earned lessons from recent global emergencies. The COVID-19 pandemic, mpox, various outbreaks, and other cross-border threats expose critical weaknesses in early warning, verification, digital documentation, and information sharing. These experiences demonstrated that delays in detection and reporting in any one country can rapidly escalate into regional or global crises. The amendments therefore strengthen transparency, rapid notification, digital readiness, and accountability, measures that are essential for all member states regardless of size or capacity. Guyana is proud to have been one of the first countries in the region to implement a joint external evaluation and voluntary external evaluation using the SPAR tool, demonstrating our commitment to strengthening IHR core capacities and to transparent, evidence-based assessment. This process has helped us to identify gaps, prioritize investments, and strengthen national preparedness, all of which were externally verifiable. At the same time, we must acknowledge the realities faced by small and resource-constrained countries such as SIDS. Limited technical capacity, shortage of specialized personnel, and the need for interoperable digital tools continue to challenge full IHR implementation. These constraints make it difficult to sustain rapid verification, maintain 24/7 national IHR focal point functionality, and institutionalize early action reviews. For these reasons, PAHO's technical cooperation remains indispensable, particularly in strengthening surveillance systems, laboratory readiness, emergency coordination, and digital transformation. We welcome PAHO's continued support in guiding Member States through the implementation of the 2024 IHR amendments and in strengthening early warning and rapid response capacities. The global experience has shown that no country is safe until all countries are prepared. Strengthening IHR implementation is therefore not only a national responsibility, but a collective regional and global imperative. Guyana reaffirms its full commitment to the IHR and to working with PAHO and fellow member states to build a more secure, resilient, and prepared region. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I'll turn now to the United States, please.
Madam President, the United States thanks PAHO for the report on implementation of the international health regulations and acknowledges and thanks member states for their continued commitment to transparent regional cooperation in preventing, detecting, and responding to infectious disease outbreaks. Current multi-regional outbreaks of infectious diseases such as Aedes virus, monkeypox, cholera, dengue, and measles highlight the ongoing need for strong national and regional capabilities to address these threats. Outbreaks within our region and in other parts of the world reinforce the need for strong national systems to detect and contain health threats early and remind us that what happens in one country can quickly affect others. We encourage continued focus on building regional public health surveillance and emergency response workforce capacity, as well as practical tools such as simulation exercises and after-action reviews that test and improve real-world response systems, as well as identify gaps and build operational readiness. The United States is proud to be working alongside Canada, Mexico, PAHO, and FIFA to advance health security preparedness for the 2026 FIFA World Cup currently being played. This initiative is a demonstration of what regional cooperation can achieve when we work toward a common goal. The United States remains committed to working together with all partners in this region so that we can all be better prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. With that, I would like to turn the floor back to Dr. Ugarte to respond to comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you so much to Canada, Peru, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, El Salvador, Guyana, and the United States for their comments. I would like to highlight the importance of working together in these regards. And because of that close work among the member states, Canada, Mexico, and the United States, we are able now to submit a daily report of all the alerts that we have, not only in these three countries, but in the other countries, to all national focal points of the IHR in the member states in the Americas. That's a big achievement because it touches every part of the IHR, but particularly the safety, early detection, and how the countries can implement the prevention, detection, and response in case it is needed. I would like to highlight three other topics. One is that the member states are convened for an information session on the 22nd of June in preparations for the first meeting of the States Parties Committee for the implementation of international health regulations. So the national focal points of the IHR should have received that invitation that the WHO is convening that 22nd of June. The other one is that the resolve to save lives in relation with 717 has recognized the leadership of the organization and has decided to give an award to Leadership and Advocacy Award for expanding the 717 target in the region of the Americas, and Tamara Mancero, our colleagues, had received the prize, the global prize for 717. That's a big commitment. And also I would like to highlight that through the commitment of the staff on the international health regulations and the early response and alert, all the three countries received also information, and particularly Mexico, on the development of tools and training on the use of new tools, and that's providing excellent work across all sectors, not only the health sector. So with that, thank you, Madam.
Thank you, and that's great news about the award as well. I'd like to ask Dr. Barbosa if you have any comments.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Primeiro gostaria.
I would like to start by underscoring how important this cooperation between Canada and the United States and Mexico is. Under the leadership of the Pan American Health Organization and the involvement of all of the countries. During the World Cup, for example, in which millions of people are traveling, we experience risk during the event, and these people are going to go back to their countries. So it's also very important for all of our countries to receive this information, that we stress it, so that the region can have a wonderful World Cup event, as is happening now, one in which everyone enjoys it, without any risk of outbreaks, either in the three countries hosting it or the countries when people go home to their home countries. Now, this is the fourth year. I congratulate the countries, all of the countries of the region underwent this evaluation process. I do think that's very important because it is a tool not only for us to have at our disposal, review it for authorities, health authorities, to identify gaps and to come up with plans to strengthen our response and mitigate risk and so forth, but also for us to undertake more or be the subject of outside evaluations as well. Joint external assessments are important, and that has an advantage because we use that as to inform our indicators, matching that external assessment with our internal assessment. And so that helps us establish a baseline so that every year when we do our self-assessment, we can update it based on or as information about our current situation comes in from that internal assessment. Now, with the external assessment, essentially I asked for one evaluation. I received two because now we are receiving one from the National Immunization Program of each country, and the country receives a report about how to bolster its immunization program. Now, when just like in the stores, when there's a sale and it says you buy one, get two, and here you're not paying for anything because this is a service we provide free of charge. Now, also I congratulate those who are appointing their national authorities. I think that was one of the things we learned through the pandemic, for us not only to have the more technical focal point that circulates information and so forth, but that there be a national authority in a more elevated position so that when the country has to make a decision, that actually be done in a more automatic, fluid, seamless way. So it's very important for all the countries of the region, as soon as they can, to confirm who their national authorities are. I would also like to commend the countries of the region and to acknowledge that during the hantavirus outbreak that we had on a ship, how Argentina and Chile very swiftly shared their experience, their vast experience and expertise with all of the countries of the region and of other regions, Europe, for example, that asked for information in video conferences, remote meetings, to be better positioned to handle that outbreak. Now, as a region, it's nearly endemic. Tens of cases of hantavirus, the Andean strain of that is something we have here endemically. And so that means we have a track record in how best to handle it. Now, the current international public health emergency of international interest of Ebola is suspect cases such as one that emerged in the Bahamas was sent in quickly, and that just reinforces the importance of our having a network of labs that work in coordination with each other to bring countries' capacities up to level. For the PCR tests and the primers, we are working on countries in ensuring that not only do we share information, but also that tools being used also be shared for countries to enhance their ability to detect and to address these emergencies. Now, the PAHO revolving fund, we signed onto a project with one of the largest producers of pandemic flu vaccine. The country of the Americas is going to receive this. At the same time, developed countries are receiving this. If there were to be an influenza pandemic, we will receive the vaccines for the front-line health workers to be vaccinated first. I think that's a very concrete step that PAHO has taken to ensure everyone have access at the same time and equitably, that everyone receive the same vaccine. In the case of a pandemic, we had made a public call. We received many proposals or bids. The best one in terms of cost and quantity was Securos, which is a producer, I think all of the countries of the region and in Europe, that is the producer that has more agreements for supplying pandemic flu vaccine. We continue in dialogue with other producers to see if we can't broaden the number of doses should there be an influenza pandemic. Those are my comments, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So with that, I would like to inform the committee that the discussions that we've had will be reflected in the final report, and that concludes this item. Thank you all very much. We will move to our final item of the day, item 7.2, PAHO Forward Shared Services Initiative. And I'd like to bring document CE 178/INF/2 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Dean Chamblis, Director of the Department of Shared Services Initiative of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the table. I will first yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration to please report on this item. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The Subcommittee received an update on the progress of the Shared Services Initiative, the aim of which is to strengthen administrative efficiency and reduce cost through modernization and outsourcing of certain functions to a lower cost location. The Bureau reported that the implementation phase of the initiative had begun in July 2025 and that several key steps, including the appointment of the coordinator for the Shared Services Hub and the launch of the external vendor procurement process, had already been completed. The hub is expected to open doors in the third quarter of 2026 and to be fully operational by the end of the year. In the subcommittee's discussion on the Shared Services Initiative, the Bureau was urged to carefully assess and manage the implications of the Shared Services Initiative for staff and for the organization's overall operations. In response to questions, it was explained that the Bureau has taken a careful approach in managing the implications for administrative staff whose functions will be transferred to the Shared Services Hub, including the possibility of contract extensions for some staff. It was also noted that the Bureau has prior experience in managing external vendors and outsourced functions. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to now yield the floor to Mr. Chambliss to present this item.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Madam President, Director, members of the Executive Committee, and colleagues. I am pleased to provide a brief update, an introduction to Agenda Item 7.2 regarding the PAHO Forward Shared Services Initiative. This document is presented for the Executive Committee's information. This initiative is a principal deliverable of the PAHO Forward Plan of Action 3.0. The SSI project is strengthening administrative efficiency through modernization and through the outsourcing of services to an external provider in a low-cost location. Additional project objectives include improved service quality, enhanced specialization, consolidation of administrative processes, and improved compliance and control. The expected result is the establishment of a Shared Services Hub, or SSH, that will be fully operational in 2026. The functions to be transferred to the hub pertain to transactional and operational areas within finance, human resources, procurement, and operational budgeting. Let's see if the slide. You will see here an overall timeline for the Shared Service Initiative projected. I am pleased to report that since the update to the subcommittee in March, we are on track with implementation. Some key milestones have been reached. First, the contract with the outsourced service provider for PAHO's Shared Services Hub was signed on 30 April of this year. Second, Nippon Telegraph and Telephone, or NTT Data, has been selected as the vendor for the Shared Services Hub. NTT is a leading Japanese business consulting and technology company operating from over 52 countries with 28 offices located in Latin America and the Caribbean, and over 155,000 professionals working worldwide. Some of its clients in the private sector include BBVA, LATAM, and Claro. During the vendor selection process, NTT Data demonstrated extensive capacity and experience working with international organizations, including the World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, UNHCR, and UNOPS, just to name a few. And its proposal was both technically and financially strong. Number 3, the decision on the location was linked directly to NTT Data's capability and presence in particular locations, as well as local labor costs and market conditions. Consequently, Lima, Peru has been designated as the main location for the hub, with some functions to be carried out from Bogota, Colombia. Fourth, NTT's facilities in Peru are being prepared to initially accommodate around 50 personnel to be assigned to PAHO. Recruitment and onboarding are now moving forward rapidly, and our SSH coordinator is moving to Lima to oversee the hub. In line with PAHO's commitment to a people-centered approach, timely and orderly HR actions have been implemented for affected staff to guarantee that they are treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. The Bureau has identified key risks for this initiative and has proactively taken steps to mitigate these. Contingency measures to maintain service quality and minimize disruptions throughout the transition, including progressively transitioning in-scope functions to the SSH with a parallel operation period in PAHO's headquarters, are put in place to ensure continuity. The transition period is being monitored systematically through shared services governance mechanisms. At the same time, departments are reviewing workflows, identifying opportunities for innovation, and process optimization, as well as defining key performance indicators to support performance monitoring for the hub. With respect to financial implications, 2026 will see a temporary increase in costs. related primarily to personnel liabilities associated with headquarters positions that are scheduled for abolishment. Once the functions have been fully transitioned, headquarters costs will decrease substantially. The projected savings shown in Annex 1 to the document were calculated by comparing the baseline headquarters scenario with projected costs after the hub is established, together with the estimated operating costs of the hub itself. Due to cost changes in Washington, D.C., staffing adjustments during the transition, and vendor contract conditions, the savings to be realized from the project are expected to be notably higher than initially estimated. We are now projecting full cost recovery by the end of 2027, as opposed to the end of 2028 as previously calculated. Mr. President, the Executive Committee is invited to take note of this document and provide any comments that it deems pertinent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I will now open the floor to plenary for discussion, taking note of the information document and indeed the comments, if you have any. Brazil, please, go ahead, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil is grateful for the presentation of this report about the implementation of a shared services initiative as requested by Brazil and other delegations on the occasion of the 20th session of the SPBA. Brazil recognizes the efforts put forward by PAHO to strengthen its efficiency and efficacy in its institutions, especially as through the PAHO Forward package. Given the greater complexity faced by this organization, we commend the use of innovative approaches, including technological tools, to ensure results required by member states and public health without undermining the quality of technical assistance offered. We take note of the progress reached in the implementation of this initiative, including the definition of the managed model of outsourcing shared services, institutional planning of the 2026-2027 biennium, and drafting contingency measures to ensure continuity, operational continuity. We also recognize the care given to the impact, this management of the impact on HR, and especially the efforts put forward by the organization to shepherd this process through based on transparent criteria, strategic planning, support measures of support for those affected by these measures. At the same time, we understand that the implementation of this initiative will call for ongoing assistance or follow-up with by member states in the transition period, especially so that we can ensure the quality of administrative services offered to mitigate risks and to ensure gains in efficiency that we seek. It will be important for us to keep fluid and transparent dialogue throughout this process. Madam President, we would also like to hear the Secretariat's assessment about how it's thought that the results of this initiative are to be monitored, especially regarding the quality of the services rendered to ensure the the standard of excellence we've come used to is upheld. So among the important risks identified by this initiative, we need to ensure there be an appropriate framework for privileges and immunities. Within this context, I'd like to know if there are talks underway or agreements signed with potential host countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll turn the floor to Canada, followed by Mexico.
Thank you very much. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this update. We also welcome the additional information that has been added to the report since we last discussed this item in March. Through this additional information, we were encouraged to learn more about the efforts that the Secretariat has undertaken to assess and manage the implications of this initiative for PAHO staff and for the organization's overall operations, including by identifying risks and implementing contingency measures. Canada also appreciates that efforts have been made to glean lessons learned and best practices from the IDB's experience in implementing this type of outsourcing model. While we recognize that these are different organizations, there is value in learning more about how this type of model is operationalized and how it functions in practice. We do take note of questions raised by the Audit Committee regarding the need for clear, measurable baselines and financial benchmarks to ensure that actual savings and efficiency gains can be tracked, attributed, and reported with confidence, for which we welcome more information from the Secretariat. Canada also wants to express support for the Audit Committee's recommendation that the internal audit include an early, targeted review of this initiative focusing on aspects such as the adequacy of training and onboarding of outsourced personnel timeliness and quality assurance mechanisms of outsourced transactions once operations are transferred to the Shared Services Hub. This is critical to ensuring early on that this new initiative is functioning well. Excuse me. Finally, we are encouraged to note that the external vendor will be subject to all of the organization's internal controls, policies, and processes, with PAHO retaining oversight of deliverables and performance against agreed performance indicators. We consider this critical to ensuring adequate oversight and protecting the organization's integrity. We look forward to learning more about how this initiative advances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turn to Mexico, followed by United States.
Thank you, Madam President. Mexico recognizes the effort put behind this initiative to ensure greater efficiency, accountability, and resilience of this organization, which will contribute to strengthening its capacity and thereby enabling it to better inform member states. The true value of shared services are found in its ability to offer technical financial resources and to channel them to the administrative areas and technical cooperation of countries. We agree that the intelligent centralization of support services should be complemented by an intersectoral focus which hears the specific needs of country offices. This will ensure that standardization does not undermine flexibility and local relevance because staff of the Americas can then be able to focus on that which is a priority, focusing on the health of our populations. A transition of this magnitude entails challenges as far as change management and continuity of operations. We encourage the ongoing strengthening of mechanisms for training and to make more robust technological platforms and cybersecurity infrastructure that will back this new model. Ongoing monitoring of the indicators, performance indicators, the proactive mitigation of operational risks will be key to make sure that migration toward these shared services will keep the highest quality levels up, transparency and accountability, which are characteristic of PAHO. Mexico reasserts its backing for the gradual implementation, that it also be done in a coordinated fashion. A more integrated and modern PAHO will be a stronger, more resilient organization as we tackle the challenges of the 21st century. Our organization, or our concern rather, would be to ensure the system be ever strong, and we ratify our willingness to actively collaborate in the exchange of best practices of digital governance and institutional efficiency, joining efforts to ensure that this model be made stronger to the benefit of public health throughout the region.
Thank you very much. Turn to the United States, please, followed by Spain.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States supports efforts to improve efficiencies and reduce costs. We are very pleased to hear today the update that both the vendor and location have been selected. It is also great to hear that the revised projections of full cost recovery sooner than earlier predicted. We will welcome continued progress updates on critical milestones going forward, and particularly whether we are on track for those revised projections. The Shared Service Center has the potential to provide significant cost savings and efficiencies, and we share the goal that it runs as smoothly as possible to see the largest possible benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn now to Spain, please.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some general ideas. First, Given that this is the first time I'm taking the floor, I would like to commend Dr. Barbosa and his whole team of professionals at PAHO for the work that this organization carries out throughout the region and the positive impact that brings to health, and for the efforts that are being presented now to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Spain trusts in PAHO. For Spain, PAHO is one of the most strategic organizations that offers the best results on the ground at this time of huge challenges for multilateralism undergoing transformations, as Dr. Barbosa laid out in his report this morning, and alluding to this spirit of Pan-Americanism that the doctor also referred to. I would like to stress the need to move forward in cooperation and governance to strengthen global health security. And to that effect, in a context of global backsliding, Spain reasserts its commitment to this effort. You can count on Spain's collaboration to continue defending global health and the right to universal health. Spain and the region of the Americas and the Caribbean are united by a strong feeling of community and collaboration that we need to reassert, fully aware that we have an interdependent relationship that is and has been our guiding principle during the health crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, when Spain showed its solidarity in sharing vaccines and the first doses of that vaccine to the region, offering collaboration despite our own difficulties. Spain maintains long-standing cooperation with PAHO in 1980. Since 1980, when we became observers, our institutional support, political and financial support continue. That's why, and in this vein, we commend once again PAHO and its member states for the progress made in health, and especially we appreciate the efforts to optimize and modernize management to ensure PAHO be more modern and with better partnerships.
Thank you very much. I would now like to give the floor back to Mr. Chambliss to respond to any comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, member states, for the various comments, as well as a few specific items that I'll respond to. First, on the evaluation methodology of the Secretariat, we are, of course, tracking costs in more or less real time versus budget. So on the financial side, that will be, that's something that we're looking at continuously and will be, of course, reported to member states in due time as regards to the realization of savings, which was also mentioned. I would note that we also are establishing key performance indicators and will have a service level agreement with the external vendor put in place to ensure delivery of services as expected, with specific penalties in the event of non-delivery. So that is all being set out in black and white, as it were. There was a query regarding the aspect of privileges and immunities. I would note that given that what we are talking about for the shared service hub is in fact outsourced personnel, privileges and immunities do not really factor in this case. Not that we shouldn't have them anyway in the countries where we're working, of course, but specifically for this, for the shared services hub, it's not a critical aspect. We also, of course, have taken very attentive note of the audit committee's recommendations as per their last meeting, and this relates to my earlier comment in terms of the tracking of progress as regards both savings and efficiency improvements, and look forward to sharing those with the audit committee as well. We also do have plans in terms of the recommendation for an internal audit, which I believe will happen next year. That is, of course, to be confirmed. I would completely concur with the need for change management and continuity of operations in such a complex project, and we do have a full change management as well as communications plan associated with the project, which is under implementation. We would, of course, welcome the sharing from member states of best practices in terms of outsourcing and shared service centers. And I do note again our very close collaboration with the Inter-American Development Bank, which has also recently selected their external vendor for the next 5 years, which I can share is the same as the one that we have selected. So we hope to realize some synergies on that side as well with the Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make any comments?
Yes, Madam President. First, I want to thank the comments from our member states in this meeting. It's a very innovative initiative that the Pan American Health Organization has already started implementing. I just want to highlight some aspects. First is that we are providing all the support for the affected staff. It's not an easy decision. When we are closing positions, we need to, we went beyond what was entitled to this personnel. So at the moment that I made the decision to start the shared services initiative, all of them received the information. So we had to communicate the close of the position 9 months before. We communicated 1 year before. And at the same time, we provided all the support that was possible in order to provide the training for participating in selection processes in other agencies or private companies, training about how to establish a LinkedIn page and looking for, so several aspects that we provided the support to support them to find all the positions. A second aspect that is important is that we are not closing 50 positions here and opening 50 positions in a low-cost country. This, of course, this would provide a lot of savings for the organization, but the shared services initiative goes much beyond that, because we have in the contract that we signed, we have a clause to provide the improvement and efficiency. So when there is efficiency in the processes, both the Pan American Health Organization and the vendor benefit. So we will have a permanent encouragement to develop more efficiencies on some processes. Some of these processes have been performed by in the same way in the last 20, 30 years, I don't know. So now we have a real opportunity to improve them, to provide more efficiency. Of course, that we value the observations of our member states, and we share all of them. When we start a process like that, you need to be very careful to establish clear KPIs, and we will have a group of people that is led by Rodrigo, that is over there, that will work directly with the vendor team to monitor the progress, and of course the coordination between the teams here and the departments here, FRM, HRM, Human Resources, Financial, and the Procurement, that we work together to align all the requests from our side, and of course to guarantee the quality of the services that are being provided. So I think that this is very important for us, and I do believe that will be important not only for the savings that we will provide, that are significant savings, but at the same time to improve the efficiency of this process. So I really appreciate the commitment of all the teams that work together in the organization, and we will continue to provide information to our member states. Let me switch to Spanish para agradecer a la embajadora Carmen Montón.
I wanted to thank the ambassador for the words. Not only were they observers of the organization, but now they are one of our most important partners and allies that we have. So I want to thank Spain for its ongoing support. They have supported different projects in the region in keeping with the priorities expressed by the country. So thank you, Ambassador, for your ongoing support. I thank you for the support of your country.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report, and that closes this item. Okay, so I'll turn it now to Ms. Mary Lou Valdez for some updates, and to just note that we will be starting again in this room tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with the agenda as is, so there are no changes. So over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Delegates, we'd like to remind you that now, as the session closes, there will be a welcome gathering for participants of the Executive Committee, and this will take place in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Additionally, the members of the Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2026 will meet for the second time tomorrow during the lunch break in room 414. The members of the committee again are Canada, Mexico, and Peru. A light lunch will be served and interpretation will be provided for this meeting. Thank you. Back to you, Madam President.
Very good. Thank you very much for an excellent first day, and look forward to seeing you at the reception. Thank you, and have a good evening.